Hey, everyone! If you enjoy my quantum audiobooks, you can support me by becoming a Patreon member. Your support helps me keep creating, and you'll get exclusive perks. You can also access my audiobooks directly through Google Drive. Check out the link in the description. Now, let's get started.
Dumbledore ignored Peter Pettigrew's pleas. He flicked his wand a little bit. Pettigrew Peter turned into a gray mouse, and then he held the mouse's tail and said to Charlotte, "Charlotte, thank you again. Maybe you don't think this is a very important thing, but in fact it can help a loyal warrior clear his grievances." Afterwards, Dumbledore talked about the grievances between Peter Pettigrew, Mrs. James, and Sirius. Charlotte could see that Dumbledore was very distressed. Harry's father, Sirius, and Lupin all regarded Peter Pettigrew as their best friends, but Pettigrew betrayed them unexpectedly, which also caused a newly born Harry to lose his parents and made Sirius imprisoned for a year. Charlotte feigned surprise and said, "So that's the case, but now that Pettigrew is still alive, then Sirius can be proven innocent?" "Yes, I'm going to the Ministry of Magic at once," said Dumbledore. The two parted at the gate of the castle after leaving the secret passage under the Whomping Willow. Although he still wanted to inquire about the specific content of this exchange event at the Magic Academy, seeing Dumbledore's impatient look, Gillois couldn't bother him. So he went to Snape, who was Dumbledore's original leader and must have known about the situation. When Snape was found, he was brewing potions in the dungeon. There was a faint green light in the black cauldron, which looked very intrusive. After seeing Charlotte, Snape showed a complex look on his face. He originally admired this student very much. Although Charlotte was the one who pulled one claw, he was still willing to impart his knowledge of potions to others. But when he knew that Charlotte was the Balrog that appeared in the secret room on the 4th floor, he completely dismissed the idea. It is absolutely impossible for this kid to dedicate his whole life to potions. When he heard that Dumbledore had made Charlotte the leader of the exchange, Snape's eyes flickered with dissimilarity, but they soon returned to normal. With his real strength, he is more than 16 as a team leader. This is just a very common exchange event, nothing special, but some academic exchanges between several magic schools, such as the development and application of some spells, alchemy, potions, and herbalism, etc. communication. Maybe there will be some small competitions and the like. The responsibility of the team leader is to be responsible for the safety of the students, maintain order, and not let them lose the rules after they go out. So easy? Charlotte asked. That's right, it's that simple. After Snape finished speaking, he stirred the crucible with a glass rod for a while, then dropped a few drops of transparent liquid into the crucible, and a burst of purple smoke rose from the crucible. "This is the latest potion I have developed, and it is at a critical moment. Otherwise, I should be the team leader this time. But I think you are completely qualified for the role of team leader. Just be careful when communicating with Durmstrang people. They are completely different from Hogwarts. They believe in cunning and calculation, and Durmstrang can't help black magic. There are more than half of the dark wizards in the wizarding world all out of Durmstrang." Charlotte nodded, thanked her, and walked out of the dungeon. Hogwarts, in a very spacious room full of sundries. Charlotte stood by Joya's side, correcting her mistakes in casting spells. When releasing the Patronus charm, you must imagine the happiest thing in your mind, and then concentrate on chanting the incantation Guardian Guardian, so as to ensure your success. This spell is very useful for resisting Soul Eater, same general effect. At the beginning, the Patronus charm you released might just be a shield, and when you become proficient, you can summon your own Patronus. Xiaoya nodded, closed her eyes slowly, and after she took a deep breath, read aloud, "Call God to protect you." The next moment, a little silver brilliance lit up at the tip of her wand, and then slowly grew larger, forming a cloud of silver light mist. Seeing this, Xiaoya looked at Charlotte very happily. She has been practicing this spell for a long time, but she has never mastered it, and today she finally released it successfully. Charlotte nodded slightly, a look of approval on her face. The place where the two of them are now is really the room of requirement. A few days ago, Xiaoya came to Charlotte and wanted him to teach her to practice defense against the dark arts. Charlotte just complained casually, if only she could find the room of requirement. Unexpectedly, a door immediately appeared in front of him, and behind the door was the room of response. With the room of requirement, it will be convenient for Charlotte to do many things in the future, such as developing new spells, refining some dangerous potions, and so on. Seeing that Xiaoya has successfully mastered the Patronus charm, Charlotte nodded with a smile and said, "You have already learned this spell. You only need to do a lot of exercises later on to summon your own patron saint. Next, I will teach you a brand new spell. This spell is very powerful, so you must be careful when using it." After speaking, Charlotte took out her wand and said to a metal puppet not far away, "Shenfeng Wu Ying." Dang! Hearing Charlotte's incantation, the puppet seemed to be cut by a very sharp, long sword, leaving a very deep wound on its body. Xiaoya stared at this scene with wide eyes. She had also seen her mother use the cutting spell, but it was not so powerful. If the spell hit a single person, the consequences would be unimaginable. This is the god's shadowless curse, which is a very powerful black magic. As long as the opponent is hit by this spell, the skin on his body will be cut by an invisible sword, and the caster does not need to use the counterspell to remove it. If not, the wound will continue to bleed. Charlotte said, "Although this is a very vicious black magic, in my heart, there is no distinction between good and evil magic. Only those who use it can distinguish between good and evil." Snape's purpose of inventing the Shadowless Curse was to prevent himself from being bullied by James Potter and Sirius for a long time. But until the end, he didn't use this spell on James Potter. Upon hearing this, Xiaoya said, "Don't worry, I will definitely use this magic properly." Charlotte believes that Joya can do what she says. During the few days of teaching Joya defense against the dark arts, he found that Joya has mastered spiritual spells very quickly. For example, Confusion Curse, Fear Curse, and other types of magic. She can basically succeed at the first time, but not others. While Joya was practicing magic, Charlotte took out a fist-sized crystal ball, which he picked from Antonio's collection when he was in Bulgaria. Taking advantage of this gap, Charlotte is going to practice divination. Although Antonio told him that even if he saw the picture of the future, it might not be correct, but he couldn't help but want to do divination. Although it might not succeed every time, Charlotte always wanted to verify it. Will my prophecy come true? When he concentrated on staring at the crystal ball, he soon saw a picture inside. In the crystal ball, there was a violent storm, lightning, and thunder, and the whole sky seemed to be collapsing, and the entire Hogwarts was shrouded in torrential rain. What he predicted was the future weather, but what surprised Charlotte was that it was only April. How could there be such a big storm? When thinking of this, a flash of light flashed in Charlotte's mind. Storm? Isn't Hermione's potion just waiting for this storm? He quickly stopped Xiaoya, who was practicing spells, and said eagerly, "The storm is coming. We must find Hermione quickly, or her hard work for so long will be in vain." Xiaoya was stunned for a moment, and then she understood in an instant that the last step of Animagus's transformation was to wait for the storm to come, and then take out the potion and take it. The two quickly left the room of requirement and finally found Hermione in the Gryffindor common room. Hermione glanced at the sunny sky, looked at Charlotte with disbelief, and said, "Storm? There isn't even a single cloud in the sky. How could there be a storm? Are you sure what you predicted is today's weather?" Charlotte said, "That's right, although I am also very surprised. But in the prophecy, there is indeed a storm today." As soon as he finished speaking, a gust of wind blew in through the window. At the same time, a thick cloud floated in the sky and covered the sun. Under the influence of the strong wind, more thick dark clouds floated in from afar. It looked like it was going to rain heavily. Hermione stared at this scene. Her eyes widened in surprise. A storm is really coming. She threw down the book in her hand, turned around, and ran outside. The potion for transforming into Animagus must be kept in a quiet and dark place. If this bottle of potion is found by others or disturbed, then it will be useless. Charlotte and Joya were also curious about where Hermione's potion was stored. They followed Hermione into the depths of the Forbidden Forest and stopped under a tall tree. Hermione stood under the big tree, looked up at the trunk of the big tree, and whispered, "It's right here." Charlotte looked carefully, and there was a slightly different color on the trunk of this big tree. It seemed that Hermione hid the potion in the tree hole, and this was a very suitable place. This piece of forbidden forest is the territory of eight-eyed spiders. These spiders are very domineering. Apart from them, there are no creatures in this area, including a bird. Eight-eyed spiders like to live in burrows and will not climb trees to find things. Students and teachers in normal schools would not come here either. I have to say, Hermione is indeed smart. At this time, the sky was already very gloomy, and the thick dark clouds had covered the sky tightly, and the sun's rays could not penetrate. The strong wind knocked down the crowns of the big trees above their heads, and a violent storm was coming. At this moment, a dazzling white light pierced the sky, and then a deafening thunder exploded beside the three people's ears. Hermione took out her wand and tapped it lightly on the trunk of the big tree. The camouflage on the tree fell immediately, and a small box floated out. As soon as she opened it, a bottle of blood-red potion appeared in front of her eyes. Hermione's eyes lit up, and she exclaimed in surprise, "Charlotte, I made it 1970. I really made it." Chaoya, who was standing aside, said, "Now is not the time to be happy. You must find a safe and open place to take the potion. Otherwise, all this will be in vain. Go to the room of requirement. It is absolutely safe and will not be disturbed by others." Charlotte nodded and ignored the dazed Hermione, dragged her, and ran towards the castle. It is a very dangerous thing when Animagus transforms, because the body structure of human beings is completely different from that of animals, and many Animagus who have just transformed. Unable to adapt to the new body, an accident occurred and even lost his life. This is why Animagus is so rare in the wizarding world. The difficulty of the process is only second. The most important thing is the danger. Along the way, Joya explained to Hermione the details and precautions that need to be paid attention to when transforming for the first time, and how to restore the human form after successful transformation. Charlotte was stunned when she heard it. Fortunately, Joya, the serious Animagus, was present this time. If it was her, she would not know that there are so many taboos. In the room of requirement, under Joya's encouraging eyes, Hermione took out her wand to her heart and whispered a spell. Amado, Anemo, Animado, Animagus. After chanting the spell, she exhaled lightly and drank the blood-red potion in one gulp. The next moment, Hermione's brows were tightly wrinkled. With a very painful expression on her face, she clutched her heart and sat down on the ground. Seeing this, Chaoya softly encouraged, "Hold on to Hermione. This is the normal feeling of Animagus when he transforms for the first time. You have to restrain your fear. Remember the animal you want to transform into, and you will succeed immediately." With Joya's encouragement, Hermione calmed down slowly, and she slowly closed her eyes. Immediately afterwards, her body began to shrink rapidly, and brown-red feathers began to appear on her body. Her two arms quickly began to transform into wings, and her feet began to become confrontational. Sharplas. This process was very fast. Within 10 seconds, Hermione transformed from a little girl into a ferocious kestrel. It's just that a kestrel looked a little dazed. It turned its head and looked around, and then took a step carefully, but it didn't expect that after taking the step, it didn't stand still, and its snap fell to the ground. Chaoya said softly, "This is a normal phenomenon. Every Animagus is like this when transforming for the first time. Isn't it you?" Charlotte smiled. "Of course I'm not, because I'm a tin bad guy." After about half an hour, Hermione's transformed kestrel fully adapted to her current body. But she still can't fly, which requires a period of practice before she can fully master this skill. After regaining her human form, Hermione was extremely excited. She grabbed Joya's wrist and kept saying, "It's amazing. Chaoya, you saw that I actually turned into a kestrel, my god." Joya nodded and said, "You are indeed very powerful. I really didn't expect you to succeed. You must know that I only completed this spell when I was 14 years old. I failed 4 times in total. One time was because I forgot chanting a spell, causing the potion to have no effect when the storm comes. What animal can you turn into? Hermione asked curiously. Xiaoyu didn't speak and directly turned into a palm-sized bat, flying very nimbly in the air. At this moment, Hermione looked at Charlotte and said, I remember you said at the time, as long as I become Animagus, you tell me what animal you could transform into, and now I have done it. What about you? A helpless expression appeared on Charlotte's face, and he asked, Are you sure you want to see it? Certainly. After the words fell, Charlotte took a few steps back, and then his body began to change quickly. A layer of golden feathers quickly grew out, and in just a few seconds, Charlotte turned into a majestic bird. Thunderbird. Hermione froze. She looked at the Thunderbird in front of her, with an expression of disbelief on her long face. This is Thunderbird? Impossible. Doesn't it feel incredible? Joya turned into a human and landed beside Hermione. This is Charlotte's unique ability to transform into a magical creature. It took a while for Hermione to accept it. She had thought that being an Animagus at the age of 11 would be a big deal. I didn't expect to be nothing compared to Charlotte. At this time, Charlotte said, The Ministry of Magic has always supervised Animagus very strictly. If you haven't registered with the Ministry of Magic, don't just show your abilities in front of outsiders. From now on, if you want to practice transformation, just come to the Room of Requirement. The Room of Requirement? That's right, this room can only be entered when a person needs it. Charlotte said, The door of this room is just opposite the tapestry of Barnabas on the 8th floor. Ye is here practicing defense against the dark arts. Hermione looked around the room curiously, then said, There is such a magical room in Hogwarts, and this will be our secret stronghold from now on. Hermione looked extremely happy, not only because she finally became the Animagus she had dreamed of today, but also because she and Charlotte finally had their little secret. During the subsequent holidays, the three of Charlotte often came here to practice spells. Hermione's progress was very rapid. In just 1 week, she had already mastered the Kestrel's transformation and flying very proficiently. At the same time, her defense against the dark arts has also made great progress. Among the several courses offered by Hogwarts, the one she is least good at is defense against the dark arts. Especially after the defense against the dark arts Professor Chi Luo Liqui disappeared this year. This course was handed over to Professor Phileas Flitwick for a while, but Professor Flitwick still has a course on charms, so he can't take care of it at all. The holidays are over, and the students are at the dinner party for returning to school. Harry Potter specially came to Charlotte and said very solemnly, Charlotte, thank you very much. If it weren't for you, Sirius is still in the prison of Azkaban. I don't know I have a godfather. Now I can finally move away from Uncle Dursley's. When saying these words, Harry Potter was very excited. The days of living under the fence these years were simply terrible for him. But Ron was very depressed. He never thought that his mouse, Banban, was turned into Peter Pettigrew. Banban had stayed in their house for 10 whole years. Although it is a bit unbelievable that a mouse can live for 10 years. But he still couldn't accept this fact. At this time, George leaned forward and said, Hey, don't worry about it anymore. I heard that this month the school will select some students to go to Ilvermorny to participate in exchange activities. This must be a very interesting journey. Fred took up the conversation and said, It is said that there are students from several other magic schools. Bill once had a pen pal who was from the Castrobouche School of Magic. This magic school is hidden in the tropical rainforest. Their students are all very good at potions and magizoology. The words of the two immediately attracted everyone's attention. They all know that there are 10 other schools of magic besides Hogwarts, but 99% of the people here have never seen what other schools of magic look like. All of a sudden, everyone started discussing. George, who did you hear from? Is the news accurate? What kind of house is Ilvermorny? And how is it compared to our Hogwarts? I know Castroboucher. I heard that they recruit some exchange students from major magic academies every year. I don't know what kind of conditions our academies must meet to go there. I heard that Bose Batten has a lot of beautiful girls. Will they participate in this exchange event? I guess they will go, but who can tell me how to participate in this exchange event? At this moment, Dumbledore who was sitting at the top, tapped the glass lightly with his fork, the entire auditorium fell silent, and everyone turned their heads to look at him. First of all, welcome everyone back to Hogwarts. It seems that everyone had a wonderful holiday, and I did too. Just now I heard someone mention this academic exchange meeting held at the Ilvermorny School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Students who want to go to Ilvermorny can apply to the dean of your respective college after today's dinner. The dean will select the most suitable candidate based on each of you's usual performance. Hearing this, the crowd erupted for a while. Charlotte looked at Dumbledore and found that he was also looking at her. Dumbledore's father also picked up the red wine on the table and nodded toward him. He also raised his own juice, and the two toasted and took a sip at the same time. It could be seen that Dumbledore was in a very good mood after Sirius was avenged. Charlotte stood in the hall on the first floor of the castle with the students who were going to Ilvermorny this time. This time, there are 28 people in total at the Magic Academic Exchange meeting, including Hagrid and Joya. This time, she is the team leader's assistant, responsible for all chores of the team leader. Ron stood on the stairs beside him anxiously and looked at Charlotte, Harry, and Hermione and the team. He couldn't figure it out, why he was the only one who wasn't selected when everyone applied together. Seeing the resentful look in his eyes, Charlotte almost couldn't laugh out loud. Hermione was originally excellent, so it was normal to be selected. Although Harry Potter was not outstanding enough, he had Dumbledore behind him, and Old Dang would definitely not let Harry miss this opportunity. Not long after, Professor McGonagall came out. She looked at the crowd and said with a very serious expression, "Everyone, please always remember that what you represent is Hogwarts. So in this exchange activity, don't do anything that damages the reputation of the school." Everything in Ilvermorny followed Charlotte Elwes' lead. Charlotte Elwes? Hearing this name, everyone present was stunned. Everyone looked at Charlotte standing at the front of the team with a very surprised look. He is just a first-year freshman. Why can he be the leader of everyone? Could it be that Professor McGonagall was wrong? Seeing everyone's expressions, Professor McGonagall said, "You heard me right. Your team leader this time is Charlotte Elwes. He is the team leader personally selected by Professor Dumbledore. I hope you can obey his orders." Although Professor McGonagall pulled out Dumbledore, Charlotte could tell that many people were still not convinced. After all, I was too young, and there were 7th grade students in the team this time, so how could they obey the orders given by 10 first-grade students? Charlotte walked out of the team directly and said to everyone, "I know everyone is puzzled. Why did Professor Dumbledore choose me to be the team leader? Next, I will let you know the reason. I will stand here without moving. As long as any magic you release can hit me, I will take the initiative. Give up participating in this exchange event. There is no limit to the number of people you can shoot together." As soon as these words came out, the audience was in an uproar. He actually wanted to challenge everyone by himself. You must know that the people participating in the exchange activity this time are all elites. How dare he, a first-year freshman, say such a thing? After everyone in the team heard this, their faces changed for a while, and 7 or 8 people immediately stood up. A first-year freshman doesn't take himself too seriously. A few of them are seniors of Gryffindor and Slytherin. Hufflepuff advocates fairness and fairness. If they are not convinced, they will only find Charlotte to single-handedly. It doesn't matter who pulls when Kelluo, whoever can be the team leader. Malfoy stood back and stared at Charlotte, a look of anticipation in his eyes. Since being hanged by Charlotte last time, he hid away when he saw Charlotte, for fear that the other party would make trouble for him. But this time Charlotte will definitely pay the price for his arrogance. These 7 or 8 people are the best students of Gryffindor and Slytherin. Anyone can be taken alone. He was so arrogant that he wanted to challenge everyone. He simply didn't know how to live or die. "Let's do it. We are still in a hurry." Hearing this, the 7 people frowned and immediately launched an attack. "Disarm you, stupid. Thousands of bullets." The attack of the 7 people came instantly. Charlotte just said lightly, "Armor protection." The magic released by the 7 seemed to hit an invisible wall, not even touching a single hair of Charlotte. And then Charlotte's wand tapped lightly. Thunderbolt. A trace of extremely weak lightning flashed in front of the eyes of the 7 people. Before they could react, they felt a burst of numbness in their bodies, and they collapsed to the ground immediately. This is a new spell casting method that Charlotte has recently researched, similar to the chain lightning in the magic novels he read in his previous life. It was the first time he used it on a real person, and the effect was not bad. Everyone present was dumbfounded when they saw this scene. They never expected that Charlotte would be so strong, especially the last move. It was simply amazing. This time, no one has any objections. Although Charlotte only used an iron armor spell just now, and many of them also knew this magic, their iron armor spell couldn't withstand the attack of 7 people, which also showed Charlotte's strength from the side. The group arrived at the station, led by Hagrid. Charlotte has been wondering how they will reach Ilvermorny, Zhao Hao. In the original book, Durmstrang's means of transportation is a dark ghost ship, which can sail on water or underwater, which is very cool. And Bosbaden's is even more gorgeous. It is a carriage pulled by 12 flying horses, and it amazes everyone when it comes out. And Hogwarts, as one of the big 3, must have a very powerful means of transportation, but Charlotte has never seen it. He said to Hagrid, "How do we get to Ilvermorny?" Hagrid pointed to the red train in front and said, "Of course I took the Hogwarts Express." Hearing this, Charlotte felt a little disappointed. The dignified Hogwarts, this way of traveling is too low, not tall at all. As if guessing what Charlotte was thinking, Hagrid laughed and said, "Don't worry, this is definitely a travel experience that you will never forget. Let's go, get in the car." Under Hagrid's urging, everyone boarded the train, and the train started to move slowly amidst a burst of loud sirens, and then went faster and faster. At this moment, Hagrid's voice sounded in the train. "Beautiful ladies and handsome gentlemen, next, the Hogwarts Express train is about to start flight mode. Please sit quietly in your seats and don't move around casually to avoid accidents. I am Rubius, the train driver for this time. Hagrid, I hope to bring you a pleasant journey." As soon as the voice came out, everyone, including Charlotte, was stunned. What did they hear? The train was about to go into flight mode. Woo! Just when they were in a daze, Hogwarts let out another loud whistle on the express train, and then the train detached from the track and flew into the air. Wow, that's cool. My God, the Hogwarts Express is flying. It's unbelievable. I've been in school for 7 years, and I never knew the Hogwarts Express could fly in the sky. Look, isn't the town of Hogsmeade below? There were bursts of exclamations in the train compartment, and everyone was particularly surprised by the fact that the train took off. Of course, Charlotte is also included, but considering that the Weasley family's classic cars can fly into the sky, it is not a rare thing that the Hogwarts Express train can run on it. But Charlotte still has to sigh with emotion, as expected of Hogwarts. The wizarding world has always rejected the products of Muggles. They were greatly hindered in opening this train. They did not expect that they would transform this train into a flying train. At this time, after the train made a big circle in the air, it turned on the stealth mode and flew towards the sky. In the carriage, watching the white cloud constantly drifting past the window, Harry Potter said to Hermione, "I can guarantee that Ron will be jealous to death if he knows that we will go to Ilvermorny School of Witchcraft and Wizardry in such a cool way." Hermione ignored him, but stared at Charlotte and said, "Why didn't you tell me that you were the leader?" "You didn't ask me either?" Charlotte said. Hermione got angry for a moment, and she turned her head to look at the scenery outside the window. At this time, Xiaoyu said with a smile, "Do you know which magic academies will come to participate in the exchange activities this time?" "Who is there?" Harry Potter asked very curiously. Counting the Ilvermorny School of Witchcraft and Wizardry that held the event, there are a total of 6 magic schools participating this time. Xiaoyu said, "The most famous ones are Bosbaden and Durmster, which are as famous as our Hogwarts. Long. Bosbaden is in the Pyrenees of France. It is said that the scenery there is as charming as an oil painting. I heard Robert Uncle mention that he went there when he was young. It is said that half of Bosbaden's castle is donated by the alchemist. The great alchemist Nicole May came from this school." Hearing Nicholas May, Hermione was also interested. He had always suspected that the Sorcerer's Stone that Snape wanted to steal from Dumbledore in the Chamber of Secrets was made by Nicholas. It is said that the Sorcerer's Stone can also be used to refine 460 Elixir of Life. And what about Durmstrang? She asked. This school is known as a hotbed of black magic. Joya didn't seem to want to mention this school, but she still said, Durmstrang is the only one among all the magic schools that does not prohibit the study of black magic. This is also a very mysterious school. Every outsider will be given a memory spell, which makes everyone not know where they are going. The notorious big devil Grindelwald is from Durmstrang. When Grindelwald was mentioned, Joya showed a hint of hatred on her face. Although the Streeter family survived intact in the end, this does not offset Grindelwald's evil deeds to the Streeter family. Then, she explained to them the Magic Academy Agadu located on Moon Mountain. This is a paradise for plants and animals, and the students of this school are best at refining various potions and taming magical animals. Ilvermorny is located in Massachusetts, the United States. Although it is out of the country, it is not very far away for a train that can fly. After they flew in the air for 2 or 3 hours, they heard Hagrid's voice. Gentlemen and ladies, we have arrived in Massachusetts, and it is still 15 minutes' drive from Mount Grey Lock, where Ilvermorny School of Witchcraft and Wizardry is located. Please get ready. As soon as the voice fell, Harry Potter pressed his face to the glass window and yelled, Look, what's over there? Everyone turned their heads to look and saw a few big birds with bright colors flying out of the distant clouds, and there were several people sitting on the back of each big bird. These big birds also found the Hogwarts Express train, and amidst the chirping of birds, the big birds flew towards this side quickly. When several big birds approached, Joya said loudly, It's the Wizards of Castro Bush. Look at the green clothes they wear. That's their symbol. The Wizards of Castro Bush drove the big bird close to the Hogwarts train. They greeted Charlotte and others excitedly through the window glass, BGCC, and it was obvious that they were particularly interested in the train. Harry Potter looked at the other party driving the big bird, soaring recklessly, and constantly making various difficult movements, with a look of envy in his eyes. Cool. If only I could have such an amazing animal. Charlotte laughed. You can ask Hagrid. He sure knows how to keep such a wonderful animal. At this moment, a mountain surrounded by clouds and mist appeared in front of it. On the top of the mountain, Charlotte vaguely saw a stone castle. Woo! At this moment, Hagrid blew the train whistle again. Immediately, a young wizard on a broom flew up in the opponent's castle. He gestured for the train to follow, landed on a spacious open space. On the way, Charlotte heard a burst of exclamation. It seems that the flying train is really cool. After getting out of the car, a middle-aged woman in a blue-red robe greeted her. She smiled and said to Hagrid, Welcome. I am Yolanda Sam, the headmaster of the Longhorned Water Serpent Academy in Ilvermorny. Hagrid scratched the back of his head in embarrassment, stepped aside, and revealed Charlotte behind, and said, Actually, I'm just a driver. This is the leader of our Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, Mr. Charlotte Elvis. Seeing Charlotte with a short stature and immature face, Yolanda was stunned for a moment, and then immediately said apologetically, I'm so sorry, Mr. Elvis. It was my mistake. Yolanda's attitude was very sincere, and she didn't ignore Charlotte because he looked like a teenager, because she knew that in the wizarding world, a person's strength cannot be measured by height. She also knew that the Dean of Ravenclaw of Hogwarts was a short man, but his strength should not be underestimated. Charlotte bowed and said, It's not your fault. I should have greeted you first. Yolanda has a very good impression of Charlotte, who is polite and polite. Ilvermorny and Hogwarts have a very deep relationship. This time, Yolanda volunteered to pick up Hogwarts. I'll take you to put your things down first. You can choose to rest in the room, or you can go around for a while. I will arrange students to guide you. Your Excellency, the principal, is now receiving the Principal Karlov of Durmstrang. I'll take you to see him later. Charlotte and the others followed behind Yolanda, looking curiously at the surrounding scenery. The architectural style of Ilvermorny Castle is completely different from that of Hogwarts. The castle of Hogwarts is full of a classical style, which is very magnificent, while Ilvermorny gives people a rough, and it feels simple, atmospheric, and practical. Along the way, they were like magical animals being watched. No matter where they went, they were watched. At this time, there was a sudden commotion among the students watching. Not knowing why, Charlotte and the others looked towards the direction of the crowd and saw a luxurious carriage drawn by 12 white flying horses flying over from the distant horizon. The surrounding students immediately let out a burst of exclamation. "It's the people from Beaux Batons," Yolanda said with a smile. "The people in this school always like to show off, and they always think that they're the most elegant wizards in the world." Charlotte smiled and didn't speak. He could hear some complaints in Dean Yolanda's tone. Presumably, there must be something wrong. Ilvermorny provided them with accommodation in a tower block on the south side of the school, and they lived on the 4th floor. After Yolanda arranged them, he left a 3rd-grade boy named Wade and a girl named Lilith as their guides here. Wade was very cheerful. Just as Yolanda left, he leaned over to Harry Potter's side and said a little excitedly, "Harry Potter, I know you. The hero who defeated the you-know-who and saved the wizarding world. The lightning scar on your forehead is exactly the same as the one in the legend." Hearing this, Harry said very seriously, "If I could, I'd rather not be this hero, so my parents wouldn't die." When Wade saw this, he immediately knew that he had said something wrong, so he immediately changed the subject and said, "Do you know why Ifromany's colleges and Hogwarts are both 4? That's because the founder of Ifromany, Ms. Aesop Searle, wanted to go to Hogwarts since she was a child. She felt that after entering Hogwarts, it should be an authentic Ravenclaw. So, when she created Ifromany, she created 4 colleges in the form of Hogwarts, namely the Horned Water Serpent, Thunderbird, Leopard Cat, and Goblin. They respectively represent scholars who are keen on reading and adventurers who like to explore, a warrior who advocates justice, and a doctor with noble morals." Harry's attention was also quickly drawn to Wade's topic. He didn't know that Ilvermorny, who had an extraordinary reputation in the wizarding world, had such a relationship with Hogwarts. Wade added, "To be honest, the train you took is really awesome, even cooler than Durmstrang's ghost ship. Can you take me on the train when you have time?" "Of course," Harry said. At this time, Charlotte said to Wade, "Can you show us your school? I am very interested in your school." He didn't come here specially to play. Dumbledore said that the clues of Cheelan's bloodline were hidden in the Thunderbird Academy. Charlotte wanted to find the clues as soon as possible and find the holy beast of Cheelan as soon as possible. Wade heard the words and said very respectfully, "No problem, Mr. Elvis. You can just call me Charlotte. We are all the same age," Charlotte said. Hearing this, the expression on Wade's face immediately became dull, and he looked at Charlotte in surprise with an expression of disbelief. "Pierre, are you kidding me?" The person who led the team to participate in the exchange activities this time was either the principal of the school or a highly qualified professor. Hogwarts actually sent a child to be the team leader. Wade didn't believe Charlotte's words at all. He still thought Charlotte was a short dwarf, not his peers. What he just said was just a joke to himself. At this time, Harry Potter said, "Charlotte is a freshman at Hogwarts just like me, except that he's Ravenclaw and I am Gryffindor, and I'm also a very powerful genius at our Hogwarts." Wade looked at Charlotte and asked cautiously, "Are you really a first-year freshman?" "Yes, it's true." After confirming again, Wade finally accepted this reality, but he became more and more curious about what kind of magical place Hogwarts is. Such an incredible decision. And at this time, Durmstrang Law School's residence. Karlov stood in his own separate room and said to a young man in Durmstrang's school uniform, "Has Lord Grindelwald sent you here with any instructions?" The young man said in a deep voice, "My lord hopes that you can find clues about the Cheelan Holy Beast in the Ilvermorny Academy of Witchcraft and Wizardry. This clue is extremely important to my lord. You must get it." Karloff bowed his head and said, "I will try my best to complete the mission completed by Lord Grindelwald, but Ilvermorny is so big. What do I need to find it?" "At Thunderbird Academy," the young man said. "This clue is related to a Thunderbird that Newt Scamander raised back then. My lord got the news that Thunderbird was left here later." "Proof. I see," Karloff said. "My lord has another piece of advice for you." "What is it?" The young man said. Don't mess with Hogwarts people, especially a little wizard named Charlotte Elvis. You don't need to know the reason. Just do it. Yes, I see. When Karloff raised his head again, the young man had disappeared. He recalled the words of the messenger in Grindelwald just now and frowned tightly. Charlotte Elvis. Who is this person who can make the great demon King Grindelwald so afraid? When will Hogwarts produce another character like this? Why do I have no news at all? No, you must immediately find out the details of this person. In the evening, the banqueting hall at Ilvermorny Castle. Charlotte didn't know how much Aesop Sir wanted to be a student of Hogwarts back then. This banquet hall was completely a replica of the Hogwarts Great Hall. It's just that there are many elements of Ilvermorny's own in this hall, and there is no starry sky ceiling of Hogwarts. As the leader of Hogwarts, Charlotte naturally sat with a group of bigwigs from various colleges, but his youthful appearance stood out among the crowd. The person sitting next to him is the vice principal from Castro Bush. This is a bald middle-aged man with a fat figure and a short brown beard on his upper lip. He's a very kind person. He said to Charlotte in a very weird accent, "How is Professor Snape? We met at the potions tournament before. What a genius potionist he is. He's developing a brand new potion recently. Otherwise, the team leader this time would be Professor Snape," Charlotte said, taking a sip of juice. The bald wizard named Walton said with a regretful expression, "That's really a pity. Originally, I wanted to share my experience in preparing potions with him. It seems that I can only find other opportunities. To be honest, I still can't believe it until now. Charlotte Elway, you are only 11 years old." Bang! At this time, Karloff, who was 2 people away from Walton, accidentally dropped the fork in his hand on the ground. Because of the sudden arrival of Grindelwald's envoy, he came to the banquet hall a little late today and naturally missed the opportunity for everyone to introduce each other. He had been thinking about what kind of wizard the Charlotte Elwes that Grindelwald was talking about was. Unexpectedly, this person was sitting in front of him, and he was only an 11-year-old child. What kind of abilities does a child have that someone like Grindelwald can remind himself of? The astonishment on Karloff's face flashed away, and he quickly hid the real expression in his heart with a smile, and said to the people next to him, "I'm sorry to disturb everyone's meal. I just thought of something and got a little fascinated." The principal of Ilvermorny, Ferdinand Amelia, is an old man who was born in the Longhorn Water Serpent Academy. His silver-white hair was combed meticulously. He said with a smile, "Don't worry about Mr. Carlos. It's not unusual for anything to happen in Ilvermorny." Karloff nodded his head lightly, with a smile on his face. Ilvermorny is very similar to Hogwarts. There's also a curfew at night, and students usually return to their respective colleges after dinner. Through this effort, Charlotte also thoroughly understood the specific process of this communication activity. This is very similar to some academic seminars in the previous life. The exchange activities lasted for about a week, including today and the dinner dance after the end, a total of 10 days. In the past few days, every day a big boss will come to the stage to explain the new progress he has made in a certain field. Everyone discusses and learns together in order to collide with new sparks. This kind of exchange activity used to be just a small private activity of wizard characters. Later, the various colleges felt that this exchange could make the wizarding world develop more rapidly, so they held it every once in a while. At the beginning, everyone really had an exchange mentality. But slowly, there are some among the various colleges showing off and comparing with each other. After understanding the situation, Charlotte sighed helplessly. "Why do you ask me to come to this kind of purely academic activity? Everyone is on stage to show the latest research results. Could it be possible for me to go up and perform a transformation of Balrog? Old Dang 2 is cheating me. It's better to quickly find the clues of Cheelan's holy beast and leave early." For finding clues, Charlotte has already thought of a very good way. That is to use the ability of nightmares to enter the dreamland to find clues. After exploring for a period of time, Charlotte discovered another ability of nightmare. That is, after he controls other people's dreams, he can torture people's souls in the dreams, and the other party will not lie. So, this afternoon, He asked Wade to take him on a tour of Ilvermorny. Charlotte already knew the location of the Thunderbird Academy clearly. After everyone fell asleep, he quietly changed into the form of a nightmare. After a little sensing, he disappeared into the room. The moment he disappeared, the 6th floor of the tower, a dark-skinned man suddenly opened his eyes, and there was a little confusion in his eyes, and then he murmured, "The power of the dream. Does anyone use dream spells here?" The man closed his eyes and sensed carefully for a moment, but found nothing, and then shook his head, ignoring the matter. The students and teachers of the Avada Academy of Magic live on the 6th floor. This academy is located on the Moon Mountain in Uganda, Africa. They recruit wizards from all over Africa, asking for flowers. Every wizard who meets the standard will receive the admission notice of the Magic Academy in their sleep, and when they wake up in the morning, they will find the admission notice next to their pillows. And this man is a dream emissary from Avada Magic Academy. He is very good at dream spells. Of course, his dream spell can only simply enter other people's dreams for some communication. Compared with the ability of Nightmare, it is simply not worth mentioning. But just to be on the safe side, the man still stood up, made a very weird gesture with his hands, and after chanting words for a while, a white gleam appeared in his palm, and the cage on the 6th floor of the waste tower was placed in the bottle. This is a protective spell, which can effectively prevent others from using dreamlike spells to spy. 0. At the same time, in the cabin of Durmstrang's ghost ship, Karloff appeared here wearing a black cloak. He pushed open the door of the cabin and walked in, then took out his wand and lit the lamp inside. 10 men in black robes with metal masks were sitting on a seat in the cabin. After seeing Karloff, the man proactively rolled up his sleeves, revealing the dark demon mark on his arm. When Karloff saw this, he immediately showed a very respectful gesture and asked, "What is the master's order?" The masked man's voice was very hoarse, and he said, "Master is very satisfied with the Philosopher's Stone you offered, and for your previous betrayal, Master decided to let the past go. Thank you, Master, for your kindness." Karloff said hastily. The masked man continued, "Master has given you a new order. Kill Harry Potter who came to participate in the exchange event, and take out his blood to offer to Master." After hesitating for a moment, Karloff gritted his teeth and said, "I will try my best to complete the mission of the Master." After the masked man stopped making a sound, Karloff raised his head with a thick wry smile on his face. Originally, he just wanted to be a vacillating weed, and he would fall to whichever one was stronger. But now it seems that this scumbag is too difficult to do. The 2 great Devil Kings have given him a task at the same time. Which one should he finish? Whoever he offends will be killed. Right now, we can only find clues about the Chelan Holy Beast, and then wait for the opportunity to kill Harry Potter. Otherwise, if we kill Harry Potter first, it will be too easy to cause panic, and this communication activate. On the 4th floor of the tower, Charlotte quietly returned to her room. In just a few hours, he found a lot of useful information. Earlier, Dumbledore said that the Chelan Holy Beast clues were in the Thunderbird Academy, and it had something to do with Newt Scamander. According to these 2 clues, he learned 2 crucial pieces of information from the students of Thunderbird Academy. One is that there is a ptarmigan living on the top of Mount Greylock, and this ptarmigan is likely to be the descendant of the ptarmigan that Newt and Scamander raised back then. The other is a book called Monsters and Their Origins, written by Newt Scamander in Ilvermorny's library. But Charlotte knows that this book is actually the original Fantastic Beasts and where to find them. For the time being, he still doesn't know if there is anything he wants in this book. Sia 027, Luo is going to check it out tomorrow. The next morning, Wade was still by his side as a guide for Charlotte and the others. After taking everyone to have breakfast, he said, "During the whole day today, Professor Salambu from the Agadu School of Magic will talk about some of his breakthroughs in alchemy in the large classroom on the 2nd floor. Everyone should know. The sorcerers from Agadu, Moon Mountain, are good at alchemy, astronomy, and transfiguration. If you're interested, you can listen to it. I guarantee that you will benefit a lot. The alchemy taught by Salambu is quite well known in the wizarding world." After he finished speaking, Only Hermione and a student of Hufflepuff were interested in alchemy and expressed that they wanted to listen to it, and the rest were indifferent. This is also reasonable. After all, Hogwarts College does not offer the course of alchemy at all, although there are books about alchemy in the library, but very few people go to borrow them. Seeing that most of the people were not interested, Wade continued. If you're not interested in alchemy, the third-rate area is a place for you to communicate freely, where you can exchange what you are good at, or you can play a game of Quidditch. People from every college are free to form teams to compete, and our Quidditch pitch in Ilvermorny is very good. I want to play Quidditch. Malfoy raised his hand high. He thought that his flying skills were not weaker than Harry Potter's, but he didn't have a suitable opportunity to prove himself. In Ilvermorny, he finally had a chance to show himself. Okay, no problem, Charlotte said with a smile. During this time in Ilvermorny, everyone can choose according to their own preferences, even if you play Quidditch here every day, as long as you don't mess with it. I don't care if there is any trouble. There is only one thing I want to emphasize. Before coming here, Professor Dumbledore told me that after returning to school, every student who participated in the exchange activities must submit a 3-foot-long paper. If you fail to complete it, you will bear the consequences. As soon as these words came out, not only Malfoy's face drooped, but everyone else's faces were not very good-looking. Everyone thought that this exchange event was quite close to a very interesting trip, but they didn't expect that there would be a 3-foot thesis assignment, which is simply killing me. Only Xiao showed a smile on her face. She is not a student, so she doesn't have to write a thesis. After everyone basically left, Harry Potter said, "Yesterday, I made an appointment with a wizard from Castrobush to see their rainbow bird. I heard that they keep magical animals in a backpack. Are you going?" Xiao shook her head and said, "I'm going to the duel club upstairs. I heard that many wizards who are good at defense against the dark arts will exchange spellcasting experience there and have fierce battles. I want to see it. Then I'll go with you. I'm quite interested in fantastic beasts," Charlotte said. In fact, what he was interested in was the backpack, which reminded him of Newt Scamander's suitcase. It looked like an ordinary suitcase, but in fact, it was bigger than a house. Hermione decided to attend alchemy lectures. Joya went to the dueling club. Charlotte and Harry went to Castrobusher's people. After everyone decided where to go, they parted ways in the restaurant. After several people left, Karloff, who was wearing a black robe, came out from a corner. He stared at the backs of Charlotte and Harry Potter, and a trace of color flashed across his face. Originally, he wanted to find an opportunity to get in touch with Harry Potter first, but this mysterious Charlotte was following beside him, which made him feel a little helpless. Castrobusher's people lived in another tower building, and when Charlotte and her two entered, they saw a boy in a green school uniform chasing a small, hairy elf around. Charlotte immediately recognized this as the Kaipora elf, a very mischievous and cunning creature. After being tamed by the Castrobush Academy of Magic, it was allowed to guard the school's grounds and buildings. But this little thing with a hard-to-change nature still caused headaches. After the two entered, the Kaipora elves flew saucers over the heads of Charlotte and Harry as if they had discovered a new toy. "Be careful! Get out of the way!" the boy yelled. While Harry Potter was still in a daze, Charlotte immediately took out her wand and quickly tapped it 3 times in the air. The next moment, the 3 fastest flying Kaipora elves turned into 3 purple balloons floating in the air, and the other 3 saw that the situation was not going well and turned around to run away. Charlotte's wand waved again and said, "All petrified." The 3 Kaipora elves all turned into hard stones and fell to the wooden floor. After the boy tidied up his messy clothes, he came forward and said, "The casting speed is so fast. No wonder Harry said that you were a super genius at Hogwarts. I've only seen it now. Hello, my name is Dean Fielding 4.9. You can call me Dean." "Charlotte Elvis, nice to meet you," Charlotte said. "You don't need to introduce yourself at all," Dean said with a smile. "At the dinner yesterday, almost everyone was discussing you. They were all guessing your real identity, and almost half of the people thought you were a dwarf. After all, there is no academy that will let a first-year student be the team leader. Dwarf? Although I'm only 11 years old, I'm about 1.5 meters tall, okay? This doesn't look like a dwarf. Charlotte spread her hands and said very helplessly, maybe they are just jealous of my talent and appearance. So they use your unrealistic guesses to slander me. Let's stop talking about this topic. I can visit your academy's breeding fantastic beast backpack. Why will not go on? My pleasure. Dean picked up the Kaipora elf that fell on the ground, then walked to the coffee table in the living room and threw it directly into a black backpack. This is a very inconspicuous travel backpack that can be placed anywhere, and there are even scuffs and unknown oil stains on the backpack. Dean smiled and said, there's no doubt about it. It's this backpack. 80% of the magical animals that we domesticate in Castrobusa are here. After speaking, he raised his foot and stepped in. After Charlotte and Harry Potter looked at each other, they also walked into the backpack. The two walked down a long wooden ladder, and there was a room below, which was very wide, and there were such sundries and food in it. There were a lot of things, but it didn't look messy at all. It was obvious that someone often to clean. There was a wooden door in the room that was half open. When the wooden door was pushed open, the eyes of Charlotte and Harry lit up immediately. Although Charlotte had been mentally prepared for a long time, he still felt extremely shocked when he saw the scene in front of him. There was a vast forest in sight. There's even a clear river flowing slowly, just like entering the 16 tropical rainforests in Brazil. In the woods, Charlotte had already seen many figures of magical animals. He had just walked up to them, and they disappeared without a trace in front of his eyes with a whoosh. Dean stepped forward and said, that's a blue-tongued skink lizard. It's very timid, but it can be invisible, and its speed is very fast. Most people can't catch up with it. The space here is several times wider than Charlotte imagined. He roughly estimated that it was almost as big as a small town. Dean walked forward and said, when I came in for the first time, I also had the same expression as yours. At first, I thought that the Academy spent a lot of effort to build this place, which used all the magical animals in the entire rainforest. Migrate in. Later, I learned that the college was originally protecting these magical animals from being extinct due to external factors, and when they grow to a certain number, the professors will still release them back to nature. Harry Potter pointed to a small green thing in front and asked in great surprise, is that a bowtruckle? It's the first time I've seen this little thing. That's right, it's them. Dean nodded and said, many trees in this space are thanks to their help in taking care of them. Otherwise, the trees would never have grown so lush. Let's go. I'll take you to see the rainbow bird. The rainbow bird is the big, colorful bird that Charlotte and the others saw on the train yesterday. The students of Castro Busher rode this big bird all the way from Linfei in the tropical rain. This kind of bird is very beautiful. Its feathers glow with colorful brilliance under the sun, and there is a faint, colorful light band in the sky where they fly, so the wizards named them rainbow birds. This bird is also known as one of the most beautiful magical animals. Harry Potter's goal today was to see this miraculous bird. When he walked through a pond, he discovered that there was a kind of green fluorescent fish swimming in the water. It's light-absorbing fish. As long as they are illuminated by light, they will emit this kind of fluorescence. Dean explained. Harry Potter exclaimed, it's amazing. Castrobush is indeed the academy that knows the most about magical animals in the entire wizarding world. Hearing this, Dean smiled and said, actually, Mr. Newt Scamander from Hogwarts is the most powerful magizoologist in the wizarding world. He knows every kind of magical animal in the world like the back of his hand, even the most powerful man in Castrobush. Many professors of magizoology admired him, and they bluntly said that Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them is the best magizoology textbook they have ever seen. Including this backpack, it was borrowed from Mr. Scamander's suitcase. In order to imitate the external environment, the professors of the college invited Mr. Scamander to ask him for advice. Hearing this, Charlotte nodded and said, Mr. Newt Scamander is indeed a very admirable scholar. I heard that there's a treasured copy of Monsters and Their Origins written by him in Ilvermorny. This is Fantastic Beasts and Where's the Original Version? Really? Dean's eyes lit up immediately, and he said excitedly, Mr. Scamander's class is my idol. Let's go to Ilvermorny's teacher later to see where this book is. I must read this book myself." After speaking, he speeded up and walked faster, as if he wanted to find this book immediately. Charlotte and the two quickly followed. From a distance, they saw a very large tree standing alone in an open space, and there was a very large bird's nest on top of the tree. Several colorful big birds were dancing on it. When they saw the three of them approaching, the big birds made a series of very pleasant calls. Under the big tree, Charlotte saw a very burly figure. Harry Potter glanced at Hagrid in some surprise. "I saw this man looking up at the rainbow bird on the big tree obsessively." After hearing Harry Potter's call, he turned his head and glanced at the three of them, then raised his head to look at the top of the tree. After the three approached, Hagrid suddenly said, "I want Dumbledore to build me a backpack like this when I go back. Do you think they will agree?" "No way, Hagrid." Charlotte looked at Hagrid very speechlessly, and 100 said, "This backpack is not made to keep magical animals. They are to protect these magical animals, and the eight-eyed spider you raised doesn't live very well in the Forbidden Forest. Why do you need such a backpack?" Hearing this, Hagrid fell silent immediately. After a while, he said, "But they also have a hippogriff here, and I think I could too." He didn't continue, because Hagrid himself felt that this childish reason was not convincing. At this time, Dean whistled vigorously at the big tree. Immediately afterwards, more than a dozen colorful birds flew out of their nests on the big tree, leaving rainbows in the air, and landed beside Charlotte and the others. Dean opened the cloth bag he had been holding in his hand. Inside were some scarlet beetles. He said, "Puff bug rainbow bird's favorite snack, but they don't like to eat live ones. It's better to dry them, the ones that are crunchy to the bite." Each of Charlotte and the others grabbed a handful, and the rainbow bird was not afraid of life, so it directly stretched its head over and ate it, and Hagrid laughed happily. Harry jokingly said, "Hagrid, since you like this place so much, why don't you go directly to Castello Bush as a teacher?" No, Hogwarts is my home. I can't leave," said Hagrid. At this time, the dueling club on the 4th floor of the teaching building. Malfoy lay on the ground in a state of embarrassment, looking at his opponent angrily. He had already seen that the student from Durmstrang was deliberately humiliating himself. The duel rule here is that the person who is knocked out of the wand first or takes the initiative to admit defeat is the loser. Originally, Malfoy wanted to go to the Quidditch pitch for a hearty match, but after hearing Charlotte say that everyone who participated in the exchange activities had to submit a 3-foot paper, he suddenly lost his mind. Then he heard that there was a dueling club on the 4th floor, so he wanted to come up to see the excitement. It's just that what Malfoy didn't expect at all was that he just wanted to experience the fun of a duel, but was humiliated repeatedly on the duel ring. The opponent's strength is quite strong, and he can definitely knock Malfoy's wand into the air with one blow, knocking him out of the game. But the other party didn't do this, but knocked Malfoy to the ground time and time again. Even if he didn't knock him out, Malfoy knew it well. This man just wanted to see himself admit defeat to him in embarrassment. As a pure Slytherin, there was no psychological burden on him to admit defeat. But when he saw the playful look in the other party's eyes, Malfoy held back, and he stood up again. "Enough!" Chalia couldn't bear it anymore. She stood up and reprimanded loudly. "He has already lost. What's the point of humiliating him like this?" Durmstrang's student is a boy with half-long hair. With a hint of sarcasm at the corner of his mouth, he said, "According to the rules of the duel, one party must lose the wand or take the initiative to admit defeat to be considered a failure. The wand is still in his hand, and he did not admit defeat, which shows that he still has the strength to fight. If you really don't want him to embarrass himself here, then admit defeat." Hearing this, Malfoy waved his wand directly. It's a pity that the other party's speed was faster, and before he could finish chanting the spell, the long-haired boy's spell had already landed on Malfoy. Flip in the air. I saw that Malfoy, who had been hit by this spell, flipped in the air for 2.5 weeks before lying on the ground again. This time, the wand in his hand was thrown and flew out. The 2 Slytherin students who came up with him quickly helped him down. Seeing this, the long-haired boy said with a smile, "It's too weak. It seems that Hogwarts, which is famous in the wizarding world, is nothing more than that. Not only the students are weak, but the teachers of the school are also weak. It's okay to make even one hair not even grow. The children who came here led a team. They are afraid of being seen as a joke. Hearing this, Xiaoyu frowned tightly. Malfoy lost the duel because he was inferior, but it's not good for you to humiliate Hogwarts with your mouth, especially if you dare to question Charlotte. He is the man who defeated Grindelwald, and he is also the man who saved the Streeter family. I will absolutely not allow anyone to slander him like this. Without even thinking about it, he stepped onto the dueling platform in one step. Seeing this, the long-haired boy smiled and said, "Another one coming up to seek death?" Xiaoyu didn't speak, just pulled out her magic wand, stood it up in front of her, and looked at the other party resolutely. The long-haired boy didn't speak anymore, but looked at Xiaoyu with disdain on his face. He had seen the duel between Xiaoyu and a student of Ilvermorny just now, and her defense against the dark arts was indeed at the bottom over Malfoy. But in an academy like Durmstrang, where duels are commonplace, it can only be described as mediocre. Stupid. Xiaoyu launched the first attack, but the long-haired boy easily blocked her magic with his wand and looked at Xiaoyu provocatively, motioning for him to continue. "Shenfeng Wuying." A voice full of anger came out, and the long-haired boy only felt a piercing pain in his shoulder. He turned his head and saw a 2-inch cut in the clothes on his left shoulder, which was bright red. The blood flowed out quickly. Xiaoyu was also stunned. She was dazzled by anger just now, and used the Shenfeng Wuying curse that she hadn't fully mastered yet. Fortunately, she was not very proficient, and this shot of Shenfeng Wuying missed. Otherwise, the long-haired boy who face-to-face might have his throat cut directly. Just when Xiaoyu was frightened into a cold sweat, the long-haired boy seemed to have been greatly insulted. He didn't expect that he would be injured by a little character who looked down on him. He glared at Xiaoyu and shouted loudly. Stupid. Unprepared, Xiaoyu was directly sent flying by the stun spell and hit a wall 3 or 4 meters away. The long-haired boy waved his wand again to attack Xiaoyu again when a crisp voice came from the side. "Stop!" A girl with long yellow hair came up and stood in front of Xiaoyu. She stared at the long-haired boy and said, "Chris, she has lost her hands-on ability. According to the dueling rules, you can no longer attack her, and you should go to the infirmary to treat the wound now." The long-haired boy named Chris gave Xiaoyu a hard look, turned, and left with his hands on his shoulders. When he and Durmstrang's students left, everyone immediately helped Xiaoyu up, and then woke her up with magic. Everyone still admired her very much, because in today's duel, Durmstrang students have always dominated the crowd on the stage. It wasn't just Malfoy who was humiliated. People in other colleges were more or less humiliated, but it wasn't as serious as Malfoy. And Joya was the first to injure Durmstrang students. The yellow-haired girl Joanna is a 7th grade student at Ilvermorny Thunderbird Academy. She is proficient in defense against the dark arts, so she was sent here by the teacher as a referee for the dueling club. After waking Xiaoyu up, she immediately asked, "How are you feeling? Do you need me to take you to the infirmary for treatment?" Xiaoyu shook her head, looked around, and asked, "Where's that Durmstrang student?" "You mean Chris. Don't be afraid. He has already left." Joanna said, "Don't worry, Qianli Zhao. He will never dare to retaliate against you. If he dares to treat you maliciously outside the dueling ring using magic, we will absolutely ask the Ministry of Magic to destroy his wand." "No, I'm not worried about myself. I'm worried about that Chris." Xiaoyu said, "That's the wound caused by Shenfeng Wuying. Even a small wound can be fatal or..." She remembered that Charlotte told her that the wound caused by Shenfeng Wuying was cursed, and if the anti-spell was not used for treatment, the wound would continue to bleed. Xiaoyu was also in a hurry at the time, and she didn't think so much at all. If that student named Chris made a publicity about his use of black magic, it would definitely cause unnecessary trouble for Charlotte. At this moment, Joanna said confidently, "Don't worry, it's fine. The professors at our Goblin Academy are best at treating all kinds of injuries. I didn't have any problems when I broke my whole arm last time." "I hope so," Xiaoyu said. Ilvermorny Library. Charlotte and Dean found the book, monsters and their origins very easily. It is not so much a book as it is a thick notebook. It's all hand-drawn by Newt Scamander with fantastic animal graphics, as well as some dense annotations. Dean held it in his hands like a treasure and couldn't put it down. But Charlotte did not find any clues about Cheelin and the Holy Beast in this book. Although there are related introductions about Cheelin in this book, it does not mention where Cheelin lives now. It seems that I still have to go to the Thunderbird Academy to see if I can find any clues. After parting ways with Dean in the library, Charlotte was about to go to Thunderbird Academy by herself, but just after taking 2 steps, she was hit head-on by a man. Sorry. The other party immediately bowed down and apologized. Charlotte didn't speak, but was attracted by the long silver hair of the other party. Seeing this color of hair, Charlotte roughly guessed the identity of this person, because it was a unique symbol of Vila blood. The girl raised her head. Charlotte was once again amazed by her delicate face and those light blue eyes. Among the women he had met, only Joya could compare with her. Furong Delacour, 670 Furong, was about to speak, but she didn't expect Charlotte to call out her name in one gulp. She was stunned for a moment, and then said with some surprise, "You know me? I think Miss Delacour's business appearance has spread throughout Ilvermore." Chong Luo said generously, "Every man who loves beauty should pay attention to you." Facing the sudden compliment, Fu Rong's face turned red immediately. In fact, she has long been used to being the center of attention and being praised in person, but for some reason, she suddenly became shy when facing Charlotte. "I also know you, Mr. Charlotte Elwes, the leader of the Hogwarts Exchange Group. You were also the focus of everyone's attention yesterday." Charlotte smiled slightly and said, "It's my honor, and I hope we can be friends in the future." After finishing speaking, he nodded slightly to Furong, and then walked towards Thunderbird Academy. Although Charlotte only had a few short conversations with Furong, he did not feel the arrogance and coldness described in the original book, but a kind and friendly feeling. This made an excellent impression on him. Although in the original book, Fleur's strength is not as good as that of Cedric and Victor, and even lost to Harry Potter when rescuing the hostages. But when facing the giant dragon in the first level, she cast a spell to hypnotize the dragon easily. You must know that it takes 7 adult wizards to cast spells together to strike 10 electric dragons. And Furong can do it alone, which shows her strength. In the original book, such a beautiful and powerful woman would be rejected by the Weasley family, and Mrs. Weasley felt that Fleur was not good enough for his son Bill Weasley. This made Charlotte very puzzled. At this time, Fu Rong stood in place and looked at Charlotte, who was gradually leaving, with complex emotions flashing across her face. Of course, she knows how lethal her appearance is, and with the addition of Vila blood, almost every man will be attracted to her, so she usually pretends to be aloof, so as to block the opposite S*X entanglement. But this Charlotte was completely different from the boys he had seen before. He praised his beauty without hesitation, but turned around and left very decisively, without the slightest delay. Could it be that I haven't had enough sleep recently, which has caused my charm to decline? After seeing Charlotte disappear around the corner, Fu Rong quickly ran outside with a bunch of things in her arms. The tower where the Thunderbird Academy is located is on the west side of Ilvermorny. It seems to be independent from the entire academy, and this tower is also the tallest building in the entire academy. In the morning, BGCF, had already asked Wade, as long as he revealed his identity, a special person would show him around. After seeing the Black Tower, Charlotte walked up quickly, and from a distance he saw a familiar figure from behind. Joya. Hearing the sound, Xiao Yazi quickly turned her head, and when she saw Charlotte, a hint of surprise appeared on her face. Charlotte asked again, "Didn't you go to the dueling club? Why did you come here?" Hearing this, Xiaoya sighed softly and told the original story of what happened at the dueling club today. "So, you wounded Durmstrang's student with a magic blade?" Charlotte said. Xiaoya nodded frantically and looked at Charlotte cautiously, for fear that he would get angry. "I didn't expect you, Charlotte, to not care about this matter at all. Instead, you smiled and said, 'You did a good job, but your use of the god's shadowless curse is too bad. After you go back, practice more.' The next time you use it, you must use it. Hit it. Ah, Xiaoyu was stunned for a moment, thinking that Charlotte would definitely blame herself for using the shadowless magic curse to injure people indiscriminately. After all, this is black magic, and ordinary wizards despise black magic very much. Using it in public is sure to get you in trouble. But I didn't expect Charlotte to have such a reaction, which made Xiaoyu suddenly not. Aren't you afraid of being troubled by Durmstrang's people? Do you think I'd be scared? Charlotte said. Xiaoyu thought for a while and said, I shouldn't be afraid. Then is there any problem? Charlotte said with a smile. Speaking of this matter, we should be at a loss. That Chris just suffered some flesh and blood, and Hogwarts was slandered by him. What we have suffered is mental trauma. Karlov better not come to trouble me. Otherwise, I will let him go around. Hearing this, the corners of Joanna's eyes, who were standing aside, couldn't help twitching twice. Is he crazy? How dare you say such crazy words? Everyone knows that Durmstrang does not prohibit black magic, and it is a college that promotes dueling customs. Almost every student is a duelist. And Karloff himself was once a Death Eater under the Dark Lord, brutal and cold-blooded. A lot of people have no time to hide from him, but you want him to go around. Why do you, an 11-year-old student, have such confidence? And judging from Xiaoya's appearance, she doesn't seem to be talking big. What's going on? At this moment, Charlotte said, I just want to visit the Thunderbird Academy, so you can be my guide. 2 hours later, Charlotte came out of the tower with a dusty scale in her hand. This is the clue he got about the holy beast Qilin at the Thunderbird Academy. This scale was found in a painting of the Thunderbird Academy. The reason why he was able to find that there was a problem with this painting. It was also because of Xiaoya's talent for prophecy that she felt a vague and inexplicable strange feeling in this painting. After Charlotte checked, sure enough, found this scale. If he was not mistaken, this should be a port key. But for some reason the port key is not activated now, so he cannot move to the designated location for the time being. However, his mission of coming to Ilvermorny has been completed, and he can enjoy this journey to the fullest in the next time. Xiaoya looked at Charlotte's smiling face and asked curiously, What did you just get in that painting that made you so happy? It's nothing. It's just a door key to the residence of the holy beast Qilin. Charlotte said, I heard that the blood of the holy beast Qilin can improve the wizard's prophecy ability. When I find it, I will help you get some. Xiaoyu shook her head and said, No, I have never drank blood since I grew up. Although I am Dambell. As long as I drink blood, I will become dependent, although I will not be as eager as a real vampire. Blood, but I don't like that feeling. Also, Charlotte smiled and said, Let's go, it's lunchtime. When the two came over, the dining room was already full of people, and they quickly found the seats that belonged to Hogwarts. After sitting down, Charlotte discovered some problems. Different from dinner, everyone at lunch is more casual, and the seating positions are not divided according to the school. Everyone sits and eats with like-minded people, discussing some magic knowledge while eating. Only at Hogwarts, everyone sat together, and no students from other colleges intended to sit with them. Charlotte asked curiously, Can anyone tell us what's going on here? Everyone seemed to have not heard what he said, just buried their heads in their meals. After a few seconds, Hermione said helplessly, I don't know who spread the rumor that Hogwarts has completely declined, and the school can't send out a decent teacher, so everyone seems to be don't like talking to us. No sooner had she finished than one of Hufflepuff's students continued. Other colleges have very powerful teachers who talk about brand new magical research results in the classroom. But we at Hogwarts have not prepared any courses, which somewhat makes people look down on us. 11. What Charlotte heard was confused. Isn't this communication activity for promoting development? Why is there still a chain of contempt? Before coming here, Old Dang never told me about such a thing. Had he known it was like this, even if he was killed, he would not have led the team to participate in this Lashizi exchange activity. However, he quickly put this matter behind him. What does it have to do with him? Old Dang only said that he asked me to ensure the safety of the students. As for you being despised by everyone, what does it have to do with me? Ignoring the depressed people, Charlotte began to bury her head in eating. Among other things, The food in Ilvermorny was quite delicious, and the elves here could even make French and some simple husha dishes. This surprised Charlotte, and if there was a next time, he would definitely bring the house elves from Hogwarts and let them share their cooking experience with the elves from Ilvermorny. And on the other side, after Karloff glanced at the injury on Chris's shoulder, he said with a calm face, "It's the god's shadowless curse. It's an extremely vicious black magic. If the caster doesn't use the counterspell on you, then your wound will be difficult to heal, and you may bleed for the rest of your life." Karloff naturally knew this magic. Back then, he and Snape were Voldemort's right-hand man, and he had seen Snape use this powerful magic against the enemy more than once. Hearing this, Chris suddenly panicked. He originally thought it was just an injury caused by ordinary magic, but when he came back, he found that no matter what method he used, the wound could not be healed. So he approached Karloff. "Principal Carlos, please save me. What are you panicking?" Karloff yelled and said, "To openly use such vicious black magic in the arena of a duel is simply the scum of the wizarding world, and we must ask the people of Hogwarts for an explanation." Hearing this, Chris was stunned for a moment. For the people of Durmstrang, using black magic is just like everyday life, and no one will think what will happen to using black magic, unless you use it to kill people or conduct some very inhumane experiments. "I just want you to come forward and let that girl use the anti-spell to help me heal the wound. You don't need to react so much, right?" Karloff frowned at Chris and asked, "Why, don't you want—" No. Everything is under the principal's arrangement," Chris said hastily. In Durmstrang, no one dared to disobey the order of Karloff, and he was as terrifying as the Dark Lord in the eyes of the students. And Karloff doesn't really want to ask someone from Hogwarts for an explanation. He really wants to treat Chris' injury. He can come to the door politely. I believe that Hogwarts will never say anything. The reason why he acted so strongly was because he wanted to test Charlotte's true strength. Ever since Grindelwald sent someone to warn him last time, Karloff has been very curious in his heart. What is so special about this seemingly ordinary Charlotte Elvis that can make the big devil afraid? Meanwhile, the manner of Grindelwald. Grindelwald, who was hit hard before, has completely recovered at this moment, and he is even younger than before. Reyna said to Grindelwald, who was standing at the window, "Boss, as you said, 2 vampire families have already agreed to form an alliance with us. However, the reputation of these 2 vampire families in the wizarding world is not very good. Will forming an alliance with them bring us bad luck?" "Influence," Grindelwald said with a smile. "What is good and what is bad? When I become the person who makes the rules, I have the final say on whether it is good or bad. If you want to achieve great things, there is no need to entangle these details. How is Momra now? We must have a stronger power. The strength of the Balrog is not something that individuals can contend with. I have already selected a brand new carrier of Momo. He is the most loyal believer of the boss." Lena said, "It's just that Momo's formation is too slow, let alone meet our needs." Grindelwald frowned slightly and said in a deep voice, "You don't need to worry about this. I'll let them figure out a way. You should pay more attention to Carlos. And find Sheelan. I need its blood." "I will, Aunt. Why didn't Headmaster Carlos come over? Did something happen?" At the dinner, Professor Walton of Castrobusher glanced at the vacant seat beside him and muttered something in a low voice. Not only Karloff, but Durmstrang students did not come to the banquet hall today, and everyone present felt a trace of uneasiness. Xiaoya, who was sitting below, had already felt very keenly that the abnormal behavior of Durmstrang Academy was definitely related to the fact that she used the shadowless curse to injure Chris today. She looked at Charlotte, who was sitting on it, very disturbed. But there was a smile on Charlotte's face, giving him an expression that something happened and I was on my shoulders. At this moment, Karloff came in aggressively with the students from his academy. As soon as he entered the door, he stared at Charlotte closely with gloomy eyes for 3-3, as if Charlotte owed him money. Upon seeing this, Amelia, the headmaster of Ilvermorny, immediately stood up and asked, "Mr. Carlos, what is this?" Karloff first nodded his head slightly, and then said, "I'm very sorry, Headmaster Amelia. I'm late because of something wrong with my student, but while everyone is here, I would like to ask someone from Hogwarts to give me an explanation." Hearing this, everyone present was stunned for a moment. Let someone from Hogwarts give an explanation? Karloff, what is this trying to do? He pulled Chris to the front and then took off the bandage on his left shoulder, exposing a 2-inch wound in front of everyone's eyes, and the wound was still flowing out. Amelia was born in Goblin Academy, and she is best at healing magic and potions. After seeing this situation, he immediately went forward to check it out and then cast a few healing spells, but the wound couldn't be healed at all. Amelia frowned and said, "This is an injury caused by black magic." "Who injured you?" Karloff snorted coldly, looked at Charlotte with a calm face, and said, "Then you have to ask Mr. Charlotte Elwes, the leader of Hogwarts College. He actually connives at the students of his own college to openly use this vicious black magic in the duel ring." The voice fell, and the audience was in an uproar. All the people in the banquet hall looked at Charlotte, and some people looked at Xiaoya because they knew that it was Xiaoya who injured Chris. White wizards hate black magic very much. Although they can also study black magic, they don't use black magic to attack humans. Anyone who does this will be labeled as a black wizard and will be hated by all white wizards. Amelia looked at Charlotte and asked, "Mr. Elvis, do you have any explanation?" "No." Amelia was also caught off guard by Charlotte's straightforward answer. "In fact, this matter can be big or small. Anyone with a discerning eye can tell that this is Karloff's excuse to make Hogwarts ugly. Isn't it black magic? The last person in the wizarding world who has no right to accuse the dark arts is your Elmstrong. And you, Karloff, were even Voldemort's Death Eaters. What are you trying to do by jumping here now?" He thought, as long as Charlotte makes a few casual excuses, Amelia will settle the matter in the middle. Unexpectedly, Charlotte didn't explain at all. She was still too young to handle things smoothly. After taking a sip of the juice calmly, Charlotte stared at Karloff and said, "As far as I know, there is no rule in the dueling rules that wizards cannot use black magic, and your student is only slightly injured. You want to make a big mess against me, or against Hogwarts. Hereby." "Karloff, just get straight to the point. What do you want? Don't engage in such twists and turns here. I feel uncomfortable." Hearing Charlotte's words, Karloff's expression froze. Amelia also looked at the indifferent Charlotte with a surprised face. He didn't expect that Charlotte could see through the truth of this matter at a glance at a young age. No wonder Dumbledore dared to let him be the team leader, which is indeed extraordinary. Karloff said with a sullen face, "I don't mean anything against you either. It is an indisputable fact that you connive at students using black magic. I just need you Hogwarts to apologize to my student on the spot and heal his injuries." "No way." Before he finished speaking, he was interrupted by Charlotte. Professor Walton of Castroboucher touched Charlotte lightly and said in a low voice, "Don't be so determined. As long as you heal that student's injury, I will personally help you solve this matter." Charlotte shook her head lightly, looked at Karloff with a sneer, and said, "Durmstrang's students humiliated Hogwarts in the duel ring, and then were wounded by Hogwarts people. In my opinion, there is nothing wrong with this incident. You should be the ones to apologize, right? You are the ones who asked for help now. Carlos, who gave you the courage to say such a thing? Voldemort." Karloff's expression changed slightly, and his heart suddenly thumped. Charlotte, who didn't play cards according to common sense, has already disrupted all his original arrangements. At this time, he already regretted coming to Charlotte for trouble. This person's eyes seemed to be able to see clearly a person's heart. Terrible. Although the change of expression on his face was very subtle, it still couldn't hide from Charlotte's eyes. Charlotte also thought that Carlos would find fault because of this incident, but he did not expect that this person would use such a form. If it is not handled properly, Joya's use of black magic to hurt people may cause her wand to be destroyed and suffered from prison 4.6. And doing so would not be of any benefit to Carlos, so Charlotte guessed that he had other plans. Either Grindelwald or Voldemort was behind the scenes. Therefore, he deliberately mentioned Voldemort's name, and Karloff's expression changed as expected. Charlotte was 100% sure that there was something wrong with Karloff, so it would be easier. At this moment, Karloff made a weird gesture with his right hand behind his back. Behind him, a tall boy with short black hair came to the front immediately, He pulled out his magic wand, looked at Jinlaw with indignation, and said, "Apologize. Otherwise, you will fight me in the ring." Hearing this, Charlotte froze for a moment, then said with disdain, "If you want to duel with me, you deserve it too." As soon as these words came out, all the people present were stunned. Professor Walton, who was sitting next to him, looked at Charlotte dumbfounded, his eyes full of disbelief. He couldn't believe that such arrogant words came from Charlotte's mouth. Although the two have just met for 2 days, Charlotte has always given him a humble and polite image. That's why he said just now that he was willing to help Charlotte. And the boy who stepped forward to challenge Charlotte turned red when he heard this, and stared fixedly at Charlotte, feeling as if he had been greatly humiliated. At this moment, the entire banquet hall was silent. The atmosphere is depressing, making people feel a little restless. A disdainful smile appeared on the corner of Charlotte's mouth, and he said to Karloff, "Why do you need to find a student if you want to see my strength? You will know if you come up and try it yourself." As soon as these words came out, the people below were even more surprised from ear to ear. What does he mean by that? Does he think that the boy just now is not good enough and want to fight Karloff? 16. Oh my God, isn't he crazy? Karloff is the headmaster of Durmstrang, and his magic skills are superb. How dare he? Crazy, crazy. He simply doesn't know what to do. Even if he is a genius at Hogwarts, how long has he only learned magic? Principal Carlo has more than 10 years of spellcasting experience in the middle school. Durmstrang is the school with the most experience in dueling among the many academies. Not to mention that he is challenging Karloff. All of a sudden, everyone was talking about it. Even the Hogwarts students looked at Charlotte in amazement, and Malfoy seemed to have been petrified. Self-proclaimed genius, he was tortured to pieces by Durmstrang's students in the arena. Just a student has such a powerful strength, let alone the headmaster Carlos. Is Charlotte crazy? Stop him quickly, or you will really be beaten to death. Xiaoyu said calmly, "Don't worry, Charlotte won't lose." You actually think Charlotte will win. You don't even know the horror of Carlos. He can eat death. His black magic is very powerful. Malfoy roared loudly. At this moment, Karloff stared at Charlotte, gritted his teeth, and said, "I agree to your request." Now he has no way to go back. If he does not agree, he may become the laughingstock of the entire wizarding world, and his dignity in Durmstrang College will also be discredited. Even if he lost the duel, he would have other excuses to justify himself. What if this Charlotte is just a paper tiger? He is actually not as powerful as he imagined. Not to mention he is just a child. At this time, Amelia showed a look of anxiety on his face, and he said, "You too. I don't think a duel is the only way to solve this matter. We can sit down calmly and have a good chat with the children." Charlotte laughed. "I have nothing to talk to him about. A fight will settle everything. Don't worry. We live and die with confidence and will not implicate Ilvermorny School of Witchcraft and Wizardry." Hearing this, Amelia showed a helpless wry smile on her face. Hearing what Charlotte meant, the duel between the two was unavoidable, but he couldn't figure out where Charlotte got the courage to fight Karloff. "I'm a person who has experienced that period of darkness, and I know how powerful Karloff's methods are." After sighing, Amelia transformed the banquet hall into a temporary duel venue, with Charlotte and Karloff standing on each side. The rest of the people formed a circle from a distance to surround the two of them. Among them, a pair of very beautiful light blue eyes looked at Charlotte nervously. Fu Rong's hands were tightly touching her skirt, with a very serious expression on her face. Tension. In her opinion, Charlotte and Ben could not be Karloff's opponent. At this time, both of them were ready. Karloff is worthy of being an experienced dark wizard. He didn't chant spells at all, but used silent casting. I saw the magic wand in his hand pointing at Charlotte like lightning, and a blue brilliance flew towards Charlotte's body. The speed was so fast that people were caught off guard. Boom! A soft bang sounded, and Charlotte swung her wand directly to block the attack. Karloff on the opposite side didn't take it lightly because Charlotte was an 11-year-old child. The wand in his hand kept waving towards Charlotte, and the colorful magic light flew towards Charlotte quickly. But without exception, all of them were blocked by Charlotte. On the surface, it seemed that Charlotte was being suppressed by Carlos, but the experienced Amelia and a group of professors could see it very clearly. Although Carlos has been attacking, his breath has begun to be disordered. On the other hand, Charlotte, who is defending, has a calm face and no panic at all. Karloff loses. This idea suddenly appeared in everyone's mind. The surrounding professors suddenly felt a turmoil in their hearts. Seeing them look at each other, they all saw the deep horror in each other's eyes. He is still a child. How could there be such a powerful fighting skill? Moreover, the magic power on Charlotte's body is absolutely no less than that of Karloff, and may even exceed it. What kind of monster is this? No wonder Dumbledore dared to lead a team to Ilvermorny. With such strength, it is estimated that even the Aurors of the Ministry of Magic cannot compare. At this moment, Cacalucian, who had been unable to attack for a long time, was a little panicked. He can feel that although Charlotte is extremely calm at this moment, as long as his attack stops, he will definitely receive a thunderous blow from him. Grindelwald's warning is right. This Charlotte is indeed extremely powerful. Thinking of this, Karloff decisively stopped the attack and chanted a spell in his mouth. Super strong armor protects the body. Impregnable. Expels the enemy. As soon as his incantation sounded, Amelia frowned immediately. This Karloff really had a few brushes. The super armor body was an upgraded version of the iron armor curse, which ordinary people couldn't use at all. And judging by the way he cast this spell, it's not an ordinary version. The super strong armor that Karloff cast is like protecting himself in a circular energy shield, with no dead ends at 360 degrees, and the protection is tight. He no longer wants to beat Charlotte, but only wants to be able to draw a tie. This super armor body is an improved version of himself. Its defense is amazing, almost 5 or 6 times that of ordinary armor spells. Karloff once experimented. Under the strong attack of 4 elite wizards, he insisted on holding on for half an hour. But the casting time of this defensive magic was a bit long, and it was easy to be interrupted. And Charlotte didn't seize this flaw to attack herself. So now she is invincible. Seeing the confident Karloff, Charlotte said lightly, "Are you ready? Then I'm going to attack." As soon as the words fell, a super strong wave of magic power came from Charlotte. Amelia and the others were taken aback. This is definitely not the magical power that an 11-year-old child should have. It is too powerful. Everyone looked at each other, took out their wands, and shouted in unison, "Protect all!" Suddenly, a transparent barrier separated Charlotte and the onlookers. They all saw that Charlotte's next attack was absolutely earth-shattering. Karloff's super armor body itself has the effect of rebounding magic. If it hurts a student, the consequences will be unimaginable. At this moment, Karloff was even more terrified. He actually felt a sense of oppression from Charlotte that he could only experience from Voldemort. Who is he? Thunderbolt. The moment Karloff was lost in thought, Charlotte's voice resounded throughout the banquet hall. In just an instant, a dazzling silver brilliance flashed in front of everyone's eyes. The huge lightning was like a sharp spear, with arcs of fangs and claws. Energy above. Boom! A dull voice sounded. Everyone felt the whole hall shake slightly. Everyone felt a slight numbness in the skin of their bodies flowing from head to toe, and the long hair of many girls began to become fluffy, like a lion with a fried fur. At this moment, everyone felt that the pressure from Charlotte was as deep as the sea, like a god. Crackling. Charlotte's full-strength thunderbolt failed to break Karloff's super-strong iron armor in the first place. The lightning that extended from the top of the wand and the energy shield collided with violent sparks, and part of the current was bounced aside, hitting the magic barrier cast by the professors, and there was a burst of explosion. Everyone watching this scene was dumbfounded. No one thought that Charlotte's magic would be so fierce. Even if his opponent was the equally powerful Carlos, it would be impossible for anyone else to last even a second. The people at Hogwarts watched it straight up, as many of them were dissatisfied with Charlotte before. Even after being taught a lesson by Charlotte, they have never been sincerely convinced. Today they were ignored by people from other colleges, and they also blamed Charlotte for the reason. But now, their expressions have all changed. It turns out that this is Charlotte's real strength. She is so strong. But at this time, Charlotte was extremely dissatisfied with her performance. Karl Karloff could become the headmaster of Durmstrang, and he also has a few brushes. This super strong armor is really good. But that's all. Suddenly, the magic power on Charlotte's body rose again, and the lightning from the tip of his wand became thicker. Crack! There was a clear and crisp sound, like the sound of porcelain shattering. Karloff's super strong armor body was instantly shattered by lightning, and Karloff flew upside down and fell to the ground 4 or 5 meters away. He didn't know whether he was dead or not. The shock wave generated by the thunderbolt, smashing the energy shield, directly shattered the magic barrier that the professors jointly arranged. The onlookers were knocked to the ground by the powerful shock wave, and the entire banquet hall was in chaos. Amelia, Walton, and the others stared dumbfounded at the intact Charlotte, then at Karloff, who was lying on the ground, dead or alive, and swallowed with difficulty. Where did this monster come from? The students present were all stunned. They never imagined that Gilois could really defeat Durmstrang's principal, Igor Karloff. I'm not dreaming. Malfoy rubbed his eyes vigorously, and after confirming the authenticity of this matter once again, a hint of excitement appeared on his face. Although he wasn't the one who defeated Karl Karloff, he felt extremely happy at the moment, and finally let out the humiliation of being humiliated by Durmstrang's people today. After a while, everyone woke up like a dream. When everyone looked at the tall and straight figure in the field, the awe in their eyes was like looking at a god. Xiaoya drew a smile on the corner of her mouth and said, "I told you a long time ago that he will definitely win." At this time, Amelia and others rushed forward to check Karloff's injuries, and after pouring all kinds of healing magic and healing potions, Karloff finally regained consciousness. Amelia let out a long breath, but fortunately no one was killed. However, Karloff's injuries looked extremely serious. In fact, he only had a few broken ribs. There was no damage caused by lightning on his body. It seemed that Chong Luo restrained his magic power in the final stage. Otherwise, if such a powerful lightning fell on him, it is estimated that Karloff would be burned to charcoal on the spot. Thinking of this, Amelia couldn't help but take a deep look at Charlotte. It's not scary to have great power, but what's scary is that he can control such powerful magic to a miraculous level, which is simply shocking. How on earth did Dumbledore cultivate such a monster? At this moment, Charlotte came to Karloff with a long sword in hand, and everyone's eyelids twitched. What is he trying to do? Does he really want Carlos' life? Amelia got up quickly and said, "Mr. Elvis, Carlos has no ability to fight anymore. You have one. Don't worry, I'm not interested in his life at all. I just want to ask him a few questions." Charlotte came to Karloff and raised the point of her sword to his throat. "What is your purpose in doing this today?" Karloff said, "I just want to test your real strength and see if it is as powerful as the rumors say." As soon as the words were spoken, a look of horror appeared on his face. Because in Karloff's heart, Wang Li's, what he wants to say is not this answer. After Charlotte heard this, she nodded lightly and continued to ask Li, "Then what is your purpose in coming to Ilvermorny this time?" After struggling for a while, Carlos still opened his mouth and said, "I was ordered by Gellert Grindelwald to come to Ilvermorny to search for the traces of the Chelan Holy Beast, and by the way cooperate with Voldemort's Death Eaters to kill Voldemort's nemesis, Harry Potter, and take Harry Potter's blood to offer to Voldemort." As soon as these words came out, the audience was in an uproar. Even Amelia looked at Karloff with astonishment on his face. He originally thought that what happened today was just a trivial matter, but he didn't expect that both the great demon Lord Grindelwald and the Dark Lord Voldemort were involved at the same time. Maybe the current Ilvermorny has already infiltrated the Death Eaters. Thinking of this, Amelia's back burst into a cold sweat. Today is really thanks to Charlotte. Otherwise, the consequences would be disastrous. Charlotte withdrew the answering sword, lost in thought. He got two pieces of information from Karloff's words. One was that Grindelwald was also looking for the Holy Beast of Chelan, and the second was that Voldemort needed Harry Potter's blood. Could it be that at this time Voldemort has already started preparing to refine a brand new body? But according to the records in the original book, Voldemort was officially resurrected when Harry Potter was in the 4th grade, which was at least 3 years earlier than the original plot. Something must have happened that I didn't know about. Charlotte held the sword again and asked, "Is Voldemort about to be resurrected? What kind of connection is there between Grindelwald and Voldemort?" Karloff despaired and said, "I don't know about Voldemort's condition, but a few months ago, Grindelwald sent Voldemort a sorcerer's stone through my hand." Hearing this, Charlotte was stunned for a moment. Unexpectedly, it was such a reason that Grindelwald would kindly gift Voldemort with the sorcerer's stone. No wonder Voldemort was already plotting Harry Potter's blood now. It seemed that he had already recovered part of his strength through the power of the Philosopher's Stone. As long as he got Harry's blood again, he would be able to return to his peak state. The reason why Grindelwald would do this is probably just to let Voldemort muddy the waters of the entire wizarding world so that he can benefit from it. Or Grindelwald, who has acquired the power of obscurity, will come as a savior, directly kill Voldemort, and become 013 the hero who saves the wizarding world. This is simply the most perfect whitewashing plan. Thinking of this, Charlotte couldn't help but slander secretly. "This old coin is really a good idea." After speaking, he took back the answering sword, looked at Karloff with dim eyes, and said, "Didn't Grindelwald and Voldemort warn you before you came that you must take a detour when you see me?" Hearing this, Karloff showed a hint of remorse on his face. If he had known the ending like this, he should be obedient and not be curious at all. "But it's too late now," Charlotte said to Amelia. "This person is suspected of colluding with Death Eaters to murder our Hogwarts students," and asked Principal Amelia to notify the Ministry of Magic to come for interrogation. "Okay, I'm going to contact the Aurors of the U.S. Ministry of Magic." Amelia nodded. It was about Voldemort and Grindelwald. He dared not be careless. These two people are both super demon kings who almost ruled the wizarding world. Although the former was defeated more than 10 years ago, the dialogue between Carlos and Charlotte seemed to show signs of revival. And the latter escaped from prison in Nurmengard, which is closely guarded and made big news in Bulgaria. Bika, can set off a storm in the wizarding world if anyone sneezes. After such an incident, the dinner party will definitely not be eaten. Everyone in Durmstrang was taken away. The professor and students of Ilvermorny took their wands and locked them in a room. Take half a step away. After returning to the residence, Harry Potter walked over worriedly and asked, "Is Voldemort really going to be resurrected?" "Probably," Charlotte nodded and said, "but don't worry. Even if he is resurrected, we can kill him twice or 3 times. As long as he comes, we will kill him so that he doesn't dare to show his face. Until..." Charlotte's words gave Harry Potter great comfort. After all, he showed his incomparable strength in front of everyone today, which can give Harry Potter a sense of security. In the early morning of the next day, people who picked up National Magic rushed to Ernie. Crazy-eyed Moody was among the entourage, and after seeing Charlotte, he walked over and said, "I never believed that Karl Karloff could turn his back on evil, and the Ministry of Magic released Karl Karloff from Azkaban because his brains were filled with water." At this time, a tall man in a black suit came up, stared at Charlotte, and said very rudely, "Are you Charlotte Elvis?" "Yes. Please follow us to the Ministry of Magic to cooperate with our investigation." Hearing this, Charlotte frowned slightly and asked, "Investigate what? Can you tell me how you knew there was something wrong with Igor Karlov, and why Karlov told you such important information so easily?" The man stared at Charlotte with a sullen face. "We have reason to suspect that you have an ulterior relationship with this matter, so please go back with us and cooperate with the investigation." "I refuse," Charlotte said. There was a trace of displeasure on the man's face, and his voice became very cold and severe. "I can understand that you are preparing to resist." After speaking, he took out his wand from his arms and looked at Charlotte sharply. Crazy-eyed Moody hurried forward and said, "Johnson, I suggest you better not do this. Otherwise, the entire Ministry of Magic in the United States may pay the price for your stupid behavior. Don't think I am alarmist." Even Carlos is not his one-sided enemy. You have nothing to do with him. Upon hearing this, Johnson looked at Charlotte with flickering eyes, and finally he gave a cold snort, then turned and left. Whether it's the Ministry of Magic in London or the Ministry of Magic in the United States, Charlotte doesn't have a good opinion of them. These people are good at fighting among themselves, and they really met Voldemort or Grindelwald. Before the people arrived, just a name scared them into panic. You can see that clearly from Cornelius Fudge. Charlotte also finally knew why Mad-Eye Moody came all the way here, presumably to prevent this from happening. If she couldn't bear it and directly set fire to these Aurors, it would be troublesome. At this time, Mad-Eye Moody said, if Karl Karloff didn't lie, then Voldemort must have been resurrected by now. So he desperately wanted to kill Harry, because Harry was his greatest weakness, and he couldn't do anything to Harry. We have to go back to Hogwarts immediately and discuss this with Dumbledore. If Voldemort and Grindelwald appear in the wizarding world at the same time, it will be terrible. Charlotte nodded, and after Karloff's torment, this time the communication activity was declared dead. Everyone didn't have the intention to stay here anymore. Everyone was afraid that Death Eaters would suddenly appear here to hurt everyone. So Amelia made the decision to end the event overnight last night. It happened that Charlotte didn't really want to stay here, and after the Aurors of the Ministry of Magic finished dealing with the students of Carlos Durmstrang, Charlotte also took the Hogwarts people on the return train. Just when they were about to leave, Fleur suddenly ran over from Bosbaden's carriage, and she handed a wooden box to Charlotte's hand and said, "This is for you if you have a chance. Come to Bosbaton's and find me." After finishing speaking, he turned around and rushed back to the carriage, waved at Charlotte, and left through the air. It's nice to be young. Professor Walton, who came up from behind, looked envious after seeing this scene. He took Castrobuscher's students and set foot on the Hogwarts Express. Just now, Walton approached Charlotte, saying that Castrobuscher's students were very envious of the Hogwarts train and wanted to take a ride. Charlotte didn't refuse. Professor Walton gave him a good impression, and he had no reason to refuse. With the sound of the train whistle, Charlotte ended her 2-day trip to Ilvermorny. What, you say Karloff was arrested by Aurors from the Ministry of Magic? Grindelwald looked at Reyna in surprise. Although he doesn't trust Karloff, he is the principal of the Durmstrang Academy of Magic, and he can still be useful in certain things, but this time he just wants him to help him find Cheelin's clues. Being targeted by an Auror. What's going on? Reyna handed a roll of newspaper to Grindelwald, saying, Karloff provoked Charlotte, but the relationship with us and Voldemort was exposed. This time, he not only wants you to find Cheelin's clues, but also cooperate with Voldemort's people to kill Harry Potter. Grindelwald looked at the photo of Karloff's arrest in the newspaper and cursed in a low voice. Idiot! Didn't I already send someone to warn him to stay away from that person? That's okay. Karloff was arrested, and we just happened to support one of our own to be the headmaster of Durmstrang. I think so too. Mrs. Carlo is really untrustworthy. I will contact Voldemort in person. Lena also nodded and said, But boss, I still haven't found anything about this Charlotte Elvis. His true identity. The information we have investigated only shows that he is an orphan, a first-year student at Hogwarts. Hearing this, Grindelwald frowned and said, Orphan? A first-year student? Do you believe it? Dumbledore won't let you know. Don't spend extra energy on this person. I have my own way to deal with him. Although the information on the information did not have the slightest flaw, but Reyna did not believe a single word. How can an 11-year-old child have that kind of power? Even Grindelwald can use some secret methods to restore his appearance. This Charlotte is definitely an old monster who has lived for hundreds of years. On the other side, Charlotte has brought the Hogwarts students back to school. Although the originally scheduled 10-day exchange event ended after only 2 days, everyone was still very excited. They met many wizards from other colleges and saw a lot of novel magic. In the principal's office, Dumbledore's face was full of worry, whether it was Grindelwald or Voldemort. He had a headache, and the most important thing was that these two had a close relationship with him. Harry must not be exposed to Voldemort's sight. Fortunately, we have rescued Sirius from Azkaban before, so we don't have to let Harry live in his muggle uncle's house. The magic on Harry Potter was Voldemort's nemesis. As long as Harry was around, they would have a trump card in their hands. Mad Eyes Moody says, "Actually, I don't think you need to be so nervous. With Charlotte's current strength, Voldemort in his heyday must not be his opponent. The times are different, Albus. Voldemort is no longer the strongest in the wizarding world. We don't need to be like this anymore. Fear him." Dumbledore shook his head solemnly and said, "We can't rely on Charlotte forever. Voldemort is not alone. There are thousands of Death Eaters behind him. I don't want to start another wizarding war. It will be a disaster for everyone. It's clear that Grindelwald sent the Philosopher's Stone to Voldemort. He just wanted to see chaos in the wizarding world, so that he could get the benefits he wanted from it, and even rule the entire wizarding world." Speaking of this, the worried look on Dumbledore's face became more intense. Although he has broken his heart on this matter, the people in the London Ministry of Magic don't care. They even think that Carlos is lying. There is no second person in this world. Magic Stone, he said that just to cause unnecessary panic. All Dumbledore can do now is to protect Harry Potter and meet any needs of Charlotte. Although he feels that Mad-Eye Moody's idea is wrong, he must admit that Charlotte's strength can indeed defeat Voldemort. Crazy Eyes Moody's magic eyes rolled a few times quickly, and then said, "We have to have a good talk with Cornelius Fudge. If the Ministry of Magic doesn't do anything, there will definitely be a big mess. I'll go back and talk to Scrimgeour and Barty Crouch first." With that, he limped out of Dumbledore's office. Unlike Dumbledore's anxiety, Charlotte was very relaxed at the moment. He opened the small wooden box Fleur gave him before leaving Ilvermorny, and inside was a crystal ball the size of a baby's fist. In this crystal ball, a girl with silver hair is dancing in a lawn full of colorful wildflowers. Asking for flowers 0. The graceful dance attracted a group of small butterflies to fly up and down around her. Is she a flower fairy? Charles, standing behind Charlotte, saw the hibiscus in the crystal ball, and his saliva was about to flow from the corner of his mouth. "Do you think she is?" Charlotte asked rhetorically. Charles smiled and said, "I'm just too surprised. How could there be such a beautiful girl in this world?" "Who is she?" Seeing Charles's curious look, Charlotte said, "She is a student of the Beauxbaton Academy of Magic, named Fleur Delacour, because she has Vila blood, so she is very beautiful, and her dazzling silver hair is the symbol of Vila blood." Charles held the crystal ball in his palm and said enviously, "If I had known that I would meet such a beautiful girl in Ilvermorny, I would go with you even if I was squeezed out of my head. And you can also take the flying train, it's so cool. Why don't you ask Professor Flitwick if Beauxbatons has any exchange student places, so he can recommend you to study in Beauxbatons?" Charlotte teased. Charles waved his hands repeatedly and said, "I still like Hogwarts, especially when I was assigned to the long-awaited Ravenclaw. It will definitely be a very wonderful thing if we meet the beautiful Miss Furlong." Charlotte shook her head, ignoring him. He took out the scale he found from the Thunderbird Academy. This scale was dusty, and there was nothing unusual about it. Charlotte also asked Dumbledore, and the other party only told him that the time had not come. And when the time came, the port key would automatically open, and losing a huge amount of money at this time would not make Charlotte wait too long. In fact, Charlotte was not in a hurry. He glanced at his attribute bar, and the skill points had already accumulated to 72 points. It's just a little bit short of accumulating 100 points, and he already has the blood of the 4th magical creature, which is the powerful Frost Titan. Charlotte is just curious, is Chelan in this world the holy beast in the previous life? June is exam month at Hogwarts. Charlotte's first year of school is coming to an end soon. Originally, he didn't have to take the exam with his current strength, but in order not to make himself appear so maverick, he still dealt with it. Without any surprises, his grades were all excellent. "You said, can I suggest to Dumbledore to change to a potions professor? I always feel that Snape is targeting me." Ron's expression was very serious when he spoke. This time he took the potions exam and blew the potion refining cauldron to the ceiling, and Snape was so angry that he drove him out of the exam room. "I think this is a very good suggestion." Hermione said, After all, Professor Snape doesn't want to teach you such a 963 student. Seeing that the two of them were about to start arguing again, Harry Potter quickly changed the subject and said, "Summer vacation is coming soon. What are you going to do during your vacation? I finally don't have to spend summer vacation at Uncle Dursley's house this year. I don't have any plans. It's probably the same as before. I'll stay at home for the whole holiday, right?" Ron said, "But I can let George and Fred secretly drive Dad's car out for fun." Hearing the conversation of several people, Charlotte secretly sighed. He mentioned this to Dumbledore a few days ago. During the summer vacation, he wanted to stay at school to read books and study magic, but Dumbledore rejected him. According to the school's regulations, during the summer vacation, no student can stay in school. So, Charlotte can only go back to the orphanage. At this time, Xiaoyu said, "Why don't you come to Bulgaria during the summer vacation? Grandpa Antonio's study has many magic notes and magic books in his collection. I think you should be interested." "That's a good idea, but I still have to go back to the orphanage first," Charlotte said. "Bulgaria?" Hearing the conversation between the two, Ron looked at Xiaoyu in surprise and said in great surprise, "I always thought you were from London." "My mother is from London, and she is a Gryffindor just like you," Joya explained with a smile. "But she hasn't been back for many years. I remember the last time she left the castle was 10 years ago." Hearing the word castle, Ron's eyes lit up instantly, because apart from Hogwarts, he has never seen what other castles look like. When he heard that the castle of the Streeter family has a history of more than 500 years, Ron immediately expressed that he wanted to go and see one time. Hermione immediately poured cold water on him. "How do you want to go? Is it possible that you want to ride a broomstick to Bulgaria? As long as there is no disillusionment spell, flying in the sky on a broomstick is against the Ministry of Magic's ban. Even if you know the disillusionment charm, underage wizards are not allowed to cast magic outside of school, and if they are discovered, they will definitely destroy your wand." A very smug smile appeared on Ron's face. "You don't know much about magic. I have 100 ways to avoid muggles and go to Bulgaria without breaking the rules of the Ministry of Magic. Hermione, guess which way Charlotte will use?" "I'll fly," Charlotte said flatly. As soon as these words came out, the two of them froze for a moment. "That's right, I just thought about using magic to drive away, and I completely forgot that there is still a means of transportation like an airplane. If I take an airplane, I don't have to worry about anything." At this time, Joyce said, "The dinner party is about to start, and I have to go back to my place." Not long after, Dumbledore and a group of Hogwarts professors all came to the Great Hall, and the originally noisy Great Hall became much quieter. Glancing at the students in the Great Hall, Dumbledore said, "Another school year is over, and it's time to award the college cups. The scores of each college are as follows. The fourth place, Gryffindor with 312 points. Hearing this score, the students of Gryffindor suddenly became listless. Their scores this year were not even as good as last year, and they directly took the bottom one. Even Professor McGonagall, who was sitting next to Dumbledore, couldn't help but look down at the glass in front of him. Dumbledore continued to read. The third place, Hufflepuff, with a total score of 352 points, and the second place is Slytherin, with a total score of 472 points. I announce that this school year's Hogwarts House Cup will be held by La One Colo. Their total score is 624. Yay! As soon as the words fell, all the students of La One Colo shouted excitedly. Like Quidditch in recent years, people from Slytherin have almost taken over the selection of the Quidditch Cup and the Academy Cup. La One Colo has not won the Academy Cup for 5 full years. This year, they not only took home the Quidditch Cup, but also won the Academy Cup, which is a double blessing. Ding! Congratulations to the host for helping La One Colo win this year's Academy Cup. Rewarding skill points, *20, rewarding 10 potion formulas. 11. Hearing the voice in his mind, Charlotte frowned slightly. He didn't expect that there would be rewards in the Academy Cup, and it was still 20 skill points, which was 4.0 more than the reward he got for killing a black wizard. And when he saw the potion formula, he was stunned. Magic Creature Transformation Potion. This is a potion formula recorded on an unknown animal skin. According to the description above, This potion can help a wizard transform into a corresponding magical creature. But it's 100 times more dangerous than being an ordinary Animagus. If one is not careful, the transformation will fail, and if it is light, it will become a magical creature and cannot return to its original shape. And if it is serious, it will die on the spot. But if he succeeds, will he be able to possess the talent of magical creatures just like himself? But after a while, Charlotte quickly calmed down. This potion formula sounds really awesome, breaking the truth that transfiguration cannot transform into magical creatures for nearly 1,000 years. But this has nothing to do with him at all. Charlotte only needs to find a strong bloodline and enough skill points to complete the transformation 100% without any hidden dangers or dangers. And this potion can only be taken once. In other words, people who have taken this potion can only transform into one magical creature. It's nothing compared to Charlotte. But for other wizards, this potion is a magic potion. I wonder if the two black wizards who captured Charlotte for experiments just wanted to research such a potion so that they could become more powerful. This potion recipe can be given to Dumbledore. They should need it more. Charlotte thought about it and decided to hand over the formula of the magic creature transformation potion to Dumbledore. Now Grindelwald has mastered the power of silence, and his strength has been doubled by 16. With Dumbledore's current strength, it is estimated that he is no longer his opponent. Moreover, the revived Voldemort was also exceptionally strong, and Dumbledore was faintly at a disadvantage in the duel between Dumbledore and him in the Ministry of Magic. If she wants to fight against the dark wizards like Zhe, she can't rely on her own strength alone. If the overall strength of Hogwarts is up, Charlotte can save herself some trouble. After the dinner, Charlotte went straight to Dumbledore. When he took the animal skin in Charlotte's hand and read clearly the words written on it, he raised his head with a swipe, his eyes full of disbelief. This is... That's right. This is the potion formula that can transform a teacher into a magical creature. Charlotte nodded. Although Dumbledore has lived in this world for more than 100 years, after hearing Charlotte's affirmative answer, his face still showed a very excited look. Wizards have never stopped studying Animagus transfiguration, especially regarding the transformation of magical creatures. Thousands of wizards have devoted their entire lives to it, but failed to solve the mystery. Unexpectedly, today, he is lucky enough to witness a miracle. At the same time, he also knew how much shock this potion formula would bring to the wizarding world. After taking a deep breath, Dumbledore said solemnly, "Charlotte, do you know how precious this potion formula is, and you really gave it to me so easily?" Charlotte smiled and said, "It may be very precious to you, but to me it's just a useless animal skin." What? Hearing this, Dumbledore shook his head helplessly. Although Charlotte's words sound very flat, but he is indeed qualified to say such words. After all, people can not only transform into nightmares, but also into terrifying Balrogs. Although this potion formula is like rubbish to you, I am still very grateful for your contribution to Hogwarts and the entire wizarding world. I will definitely use it properly." Charlotte nodded and said, "My experience is useless to you, and the effectiveness of the potion can only be explored by you. Of course, I hope you will never use it." Dumbledore didn't speak. He just looked at the potion formula in his hand with complicated eyes. He naturally understood the meaning of Charlotte's words. This potion was indeed very powerful. But the danger that comes with it is also multiplied by 100 times, and one carelessness will affect one's life. He is not a black magician, and he will not arrest innocent people for experimentation. In the end, he must try the potion himself first, and maybe he will risk his life if he is not careful. However, now is not the time to think about this. The two major demon kings have all surfaced, and they need more powerful forces to maintain the stability of Hogwarts and the wizarding world. At the same time, in a very secret room in London, Grindelwald was sitting on a wooden chair. Reyna was standing aside, holding his hookah with a crystal skull in his hand. Grindelwald looked at the three men in black wearing metal masks opposite them and said, "Is this how the Dark Lord treats guests?" I asked Karl Karloff to bring him the Philosopher's Stone, and I went there myself. Doesn't he even dare to show his face? As soon as the words fell, a hoarse and contemplative voice appeared in the room. Everyone just takes what they need. Do you still expect me to be grateful to you, Grindelwald? The moment the voice fell, another Death Eater wearing a metal mask and wearing black clothes appeared in front of Grindelwald holding a scrawny baby. Voldemort looked at Grindelwald and said with some difficulty, "Tell me, what did you come to me for?" Grindelwald picked up the pipe and took a deep breath. Then he exhaled towards the ceiling above his head. The next moment, a demon with a pair of fire wings and dark red flames wrapped around his body emerged from the faint smoke. This demon held a big sword and cut all the obstacles in front of him under the sword. Voldemort saw his own figure in it. Like an inconspicuous fly, he was cut in half by the great sword and then burned to ashes. 753. Such a scene brought a very bad memory to his mind. In the Chamber of Secrets at Hogwarts, he was easily defeated by Charlotte, and he couldn't even escape. Voldemort said coldly, "Are you provoking me? I just want you to know that today's wizarding world has changed. Maybe we can work together." Grindelwald said, "I will help you get Harry Potter's blood so that your strength can once again return to its peak." After a few seconds of silence, Voldemort said, "I don't need your help." Hearing this, Grindelwald showed a hint of sarcasm, and he said, "Could it be that you think that you can successfully resurrect with the few chickens and dogs around you? Don't dream." The room fell silent again. After a moment of silence, Voldemort said, "What do you want?" A smile appeared on the corner of Grindelwald's mouth. He got up and said, "I want you to help me kill Charlotte Elvis after you recover your strength. Make a deal." This time Voldemort didn't have any hesitation. This person was also his archenemy, and in his heart's must-kill list, the name of Charlotte Elvis was not below Harry Potter. This man must die. In July, summer vacation comes. According to regulations, students cannot stay in Hogwarts. Charlotte packed up her things and prepared to go back to the orphanage. "Charlotte, if you don't want to stay in the orphanage, you must come to Bulgaria," Chiaoya said while chanting a spell to put her salute in order. Charlotte made room for her to sit next to her. "When the time comes, I may come." Asking himself, he is used to life in the magic world. After all, the orphanage is not a place where he can live for a long time. So, after staying in the orphanage for a while, he might go to Chiaoya. After all, he was really interested in the books that Antonio left behind. Harry, Ron, and Hermione walked in and sat down opposite Charlotte. Harry said to Charlotte, "Maybe you can come to my house. Sirius will definitely welcome you. And at Lake's house, maybe you can use it without being supervised." Magic. Hermione frowned, with a somewhat complaining tone. "Are you sure about Harry? The school forbids us to use magic outside. If we are found out, we may be expelled and even go to trial court. If you don't do something interesting, you don't want to read books all summer, do you?" Ron said with a shrug, and he smiled a little mysteriously. "I see. You don't want to use your method of escaping the Ministry of Magic's regulations and take Harry Charlotte to do something illegal." Hermione turned her head and stared at Ron. "I'll keep an eye on you. Charlotte, how about doing something fun this summer?" Ron ignored Hermione and turned his head to look down. "No, I'll read books all summer," Charlotte said with a smile. Ron froze for a moment, then leaned back on the chair in frustration. "Come on, Harry. Let's go play together." Harry smiled from the side and said, "Maybe not. Ron, Sirius is ready for this summer vacation. Maybe we will go to Venice for vacation." Ron showed a little envious look and then sighed. "It seems that I have to spend this summer vacation with George Fred." At this time, the Hogwarts Express train whistled, and several people turned their heads to look out the window and began to chat about the topic of summer vacation again. At this time, in Hogwarts where all the students had left, in Snape's office, with a wave of Dumbledore's wand, Dumbledore sat on the chair he conjured up. "Severus, maybe it's time for you to change your taste. Even if it's alchemy, maybe it should make this place brighter." Holding a green bottle in his hand, Snape poured the liquid into the cauldron without any haste. "Albus, did you come to me just to talk about this? Also, since Grindelwald has already shown his favor to Voldemort, there must be an alliance. Our plan needs to be changed. Maybe that kid doesn't need to do these dangerous things anymore. No matter how much he hated James, Snape never forgot Lily. Although Harry was James' child, he was also the only continuation of Lily's blood. Snape actually didn't want Harry to go face to face with Voldemort. He was a Death Eater and knew the horror of Voldemort. Severus, this is his fate, and fate cannot be violated, but maybe we will have a turning point, and this turning point has already appeared. Charlotte Elvis? Snape frowned, but opened his hand neatly and poured another bottle of potion into it. When not in class, he usually refines potions in his office. He's really good for his age. Snape evaluated Charlotte objectively, and then said, if he can kill Voldemort, maybe. Except for Harry, there is no other person in the world who can completely kill Voldemort. But Charlotte must also be the savior of the wizarding world, Severus. Snape turned his head. He looked at Dumbledore. He had never heard such a straightforward compliment from Dumbledore. Wait a minute, Severus. We still need to wait for someone. Dumbledore stood up, looked towards the entrance of the office, and then there was a knock on the door. Professor McGonagall. Dumbledore opened the door. Professor McGonagall looked into the door, walked in, and asked, Professor Dumbledore, is what you said true? Dumbledore nodded, and Snape frowned slightly, not knowing what Dumbledore was trying to trick. Dumbledore waited for McGonagall to come in, and then took out the potion formula and said, Severus, I need you to refine a potion for me. This potion, except for the three of us, cannot be known to others for the time being. Snape took the potion formula and just glanced at it. A huge shock appeared in his usually calm eyes. Albus, could it be? Snape thought about something. Dumbledore nodded. This is the potion formula that the child Charlotte gave me, which can make wizards transform into magic. As a master of potions, Snape knew as soon as he got the prescription that this prescription was definitely not just written in random, but real and feasible. His expression was very calm. Since Lily's death, nothing could shake his heart, but this prescription made him excited unexpectedly. When he was still a Death Eater, he had come into contact with the transformation of magical creatures. At that time, Voldemort asked him if he could make a potion for people to transform into magical creatures. When Snape thought about it, he denied it. The transformation process of Animagus is very complicated. The chance of success is very low, and the objects of transformation are generally ordinary creatures, and the transformation of magical creatures is simply a delusion. However, this prescription broke his understanding somewhat. Where did he get this prescription? Snape couldn't contain his excitement. Dumbledore shook his head. Everyone may have their own secrets. Professor McGonagall stood aside, looked at the potion formula, and said, This child always does some amazing things, but once this prescription is spread, it will be very dangerous for us. Only then did Dumbledore realize that he didn't come here to hear Snape praise Charlotte, although Snape probably wouldn't. Severus, can you make this potion? No Zhao good, Severus nodded. The refining of this potion is not complicated. In fact, the most important thing is to transform after taking the potion. Because it is an unprecedented deformation, there is absolutely no experience to learn from, and the probability of danger in this is nearly 100%. Of course, but Albus, I need phoenix feathers. Different from Charlotte's blood fusion, the key to this potion formula is actually the things on the related magical creatures, such as the feathers of the phoenix, the feathers of the thunderbird, and so on. When Albus came, he brought Fox's feather and gave it to Snape. Then he turned to McGonagall and said, Professor McGonagall, this transformation is dangerous, but we don't have anyone more suitable than you. Professor McGonagall doesn't have much fear in her eyes, but is eager to try. No matter how old she is also the Dean of Gryffindor, and what a qualified Gryffindor must lack is the heart of adventure. Of course, Professor Dumbledore. At Hogwarts, Dumbledore was waiting for Snape to concoct a potion of transfiguration. On the other hand, Charlotte has returned to St. Margaret's orphanage. Because Charlotte has already enrolled, the orphanage arranged him into a 4-person dormitory. Hey, Charlotte. A kid in a Stonewall School uniform greeted Charlotte. Charlotte nodded and put the salute neatly in the locker in the dormitory. There are only him and another child in the dormitory for the time being, and the other two people have not come back yet. But as far as he knows, besides him, the three people in the dormitory are also from Stonewall Middle School. For the children in the orphanage, except for those with excellent grades who will be adopted and sent to other middle schools, most of the remaining children will enter Stonewall Middle School. Stonewall Middle School is a 5-year comprehensive middle school. The tuition fee is not high. Most of the students studying in it are children from poor families. Although the school is average, it is the best choice for children in welfare institutions. Ford, is my homework in your place? 2 sweaty children who looked like they had just gone out to play came in, and their eyes fell on Charlotte as soon as they entered. Hey, this isn't the famous Master Elvis. Why are you back? The leading child twisted his body playfully and made a funny bow. Charlotte frowned slightly and said, Judson, if you have nothing to do in your spare time, I will tell Ms. Rebecca that maybe you can help in Madison Uncle's shop. Judson's face sank instantly. Charlotte, do you think you went to a better school than ours, so you are superior to others? Judson's face became smug, and he could guarantee that Charlotte didn't know the meaning of being superior, which was a new word he learned from others. Charlotte can go to a school other than Stonewall Middle School, especially according to Dean Rebecca. This school seems to be good. Such a thing. How can it be possible not to be jealous? Ms. Rebecca told me that Madison Uncle needs a helper. So you are going? Charlotte said lightly. He opened a book and then lay on the upper bunk to read. Judson shut up instantly. Madison Uncle's shop is a watch shop. Although the work is not complicated, the old guy has a bad temper. Judson stood where he was and wanted to say something harsh, but he couldn't find it after searching for a long time. So he turned his head and started talking loudly, while secretly looking at Charlotte. There was a little smugness in his eyes at seeing Charlotte frown at the sound of their voices. This is our dormitory, Charlotte. Before Judson could speak, Charlotte's eyes looked over, and he read a sentence silently. Keep your mouth shut. Silence can make the cursed speechless. And after Charlotte finished silently, Judson's triumphant face froze instantly. Giggle. Judson clutched his throat and pointed to his mouth with a horrified expression. The other 2 people stared at each other and wanted to ask, but found themselves speechless. Heck, Judson clutched his throat, but he couldn't speak no matter what. He blushed anxiously and ran out crying in the next second, and the 2 children behind him also howled and ran out of the dormitory. Charlotte smiled slightly. Although underage wizards are not allowed to use magic spells outside, they can escape traces by virtue of their powerful blood. Large-scale spells are not allowed, but it is only a small punishment, which is not a hindrance. Besides, wouldn't it be nice to be quiet? Charlotte has lost touch with the life of the orphanage. After a few days in the orphanage, Charlotte decided to leave the orphanage and go to Bulgaria to find Joya. After talking to the dean, Ms. Rebecca, Charlotte immediately bought a plane ticket and then went to Bulgaria. Fortunately, when he went to Gringotts, he exchanged part of the galleons into British pounds. Otherwise, he might not even be able to buy a plane ticket. After Chow, you learned that Charlotte would come to her home. She was very happy. She went to the airport to greet her in person and brought Charlotte back to Stellite Castle. This is Grandpa Antonio's study. Generally, no one comes here. After Grandpa Antonio leaves, this is my place. You can use it here with peace of mind, Soyuz said. Charlotte walked into the study room, took out a book, and said to Chiaoya, It seems that I will be staying here this summer vacation. Joya's eyes were full of joy. Isn't that just right? Anyway, you read books everywhere, and I happen to have a lot of things about spells, and I want to ask you. Beach BC, Charlotte thanked, and then sat down after coming down to read quietly. Chiaoya saw that he was reading seriously and didn't disturb him, so she gently closed the door of the study and retreated out. After reading books at Joya's house for 2 days, Charlotte felt a slight vibration in the bead in her hand. Charlotte took out something vibrating, and the portkey he got from Ilvermorny was emitting a faint blue light and trembling slightly. Portkeys can transport people from one place to another. When he came to Street Castle with Dumbledore and Mad-Eye Moody, he used the portkey, and the door key in his hand is somewhat different from ordinary door keys. There's a time for it, and now it's time to open this door key. This also means that he could go to find the holy beast Qilin. At this time, Yinyangzu is nearby. An inaccessible duh. Two people were walking on the island. One of them was pale, wearing a medieval aristocratic robe, and holding a black umbrella in his hand, even in the sun. This person seemed to have a damp smell of a grave. The other person is more normal, but wearing a black suit. Abernathy, you should know that we vampires will never come to this place. This is the tropics, where the sun is the strongest. If Lord Grindelwald accepts our allegiance, we should not doubt our loyalty. Vampire, nay, Compustin de Regius said, with a look of dissatisfaction on his face. Everyone knows that vampires, especially pure blood vampires, hate the sun the most. The tropics are the places where the direct sunlight is the most intense, and it is also the place that vampires hate the most. Abernathy's face was very flat, and he just said, "We have found the location of Qilin, which is located on this small island. If the Compustin family really intends to be loyal to the Lord, they should not be afraid of these things. What's more, if I remember correctly, you seem to be just a damn bell." The expression on Niha's face became even more gloomy. What he hated the most was his background. This time, the two vampire families who surrendered to Grindelwald are all believers in the supremacy of pure blood. Like wizards, vampires also have mixed blood and pure blood. Although there are a lot of mixed blood in these two families, they're still mainly pure blood. In the eyes of these vampires, human beings should be the food of vampires, instead of them shouting and beating everyone and becoming rats in the wet underground ditch. Perhaps you should take back what you said, Abernathy. They showed sharp fangs around his mouth, and the snow-white fangs were somewhat bloodthirsty. Abernathy's expression remained unchanged. "You can come and have a try, but even if you want to drink my blood, you should wait until later." Niha sneered, put away his fangs, and excitedly flashed across his eyes. "Qilin's blood. Maybe I can taste it for you first." The door key has been opened, and Charlotte estimates that the key will be opened for about 3 hours. If the door key is not used for these 3 hours, the door key will become invalid. Now that the key is unlocked, Charlotte does not hesitate to use the port key to go to Qilin's hiding place. And at this moment, Qiaoya pushed the door open and walked in. "Charlotte, it's time for lunch." As soon as she walked in, Qiaoya saw the port key in Charlotte's hand. The port key trembled slightly in Charlotte's hand, emitting a light blue light. It seems that the door key has been activated, but unfortunately, it happened to be in time for lunch, but we can go get things and come back. Joya walked to Charlotte, looked at the door key. Charlotte nodded. "All right, I happened to bring something back for dinner. I didn't know this key would lead into it." As he said, he took out his wand and sent out a magic force towards the port key. The next second, the port key wrapped Charlotte and Joya away from Antonio's study in an instant. The space twisted slightly, and then there were 2 more people on the tropical island. Charlotte and Joya appear on the island. It was still daytime, and the sun was shining directly on the island, making the ground a little hot. The two walked under the shade of the tree, and Qiaoya looked up at the sun, frowning slightly. Although she didn't feel much about the sun, she didn't like the sun very much because of vampire instinct. After taking out a hat and putting on her head to block the sun, Qiaoya looked around. "Where is this place?" Charlotte looked around. The air was full of a salty ocean smell. The surrounding trees were mostly coconut trees and other tropical crops. Their current location was not far from the beach, and the azure blue ocean looked like a whole piece of glass. There's still waves rolling up from time to time. "It's an island. I'll check the situation. Don't move while you stand here." Qiaoya nodded and saw Charlotte took a few steps forward, and then his body changed rapidly. Golden feathers gradually covered Charlotte's body, and within a few seconds, he turned into a majestic thunderbird. Sonorous, a crisp cry resounded through the sky, and then Charlotte flapped her wings and flew towards the sky. Qiaoya's eyes showed a look of wonder, and her eyes followed the golden thunderbird in the sky without moving. No matter how many times she saw Charlotte transform into a thunderbird, she always felt incredible. Balrog, Thunderbird, Nightmare, Charlotte's strength is really strong. I don't know what will be next. Maybe it will be Qilin, but he is always so unexpected. Qiaoya murmured, her eyes bright. When can I transform into a magical creature? Thunderbirds soared into the sky, quickly reached the high altitude, and looked down on the entire island from a very high altitude. Seen from above, the entire island looks like a heart shape and is surrounded by ocean, not bordering the mainland, and even the continent on the horizon boundary can only be seen at the high altitude where Charlotte is. The island is a typical tropical island. It is basically flat, but the southeast side is slightly higher while the northwest side is slightly lower. The low-lying places are blown by the sea breeze, and the trees grow sparsely, while the southeast side is of the whole big forest. Charlotte fluttered her wings, and the Thunderbird's huge golden wings flapped the airflow, making the airflow also make an extremely sharp sound. With Thunderbird's excellent eyesight, Charlotte could clearly see Xiaoya. She was standing under a coconut tree, looking up at him in the sky. In addition to Joya, there are some people on the island, but not many. Most of them are some primitive tribes living on the island, branched along the coastline, and there are almost no primitive tribes in the big forest in the southeast. Charlotte fluttered her wings and flew down, carefully checking the terrain on the island. Seeing this big golden bird, many tribes worshipped him one after another, muttering some prayers. After flying around the island, Charlotte landed next to Joya again and said, "This island is very big. It seems to be a deserted island with only aborigines. There are several mountains in the southeast, and the area of the coconut grove is very large. Big. I searched around, but I couldn't find any trace of Qilin. Although Thunderbird's eyesight is very good, but it can't break through these dense coconut forests. It seems that we have to go for a walk and look for it a little bit." Xiaoya nodded, looked into the distance, and said, "Then let's look in the coconut forest. Maybe the holy beast Qilin lives in the coconut forest, and it's far away from the tribe, so we don't have to deal with these muggles. As for flowers, then go southeast." After discussing the direction, the two walked towards the southeast together. At this time, the vampire Niha took out a crystal ball from his arms. He looked into the crystal ball and muttered something. After waiting for a while, he raised his head and pointed to the southeast. "The foreknowledge tells me that there is a cave in the southeast direction where we will get what we want." Abernathy wiped his wand and walked towards the southeast. "Then go there quickly because people are waiting for us to get Qilin and go back." They put away the crystal ball and looked at the sun above his head in disgust. The crystal ball didn't just say this, "We might have some obstacles," but the crystal ball didn't tell me what the obstacles are. Nay wrapped the black dress tightly around his body and followed Abernathy step by step. Abernathy flicked the wand in his hand and threw out a magic power at random, breaking a coconut tree by the roadside. "Hinder, if you're talking about these coconut groves, I can find it a bit tricky. After all, they're all dealt with, which will attract the attention of muggles." Nay didn't speak. His foresight ability was not strong, but there were some warnings from the crystal ball, and he just said it truthfully. "Whatever, Abernathy, but don't forget that Lord Grindelwald said that if we run into troublesome people, it's better to leave early." Nay said, licking his fangs. Although he was warning, but there was no seriousness in his eyes. If Abernathy died, maybe he could still drink Abernathy's blood. A strange color flashed in Abernathy's unwavering eyes. "You mean Lord Grindelwald's archenemy, the kid named Charlotte Elwes? Before the power has fully grown, Grindelwald still does not intend to fight Charlotte head-on. After all, the Balrog is very powerful, and even he is not completely sure of killing Xiaolu completely. I haven't seen him, and I don't know his strength, but..." Abernathy's eyes flashed with caution and fighting spirit. "No one can take away what Lord Grindelwald wants." The suburbs of London, Dudley's house. Ding-dong doorbell rang. Petunia Dudley came out of the kitchen, wiping her hands, and opened the door. "Dear Dudley." A big smile appeared on Petunia's face. She stretched out her arms and hugged the little fat man in front of her lovingly. Today is Dudley Dudley's summer vacation. Petunia prepared a sumptuous lunch. Before entering the door, Dudley smelled the aroma of the rice. He couldn't wait to go inside. "What are you eating today?" Petunia reached out and took Dudley's school bag from Vernon's hand, followed step by step with a loving face on her face. "Oh, my dear, Of course, all of them are your best food. When Petunia said this, Dudley couldn't wait to sit on the dining table, stretched out his hand and tore off a chicken leg and began to feast on it. Petunia blinked happily. Vernon walked in and said with a smile, "Look at the kid. I can't wait for the things I like." Petunia put down her school bag with a smile and was about to go to 653. Vernon stretched out his hand to hold him, turned his chubby body to one side, and said in a low voice, "Harry will be back soon. You can tidy up the upstairs." Petunia's face darkened instantly. She reached out and took off her apron and threw it on the sofa. "Honey, I think you will clean up his room." Dudley's face was a bit ugly, but he soon calmed down. He didn't want to spoil the warm atmosphere, so he didn't say anything, but before he could walk over, he heard the doorbell ring. "Oh, is Maggie here?" Petunia said, sitting next to Dudley. Vernon took off his tie and moved his fat body to open the door. As soon as the door opened, Vernon was a little surprised, and then his face sank. "Harry, you are back." Harry Potter smiled gently. Behind him, a gentleman-looking man with brown hair stepped forward, smiled, and stretched out his hand to Vernon. "Hi, Mr. Dudley. I'm Sirius O'Lane Lake, is Harry's godfather." Vernon Dudley was taken aback for a moment, but his smooth dealings in the business field made him feel the unique aura of Sirius. The Lake family is an ancient family that has lasted for a long time. Even though he stayed in Azkaban for so many years, his elegant aristocratic atmosphere has not been dissipated, especially after he learned that he could adopt Harry. He felt that he was in the past. All the pain and suffering suffered by Azkaban can be healed. Although he couldn't forgive Peter, but he was still somewhat polite to Dudley in front of him. After all, no matter how much the Dudley family cherished Harry, the fact that they had adopted Harry for more than 10 years could not be erased. Moreover, he also hoped that Harry would not be influenced by this family and could leave in a dignified way. "Hello, Mr. Lake." Vernon greeted cautiously. He didn't know Sirius, and he didn't seem to have heard Sirius' name among his partners. But Sirius' unique aristocratic feeling made him dare not underestimate Harry's godfather in front of him. "Oh, please sit inside." Vernon was stunned for a moment, and then immediately realized how rude it was for him to let the guest stand. Unfortunately, his fat body blocked the door. There are not many gaps on the side. Sirius smiled politely. "No, Mr. Dudley, I will be Harry's guardian from today, and Harry needs to follow me back to the Lake family." "The Lake family?" Vernon was stunned for a moment. He was a little bit at a loss. He looked down at Harry. Harry had an unconcealable smile on his face. Vernon's mood was a bit complicated immediately. "Harry, this is your godfather. Do you really want to leave with your godfather?" Vernon asked. At this time, Petunia also came out, looking out and asking, "Maggie, why are you still standing?" She poked her head out from inside and saw Harry yelped slightly. "Harry Potter, why did you come back so early?" Vernon's expression froze. He turned and pushed Petunia and said, "Harry's godfather, Mr. Lake is here to pick him up." Petunia was stunned for a moment, with some doubts on her face. "Godfather? I've never heard that the child has a godfather." Vernon waved his hand and didn't explain much, blocking Petunia in the kitchen. After Sirius and Harry packed up their things, Vernon's face was still full of embarrassing smiles. Sirius gently took off his hat and then followed Harry to leave. Leaving here at last, Harry walked out the door without hesitation. Sirius followed behind him, carrying a box in his hand. Harry didn't have a lot of stuff here. Half the box was full. "From now on, you will have a better life." Sirius reached out and rubbed Harry's head, then walked forward. Not long after walking, the smile on Sirius' face froze immediately. He took out his wand, raised his finger to the sky, and shouted, "Muggle Shield." Muggle Shield is an expulsion spell for Muggles, which can prevent Muggles from entering the range he is in. After casting the spell, Sirius pointed his wand at the northeast corner, and after a space distortion, Lena appeared in place with a vampire in a medieval dress and a house elf. "Sirius, hand over Harry Potter," the vampire said, pointing his wand at Sirius. Sirius pushed Harry behind him. "Don't think about it." Harry stared wide-eyed at the vampire and Lena on the opposite side. This was his first time facing a dark wizard. Looking at Lena and the vampire, there was a bit of fear in his eyes. The vampire sneers, holds up Morgan and yells, "Avada Kedavra!" Sirius was protecting Harry, with some seriousness in his eyes. Super armor protection. Lena stood aside holding her wand, and with a sweep of her wand, the surrounding decorative stones and street lamps flew up from the ground. 1,000 bullets. With a movement of Sirius' wand, the magic barrier of the super armor body shattered instantly, and he himself was knocked aside by the impacting magic wave. It wasn't long before Sirius came out of Azkaban. After so many years of torture, his mana value dropped a little. After casting his super armor, he couldn't hold on anymore. Harry looked nervously at Sirius. Sirius. Tripping curse. Just as Harry was running towards Sirius, the house elf suddenly appeared, waving his slender fingers in the air and tripping Harry on the road. "Harry Potter!" The house elf screamed strangely and jumped at Harry's calf, and Harry immediately felt a tingling pain in his calf. Tempering curse. Sirius waved his wand in his hand, and the house elf lying on Harry's calf was immediately knocked out. "Harry!" Sirius shouted anxiously. "Harry!" The vampire was on the side, pointing at Sirius with his magic wand, faintly glowing. "It's just right. I will remove a trouble 3.3 for my lord." "Nowhere to be seen," the vampire yelled, and a burst of white light from his wand threatened to hit Sirius. Harry's eyes widened, showing a bit of despair. "No, Sirius." At this moment, a powerful wave of magic power came from behind Harry. "All spells are empty." The voices of the three came at the same time, and at the same time, the space twisted and Mad Eyes Moody, Lupin, and Tonks appeared behind Harry, and the wand in the owner's hand also emitted a burst of white light at the same time. Boom! The two rays of light converged, creating a powerful magical impact in the air, causing the surrounding lawns to be blown from the ground to the sky, and the houses on both sides also made creaking sounds, as if they would be blown by this gust of wind in the next moment. "Walk!" Lena stood behind, opened her eyes, and seeing that the situation was not good, she immediately pulled the vampire's clothes. "Phantom!" The next moment, the man and a house elf immediately disappeared in place. The magic wave dissipated, and the white light also dissipated. Several small lawns fell from the sky and landed at the feet of several people. Tonks reached out to help Harry and asked concerned, "Harry, are you okay? What's wrong?" Lupin and Moody helped Sirius up and walked over to Harry. Harry turned his head to look at Sirius, with tears in his eyes. "Sirius, are you okay?" The family he just got. Harry didn't want to lose, and he didn't want to lose. Sirius reached out and rubbed Harry's head. "Don't worry, Harry, I'm fine." After receiving a positive answer from Sirius, Harry calmed down a bit, and then looked at Tonks. "I'm fine. It's just..." Harry looked down at his left leg. Just now, when the house elf jumped towards him, he felt something was wrong with his leg. Tonks and the others followed Harry's gaze. Harry's trousers on the left leg had been torn a hole, and a wound inside the hole was bleeding continuously. Lupin knelt down, cast a healing spell on Harry, and then said, Harry's blood was taken away. Crazy-eyed Moody glanced at 416 weeks. "Let's go back to Bulake's house for now, and wait until Bulake's house." Several people nodded. Crazy-eyed Moody released a spell of restoration to the surroundings, and then brought several people back to Bulake's house. Harry's blood was taken away, which is not a good thing for us. Mad-Eye Moody said. Lupin and Tonks were sitting on the sofa. Sirius came down from the stairs. His face was slightly pale. "How is Harry?" Lupin asked nervously. "He is also one of the 4 Gryffindor marauders. He's already asleep." Sirius sat beside Lupin, slightly tired. "Dumbledore has already told me about Harry, and it's not good for us. Harry is Voldemort's weakness. Now that Voldemort has taken his blood, it means that he no longer has a weakness." Tonks said, his eyes full of worry. "Grindelwald and Voldemort, who has no weaknesses." Lupin frowned, his expression extremely solemn. "It's better to tell Dumbledore about this first." The 4 discussed for a while, but they couldn't come up with any good solution, so they had to convey the news to Dumbledore. Hogwarts, in Snape's office. Dumbledore's heart skipped a beat, and his serious expression tensed up. Even McGonagall was startled. Professor Dumbledore? Dumbledore signaled her to be quiet. New potions are always difficult to configure, and now Snape is working hard to get Fox's feathers fused into the potion. He went out, and in the corridor received Lupin's letter brought by the owl. As soon as the letter was opened, Dumbledore's eyelids twitched. After reading the entire letter, he put the letter away with a solemn expression and looked up at the sky. "Are you coming back, Tom?" Dumbledore said, but he was a little uneasy. The fact that Voldemort and Grindelwald teamed up, even if it was a secret now, would definitely cause chaos in the magic world in the future. Not to mention, Voldemort, who had received Harry's blood, no longer had any weaknesses. Difficult, even a powerful intelligence like Dumbledore feels tricky now. They need a helper now, a very strong helper. Thinking of this, Dumbledore's expression suddenly loosened. Could it be, do I still have to rely on you? Charlotte Elwes. www. At this time, London. A Death Eater wearing a metal mask and dressed in black was standing in the room holding a dry baby. I can feel the breath of blood. Voldemort's hoarse voice echoed in the room. They're back. Grindelwald, who had been sitting gracefully on the sofa, opened his eyes, and then there was a distortion in the space. Reyna appears before Grindelwald with a vampire and a house elf. "Boss." Reyna bowed her head towards Grindelwald, and the vampire also saluted. The house elf trembled slightly, then took out a reagent from his worn clothes, trembling, and held it up. Grindelwald smiled, and with a flick of his finger, the reagent bottle was in his hand. "Doran, you are free." Grindelwald took out a small veil and handed it to the house elf. The house elf's eyes lit up, took the veil, and shouted, Doran is free." Grindelwald smiled very decently, watching the elf skipping out of the room. But the moment the elf's body disappeared from sight, a fiery flame in his hand followed the elf and disappeared. Voldemort laughed sharply and said urgently, "Give me the blood." Grindelwald got up, walked up to Voldemort, and opened the bottle containing the blood. "Of course, I won't break my promise, and I hope you won't." Voldemort stared at the reagent with a pair of languid eyes. "Naturally, you helped me revive. I helped you kill Charlotte Elvis." Grindelwald narrowed his eyes slightly, then poured the blood on the baby's head, raised his wand, took a step back, and read, "The father's bones, donated unintentionally, can regenerate your son. Your servant's meat, voluntarily donated, can regenerate your master. The blood of your enemy, compelled to donate, may revive your enemy." After reading the 3 sentences, the ugly baby immediately burst into white light. This light contained extremely powerful magic waves and instantly enveloped the entire room. The others couldn't keep the light shining and closed their eyes one after another. Only Grindelwald didn't close his eyes from the beginning to the end, but waited patiently for the light to dissipate. After the light dissipated, Voldemort appeared in the middle of the room, dressed in black and with a bald head like a dead fish. As soon as he appeared, Voldemort reached for the Death Eater's wand behind him and pointed it at Grindelwald. "There is no need for another fearsome being in this world, Grindelwald." Voldemort laughed sharply, and the tip of his wand released a green light. "Avada, kill me." Grindelwald sneered. He had known for a long time that Voldemort didn't rely on 267 scores, and with a wave of his wand, 2 spells were released. "Phantom, Avada Kedavra." Grindelwald quickly moved to the corner of the room, his wand raised again. Voldemort also apparat to the corner of the room with an apparition. His wand also pointed at Grindelwald. "Boss, what happened just now happened so quickly, neither Reyna nor the vampire could react, so they quickly stood beside Grindelwald." Grindelwald looked at Voldemort and said, "It's no good for us to fight, we have the same purpose." As Grindelwald said, the wand in his hand suddenly released an extremely powerful force, and a blue flame rose from his wand. The scorching power descended on the room in an instant, making the air in the whole room seem to be on fire, and the sultry and oppressive flames danced in the room. The faint blue firelight, like the messenger of hell, carried a strong breath of death. The vampire standing on the side was sweating, and he grasped his chest slightly unbently. Voldemort glanced at the vampire and withdrew his wand. Fiend fire possesses the power to burn souls. Voldemort was never a stupid guy. One of the reasons why he attacked Grindelwald was to test Grindelwald's power. A guy who is not qualified cannot be his partner. Good cooperation, Voldemort said aloud. Grindelwald put away fiend fire and smiled very gently. It's a pleasant cooperation. The trial was over. Voldemort and Grindelwald reached a cooperation. Grindelwald put away his wand and sat on the sofa. What are you going to do now? Voldemort looked at the Death Eaters beside him and said hoarsely, My servants are all in Azkaban. I need them. After Voldemort's downfall, most of his subordinates either washed their hands and restored their previous identities, like Malfoy, or they continued to do harm to the wizarding world and were imprisoned in Azkaban, like Bellatrix, fanatical follower of Voldemort. Of course, after rescuing your servant, we will deal with Charlotte Elvis first. Grindelwald looked at Voldemort, and when he mentioned Charlotte, Voldemort's eyes flashed a bit cautiously. He's a tough kid, you know, Grindelwald, and if you're going to kill him, you can't have Dumbledore around, and I need his Elder Wand. Only the Elder Wand can bring out the best in me strength. Grindelwald looked normal, but there was something strange in his heart. The Elder Wand was something he wanted as well, but he saw that Voldemort wanted the Elder Wand as well. Grindelwald has never been a fool when dealing with a big enemy. He breathed a sigh of relief. Yes, I can help you with these things, but you need to wait for the right time. Things have to be done step by step, but you must keep an eye on Charlotte Elvison. I have a hunch. If we let him continue to live, he will eventually grow into a person we can't help. Facing a powerful enemy, Voldemort also nodded in agreement. The most important thing now is to find his servants. After all, no matter how powerful the devil is, it is difficult for a single person to succeed. At this time, on the unnamed island, Charlotte, who was missed by countless people, was walking into the forest with Joya. Have you ever seen the holy beast Chelan? Choya asked. Charlotte thought about it, and said about Chelan in the ancient books, Mr. Newt's fantastic beasts and where to find them records the existence of the oriental sacred beast Chelan, which is also recorded in the ancient books of the East. It looks like a dragon and a horse. Like a dragon or a horse? Choya opened her eyes wide, and after thinking for a long time, she still couldn't figure out what it looked like. I can't imagine it, Choya said, and then she set her eyes on the road ahead, and Charlotte's eyes showed caution. In the grass in front, a wild boar's hoof was exposed, and it seemed to be dead. Walking along the way, we have seen 4 or 5 fallen animals, Charlotte said. Choya walked over, looked at the 2 small holes on the wild boar's neck. Her complexion changed slightly. I couldn't be sure just now, but now I can be sure that this is a wound caused by a vampire. It seems that someone came here before us. Charlotte walked to Choya's side and touched the wild boar carcass that was not stiff yet. It seems that we haven't gone far yet. Let's follow the traces of this road. Choya stood up, her eyes showing a bit of worry. Before, my father told me that the 2 vampire families in Silesia seemed to have betrayed the magic world and took refuge in Grindel. 11. Grindelwald does have great charisma, and his words are extremely provocative. Not to mention that vampires live in darkness all year round, and there are always people who want to stand upright. Charlotte's words carried some consolation. After all, being a vampire at the same time, a fellow vampire would take refuge in Grindelwald at this time, which would greatly damage Joy's reputation as a vampire, even if the 2 vampire families did not have a good reputation among vampires. Although vampires seldom come out, once the news of the return of the 2 major demon kings spreads, it will definitely cause panic in the magic world. When the time comes, everyone will be in danger, and it is very likely that someone will point the finger at the vampire again. Thank you, Charlotte. As long as you believe me, it doesn't matter even if others misunderstand. Chaoru blinked playfully. Charlotte smiled, then followed the traces of the vampire and walked forward. At this time, Abernathy and Nay had already walked into the forest. Abernathy looked at the temple hidden in the forest in the distance, glanced at it with disgust, and walked beside him, holding a tall cup of Nay, who drank blood. Neha shook his wine glass, pointed to the temple, and said, "Chelan is inside this temple." After he finished speaking, bloodthirsty light appeared in his eyes. He drank the blood of some wild animals along the way, but the taste was mediocre. He didn't know what Chelan's blood tasted like. Abernathy walked forward, scanned around the temple, and found an entrance to the underground palace. Chelan should be right below. Follow up quickly. Don't delay your lord's important affairs, Abernathy said, and walked down the steps of the underground palace. Nay followed Abernathy and walked down slowly. The damp and cool air from the underground palace blew up, making Nay squint his eyes. Abernathy raised his wand, and, after flashing with fluorescent light, a ball of white light lit up at the top of the wand in his hand, illuminating the road ahead, but soon Abernathy found that he didn't need the wand to illuminate. Most of the places where Chelan lives have some visions. In this huge underground palace, a huge tree extended and grew up from the middle of the underground palace, and some small water veins gathered around the tree, and the sunlight came in from the gaps around the tree, illuminating the whole place. A Chelan that looked like a dragon and a horse was lowering its head in the water beside the tree. When the two of them went down to the underground palace, Chelan suddenly raised his head and backed away. Abernathy took 2 steps forward, then extended his wand and turned to Chelan. The curse of soft legs. A white light came out from the wand. Chelan let out a cry, made a sound like gold and jade colliding, then turned around and flew away around the trees. Seeing Chelan, Nea's eyes sparkled with bloodlust. He wrapped the dress on his body and said, "Abernathy, let me catch this cute little deer back." Abernathy sneered, "Idiot, what Lord Grindelwald wants is a living Chelan. Don't think I don't know what you're thinking." Apparition. Abernathy waved his wand and then disappeared in place, appearing in front of Chelan, who was fleeing in panic not far away. Nay snorted coldly with dissatisfaction in his eyes. Abernathy. Although he was dissatisfied, Nay really didn't dare to make any moves, so he could only follow behind Abernathy, looking at the Chelan that he coveted. "Woo!" Chelan roared again, with an obvious threat in his voice. Abernathy stared impatiently at Chelan in front of him and waved his wand again. Frozen legs stop dead. Zombies fly. Soft leg curse stretch. Dozens of spells are continuously issued from the wand in Abernathy's hand. Wong wongs. But because Chelan has the ability to predict, he can easily avoid Abernathy's spell every time. Chelan kept avoiding Abernathy's spell while running towards the exit of the underground palace. Nay wrapped his dress tightly behind Abernathy, and his whole body was melted into a cloud of black mist. He laughed sharply. "Abernathy, my lord only said that it is enough to let this fawn live. If you are so soft, it will ran." The next second after the words fell, the cloud of black mist that Nay incarnated flew forward and rushed straight at Chelan at a rapid speed. Seeing that Chelan was only a few steps away from the entrance of the underground palace, Nay poked out a pair of hands from the black mist. The sharp claws were about to be inserted into Chelan's back. "Woo!" Chelan kicked loudly, exerted force on his feet, and slammed out of the door. Nay appeared from the black mist, and Abernathy walked to him with a gloomy face. Nay looked down at the blood on his hand, put his hand in his mouth unceremoniously, and then raised his head in enjoyment. Chelan blood is really a good thing. Abernathy strides past Nay. It's wounded, it can't run. What happened in the underground palace did not affect Charlotte and Joya. The two walked in the dense forest, stopping from time to time to observe the blood-sucking animals on the side of the road. It's hard for me to imagine that many animals on the island have suffered from this unexplained catastrophe. Joya's eyes showed a somewhat apologetic look. After all, the death of these animals is because of vampires. Whether it was herself or not, she felt somewhat sorry. "You don't have to feel sorry for this, Joya. After all, it's not your fault," Charlotte said, but her eyes were drawn to the depths of the dense forest. Thunderbird's intuition He felt that something was coming out from the depths of the dense forest. Rustle. The sound of plants being pushed away by something sounded, and Xiaoya's attention was also attracted. Charlotte, what is that? Xiaoya frowned, and Charlotte walked over there. Go and have a look, I don't know what it is. What if, are those vampires? Xiaoya followed behind Charlotte. Charlotte shrugged and walked over quickly. Isn't that just right? You can clean up these vampires for your vampire family. The two walked over side by side and pushed aside the grass covering them. On the other side of the grass, a creature as tall as a dragon, a horse, and half an elephant was lying in the grass. It's Qilin. Charlotte recognized the magical animal immediately. Qilin's appearance is exactly the same as that recorded in the book. It looks like an elk, but has a horse's mouth and a long dragon beard, and its back has dragon scales with brown patterns. With just one glance, Charlotte could tell that this Qilin didn't have much power. At least it was much inferior to the Thunderbird, Balrog, and Thestral. It seems that what Dumbledore said is right. Qilin is a holy beast, but its ability is not lethality, but the power to see through people's hearts and the ability to predict. This is very different from the Eastern holy beast he knows. As soon as he made a sound, Qilin raised his head to look at Charlotte. A pair of extremely clear eyes swept over the two of them, then lowered his head and whimpered to express his kindness. It seems to be hurt. Xiaoya keenly smelled the blood on Qilin's body. Xiaoya stretched out her hand cautiously, afraid that Qilin would resist her. But Qilin just lay in the grass and made a few golden and jade-like voices. Charlotte, it doesn't seem to be very afraid of us. Qilin is an extremely miraculous animal. It can see into people's hearts and has the ability to predict. Only people with a kind and clean heart can approach it. This shows that you are a kind person. Charlotte smiled and pulled out from my own wand. Healing as ever. A white light emitted from Charlotte's wand and then shrouded Qilin. Qilin let out a low cry, struggling, and seemed to want to stand up. Xiaoya reached out and stroked Qilin's back. Calm down. We just want to heal your injuries. With the support of Charlotte's powerful magic power, the healing spell, which originally only healed ordinary wounds, gradually restored the wounds on Qilin's body. After a while, the wound on Qilin's body disappeared, and Qilin grunted, stood up and walked in front of Charlotte, and rubbed his head against Shinla. Charlotte put away her wand, reached out to pat Qilin, and then looked deep into the jungle. Joya, maybe it's not us that's afraid of it. Rustle. There was another sound from the depths of the dense forest, but this time it was more urgent. In less than a moment, Abernathy and Nate stepped over the bushes and stood in front of Charlotte. Abernathy has never met Charlotte, just heard about Charlotte, but when he met two children on this desert island, one of them was a vampire. Abernathy immediately judged that. The person opposite may be Charlotte. Nate took a deep breath, then looked at Xiaoya. Very well. You are my kind. Xiaoya glanced at Ney in disgust and said angrily, I will not be the same as the people in Compuston. You have lost the honor of our vampires and become someone else's lackey. Charlotte looked at Ney. This was the first time he saw a vampire who took refuge in Grindelwald. So he asked Joya, is Compuston one of the families that betrayed vampires? Xiaoya kept her eyes on Ney and replied, Yes. Vampires also have their own beliefs. Compuston and Renault Ria are the only ones in the vampire family who publicly express their belief in pure blood and belittle Dambier. The vampires, and these guys, think that they are the noble pure blood nobles among the vampires, and muggles are only worthy of being their food. During the Middle Ages, it was because of these guys that vampires were hunted down by muggles, and they didn't have a good reputation in the wizarding world. When Ney heard this, he sneered and said, Stupid half-bloods, muggles are the food of vampires. Only you idiots who drink tomato juice every day will choose zinc to live in peace with them. Ney wanted to say something else, but Abernathy reached out his hand to stop his meaningless nonsense, and his eyes fell on that Qilin. Hand over Qilin, and we'll let you go. Charlotte didn't take out her wand either, and looked at Abernathy with a very calm look in her eyes. You are dreaming. Abernathy sneered, waved his wand, and a powerful magic power burst out from his wand. Avada Kedavra! Abernathy knew that Charlotte was difficult to deal with, so he cast the unforgivable curse instantly, hoping to kill Charlotte directly while not being killed. Ney stood aside, stepped back, and his eyes flashed a little. Abernathy is indeed a person who is proficient in spells, such a powerful, unforgivable curse. Even he can't release it. Sonorous, a crisp cry spread across the sky, and a golden light flashed across Chong Luo, who had already transformed into a thunderbird, flapping its wings and twitching the surrounding air, rushing towards Abernathy. Rumble. The thunder seemed to be cheering for the appearance of this thunderbird. The originally clear sky turned cloudy in an instant, and purple thunder and lightning jumped in the sky. It seemed that the thunderbird would summon it the next moment and land on Abernathy's body. Abernathy looked heavy. He knew that Charlotte would transform into a magical creature, but he didn't expect that it would have such a great oppressive force. The eyes of Ney, who was hiding beside him, flickered, and he felt a little retreat. But as early as Charlotte shot, Xiaoya couldn't bear it anymore and pointed her wand at Ney. Idiot! Ney dodged Xiaoya's attack, then wrapped his body in a dress, hid himself in the black smoke, and rushed directly towards Xiaoya. On the other side, Abernathy looked heavy, and his wand flickered again and again. Everything around him, such as trees, stones, and soil, were pulled up from the ground by his powerful magic power, and then fell towards Thunderbird. Clang! At this moment, Thunderbird let out an extremely high-pitched call, and in an instant, a flash of thunder passed through the entire forest, and the purple oily light made loud, crackling noises. The first ones to be affected were the coconut groves, which were instantly razed to the ground under the bombardment of the thunderstorm. With that thunder light as the center, the coconut groves around 100 meters were instantly shattered and burned by the thunderstorm. Abernathy had no time to react, and subconsciously raised his wand to resist, but unfortunately the thunder came much faster than him, and engulfed his body in the next moment. In the purple thunder light, Abernathy disappeared instantly without even making a sound. Although Lei Guang killed Abernathy, he also stopped Ney, and Ney rolled out of the black smoke. Although he was not hit by Lei Guang, Ney was also injured by Lei Guang, and the corner of his mouth kept bleeding. Charlotte regained her human body, and the sword of response immediately appeared in her hand. He held the sword of answer, pointing the tip of the sword at Nea's throat. Having seen Charlotte's strength, Neha trembled, fearing that Charlotte would kill him with a sword strike. "Sir, I don't have any malice towards you. I was coerced," Neha said in fear. Even though he hadn't approached the thunderlight, he felt the coercion. He can guarantee that if he hadn't stopped in time, just now, his current fate will probably be the same as that guy at Binksy. Xiaoya walked over from one side. She didn't relax at all. She pointed her wand at Ney, for fear that he would make troubles with tricks. "Charlotte, don't trust him." Naturally, Charlotte would not believe Ney. He opened his mouth and asked, "Who is behind you? What are you doing here?" After struggling for a while, Neha still opened his mouth and said, "I am here under the order of Lord Grindelwald to look for the holy beast Cheelin and capture Cheelin alive." After saying this, Xiaoya frowned and said, "Grindelwald needs Cheelin's blood?" Charlotte continued, "What does Grindelwald need Cheelin's blood for?" Ney trembled and stammered, I don't know, I just obeyed orders." "No one can lie under the sword of response," Charlotte nodded, and then let go of the sword of response. The sword of response did not land after it was released, but flew up, directly chopped off Charlotte's head, and then flew back in the beads on Charlotte's hand. Cheelin blood has the ability to predict. Headmaster Dumbledore also said that Grindelwald's predictive power comes from Cheelin blood. Charlotte looked at Joya, and Joya's eyes showed a bit of worry. If that's the case, Grindelwald will definitely not give up this Cheelin. "Charlotte, let's take this Cheelin back." Charlotte nodded and reached out to touch Cheelin's head. Cheelin didn't reject the touch between the two and would whine from time to time as a sign of friendship. Afterwards, the two returned to Stellite Castle using the portkey on Joya's body. The vampires in Street Castle generally don't drink blood. Even if they drink blood, They usually drink the blood of some common animals, so there is no danger for Cheelin staying here. Xiaoya found a place for Cheelin to settle down, and then had lunch with Charlotte. Charlotte, what shall we do after that? Will Grindel know that Cheelin is here? Charlotte cut open the barbecue on the plate and said, I will tell Headmaster Dumbledore about this matter. Cheelin is somewhat troublesome living here, but Hagrid will definitely be happy to live with a Cheelin, or Newt Scamander may also want to see this old friend. Xiaoya nodded, although Cheelin staying with Streeter is not dangerous. But there might be vampires who can't bear their own desires at some point. What should I do? While the two were talking, an owl flew in from the outside and landed on the dining table. Charlotte recognized it as the owl delivering the letter from Dumbledore. After feeding the owl some delicious food, Charlotte picked up the letter. Headmaster Dumbledore's letter? Joya asked. Charlotte nodded, and after reading line by line, her brows furrowed slightly. Harry's blood was taken by Voldemort. Things progressed much faster than he expected. In the original book, Voldemort's resurrection has been a matter of Harry's schooling for several years, but now he is in Harry's first grade. It was revived. Moreover, Voldemort's resurrection is also related to Grindelwald, which means that these two big devils are united. Charlotte shook her head and handed the letter to Joya. After Xiaoya finished watching, her reaction was much stronger than Charlotte's. She exclaimed, with anxiety and some fear in her eyes, Oh no, the mysterious man has been resurrected. Charlotte nodded and said, I'm afraid so. It seems that he has indeed been resurrected, and he is probably in alliance with Grindelwald. Xiaoya was full of anxiety. When Voldemort ruled the magic world was already in chaos. Until Voldemort died, he still didn't dare to call him by name. Although Xiaoya had no direct contact with these things, she could learn from the history of magic, feel the menacing power of Voldemort. Now, if the two major demon kings merge into an alliance, wouldn't the magic world be doomed? It's not over. At most, both of them can achieve their goals. Charlotte said while eating the barbecue in the bowl. Ask for flowers? Only then did Xiaoya realize that she was excited and said what she was thinking just now. But their goal will plunge the entire magic world into chaos. Charlotte nodded, her expression still calm. It's useless to be nervous now, and he is very sure that he can deal with Voldemort and Grindelwald. After all, he still has the blood power of the Frost Titan that he has not used. Even this letter is enough to cause chaos in the wizarding world, Charlotte said. In fact, a faint undercurrent has indeed begun in the magic world. Although the news of Grindelwald's escape from Nurmengard was strongly suppressed by the Ministry of Magic, paper could not contain the fire. Many wizards still heard the news, and many of them were already ready to move. 0. After all, Grindelwald's supporters were almost half of the wizarding world back then. At the same time, amidst the voices secretly talking about Grindelwald, Voldemort quietly came to the Ministry of Magic. Ministry of Magic, Office of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement. Yaxley was flipping through the documents when the office door rang, and Yaxley said, Come in. A lady in a suit walked in from outside the door. The lady put the documents in her hand on the table and said, Ike's case has been completed and needs to be stamped. There's also a letter from Dumbledore for a student who used magic outside the school. Defend. Yaxley frowned and looked at the lady and said, This is the prohibition of abuse of magic office management. I am the director of the executive division, not a chore handler, Ms. Mike. Ms. Mike covered her head and let out a sigh. Oh, I'm sorry, sir. There have been too many recent incidents. The Grindelwald incident has caused the entire wizarding world to fall into a strange atmosphere. I am really busy and confused. Ms. Mike put the document away, said something else before leaving the office. Yaxley picked up the coffee at the side, took a sip, stood up, and looked outside. There were quite a few wizards wandering around in the street in front of the Ministry of Magic. He frowned slightly and was about to turn around when he heard a hoarse voice. Yaxley, your life seems to be doing pretty well. The sudden sound from the office made Yaxley tremble all over. The fear engraved into his soul made him turn his head immediately. After seeing that it was indeed Voldemort, his attitude became extremely humble, and he lowered his head to salute Voldemort. Everything is for the return of the master. You are finally back, my master. Voldemort sat on the chair and said, Yaxley, my servant, are you still as loyal to me as before? Yaxley lowered his head, eyes full of faith. Naturally, I will always be your most loyal servant. Voldemort stood up, walked to the window, looked at the wizard below, sneered, then turned to Yaxley and said, I need you to help me go to Azkaban and release your partner. Yaxley stood beside Voldemort humbly. Naturally, my master, I will fetch you everything you want. August 20th. Only a few people in Dumbledore knew about Voldemort's resurrection. Besides, most people in the wizarding world only knew about Grindelwald's comeback. Compared with the brutal Voldemort, Grindelwald poses a greater threat to the wizarding world, but does not cause the wizards in the magical world to panic. After all, there are many wizards who believe in Grindelwald and want Grindelwald to lead them to defeat Muggles. In Street Castle, since rescuing Cheelin, Joya has fallen in love with this lovely and pure creature, while Charlotte continues her previous life, except for 3 meals. The rest of the time is reading the books left by Antonio, various books, and magic notes. On this day, Charlotte was reading a book, but Joya opened the door and came in, and said to Charlotte, Charlotte, Principal Dumbledore is here. Charlotte raised her head from the book, thought for a while, and saw the kind old man with white beard behind Xiao before she stood up. Headmaster Dumbledore, Charlotte greeted. Joya turned her head and looked at Dumbledore. Dumbledore smiled kindly. Joya, I have something to say to Charlotte. You go and see Cheelin first. I will take it back to Hogwarts later. Hagrid will like it just something small. When he came, Dumbledore had already learned what had happened from Joya. Joya nodded and left, leaving the study to Dumbledore and Charlotte. Dumbledore and Charlotte sat down on the chairs in front of the window. Dumbledore said, Charlotte, you are a smart child with an extremely powerful talent. With such talent and strength, even I might not be your match. Charlotte was taken aback and didn't answer. He knew that these compliments were not Dumbledore's real purpose. As for the combination of Voldemort and Grindelwald, I feel very troublesome. You also know that if they join forces, the entire wizarding world will become a victim of disaster. We need you, Charlotte, not just Hogwarts, but the entire wizarding world need you. I would like to invite you to join the Order of the Phoenix. The Order of the Phoenix is an organization I established to resist Voldemort and Grindelwald. Would you like to? Dumbledore's wise eyes stared at Charlotte. Even though he had seen many people, he could almost see people's hearts with his eyes, but in Charlotte's extremely clear eyes, he could not see any psychological fluctuations. Charlotte pondered for a while, then said, Principal Dumbledore, thank you for your approval, but I don't want to join the Order of the Phoenix. Charlotte had her own concerns about the alliance between Voldemort and Grindelwald. He is very strong and does not need other people's assistance. Even improper assistance is a drag on Charlotte. Except for Dumbledore, Charlotte is acting with other people, so he has to be more distracted to take care of others. This is not a favorable thing for Charlotte. Dumbledore seemed a little surprised and seemed to be expected. He pondered for a while and then said, I asked Severus to develop the prescription you gave me before, but it didn't seem to work. The medicine, it can't be properly integrated with the things on magical creatures, and the final effect is nothing more than an enhanced version of Animagus potion. Snape tried many times, but was never successful, each time failing at the final step of fusing the potion with the hair of the magical creature. That is to say, this magic prescription is theoretically feasible, but not practical. Maybe there are some tricks in it, but neither Dumbledore nor Charlotte knows about it. Charlotte was somewhat surprised, but he didn't take it seriously. After saying this, Dumbledore didn't seem to want to talk about heavy topics, so he began to compare Charlotte's recent studies. Meanwhile, Voldemort and Yaxley came to Azkaban. Azkaban, which is located in the North Sea, is under dark and damp clouds all year round. White lightning cuts through the sky from time to time, coupled with the Dementors floating on the island like wandering spirits. It is the first time to come to Azkaban. The people in the class couldn't help trembling. As the director of the legal department, Yaxley naturally had the right to come to Azkaban, and he and Voldemort landed on this island. The Dementors, without the slightest soul, who feed on human emotions, surged towards the surroundings the moment Voldemort landed. The Dark Lord's Voldemort was not only emotionless, he even made them feel intimidated. Yaxley took out the Ministry of Magic's document from his arms. Only this document could drive away the Dementors to interrogate the prisoner, otherwise the Dementors would rush to suck emotions. Even without this document, the Dementors retreated in all directions, and Yaxley quickly released all of Voldemort's old minions. Even after the other prisoners had sworn allegiance to Voldemort, they were all released. "My master!" Bellatrix bowed her head reverently in front of Voldemort, and many loyal Death Eaters also bowed their heads to Voldemort with expressions of emotion. The black mist rolled around Voldemort. Voldemort sneered and said, "My loyal servants, we will eventually restore the glory of the Dark Wizard." Bellatrix couldn't wait to swear, "I offer my loyalty to you, my master." "Loyalty to you, my master," shouted the Death Eaters in unison. Voldemort had an extremely evil look on his face. As he walked forward, the crowd automatically moved out of the way. Every gaze that fell on him was filled with deep reverence and devotion, and more importantly, deep fear. And scared, Voldemort spread his arms, enjoying the look. He felt that he seemed to have returned to his heyday. But after a while, he regained his composure and walked step by step to the end of the crowd, in front of the group of Dementors. "Dedicate your loyalty to me, and I promise you supreme freedom. From now on, you'll be the dining table for the entire wizarding world, and all muggles and mudbloods will be your food." Voldemort said loudly. The Dementors were floating on the spot, making a sharp roar, and after a while a Dementor floated out, bowing its head in front of Voldemort. The shrill voice filled the entire island, and all the Dementors bowed their heads in unison, offering their loyalty to Voldemort. Thunder rumbled, lightning split the sky, and evil breath lingered on the ocean. It seemed that Hygang's paradise was about to come. After subduing the Dementors and freeing the Death Eaters, Voldemort did not retreat immediately. There is no wizard supervision near Azkaban, because the Dementor itself has an extremely powerful deterrent force, and ordinary wizards would not want to come here, not to mention that there is no document from the Ministry of Magic. Even if they come here, they will be banned, surrounded by Dementors. Therefore, no one would notice Voldemort's act of releasing the Death Eaters in a short time. Voldemort turned his head to look at the place where Azkaban landed. He waved his wand, and a black shadow disappeared in place. "Charlotte Elvis!" The black shadow roared, and then disappeared. Bella heard the name, and there was a bit of doubt in her eyes. "Master! Who is this person? Could it be someone who hinders the Master's great cause? Do we need to kill him?" "No, you can't deal with this man," Voldemort said. "Bella and many Death Eaters have been imprisoned in Azkaban for a long time, and they don't know what happened outside." "Is he stronger than Dumbledore?" Bella asked. Voldemort's eyes showed some seriousness. Without the ability to determine the opponent's strength, everyone is Albus and Bella. Things were done, and Voldemort left Azkaban not wanting to alarm Dumbledore at this 16th hour. Paper can't contain fire, especially the fact that Yaxley has regained his status as a Death Eater and left the Ministry of Magic, which instantly caused thousands of waves in the Ministry of Magic. Mad-Eye Moody quickly sent Dumbledore the message. At this time, the people in the Ministry of Magic already knew the news that Azkaban had been breached. Dumbledore also talked to Charlotte about some wizarding secrets in Street Castle. Dumbledore is indeed the #1 white wizard in the magic world. He knows many secrets and spells, some of which are not even recorded in books. The conversation with Dumbledore was really fruitful for Charlotte. "Principal Dumbledore, let's have lunch together. The steak cooked by Chef Streeter is the best I have ever eaten." When it was lunchtime, Charlotte got up and went out with Dumbledore. Dumbledore smiled very kindly. Although the vampire family has reduced blood-sucking, their requirements in other aspects have gradually increased. "When you go back, I don't know if the Hogwarts food can satisfy you." Charlotte smiled, and before he could speak, Joya hurried in. "Charlotte, Headmaster Dumbledore, Mr. Moody, Mr. Lupin, and Mr. Rufus Scrimgeour are also here. The smile on Dumbledore's face faded in an instant. Rufus Scrimgeour is the director of the Auror office. If he came, it means that what happened is definitely not. Although Rufus and his opinions are always at odds, as an Auror, Rufus is qualified. When Charlotte heard these people, she also had a premonition that something was wrong, and the two hurriedly left the study and headed for the hall. As soon as Mad Eyes Moody saw Dumbledore and Charlotte, he rushed over and said, "Albus, Azkaban has been attacked. All the prisoners have disappeared, and the Dementors have surrendered to the mysterious man." Every word Mad Eye Moody says is explosive. Azkaban has been attacked. The prisoner is released. Even the Dementors have surrendered. Everyone present, and the vampires had their hearts beating wildly. Xiaoya's already fair face turned paler, and she exclaimed, "Oh my God!" Charlotte stood beside Joya and patted her to calm her down. Dumbledore frowned and looked at the people standing in the hall. "Go to Azkaban first. Most of the prisoners in Azkaban are people who pose a great threat to the magic world. This time Voldemort's resurrection and those Death Eaters. I think we really faced a great trouble," said Dumbledore. Rufus also said, "We came to you, probably to hear what you can do, but you can't do anything. It seems that we can only go to Azkaban first." Dumbledore didn't care about Rufus' prickly words and took Charlotte and Joya to apparate a few times and came to Azkaban. Azkaban is still shrouded in magic and cannot be seen by Muggles. The eerie atmosphere before has still not disappeared, but the island is empty and all the cages are empty. The faces of Dumbledore and the others were uncertain. Although they knew it, they still felt a little complicated when they saw it. Unexpectedly, Voldemort really convinced the Dementors and released all the prisoners. Joya reached out and pulled Charlotte's sleeve. She had never been to such a place. The gloominess of Azkaban was not used in the vampire castle, but with deep fear and the shadow that reached the bottom of her heart. Although the Dementors have left, the influence of the long-term presence here has not dissipated for a while. Charlotte reached out to hold Xiaoya's cold hand, and the warmth of her palm made Xiaoya's face look a little better. "Charlotte, is this Azkaban?" Charlotte nodded, scanning her surroundings. "There is nothing here anymore." Dumbledore took out his wand, raised it up, and yelled, "Flashback." This spell can make the image playback of the spell cast here before. Dumbledore's enormous magic power quickly enveloped the entire trail. Amidst the white light, a black mist emerged from Azkaban. The black mist took on the shape of a demon. As soon as it appeared, it exuded an extremely evil aura. "Charlotte Elvis!" The black shadow roared, and then rushed towards Charlotte. Dumbledore stretched out his wand, and a burst of magic power came out, but it didn't disturb the black mist. After all, it was just a shadow of the past. Xiao Luo's face was calm. Xiaoya stared at the rushing black figure with wide eyes and unconsciously squeezed Charlotte's hand tightly. Charlotte felt Joya's fear and stretched out her hand to pull her behind. "Voldemort!" Charlotte called out. The black mist passed through Charlotte and dissipated in the air, leaving only one sentence. "We'll send you death." Dumbledore and the others frowned slightly, and Charlotte's eyes were cold. It seems that the first target of Voldemort and Grindelwald is not the entire wizarding world, but him. A murderous intent rose in Charlotte's heart. If that was the case, he wouldn't mind ending the lives of the two Dark Lord himself. "Charlotte, child, there is no need to be afraid." Charlotte was young after all, Dumbledore couldn't help saying out loud. Charlotte raised her head and looked at Dumbledore. "Principal Dumbledore, although I will not join the Order of the Phoenix, since the magic world is in crisis, I will not sit still." Dumbledore thought for a moment, then let out a breath. For some reason, the tension that had been accumulated in his heart for so long suddenly dissipated a little. One Grindelwald had already given Dumbledore a headache, and with one Voldemort added, the entire wizarding world might be at a loss what to do. However, if Charlotte is willing to make a move, Dumbledore had a plan in mind. "Charlotte, it's going to be tough, but I believe in you." There was nothing worth noticing in Azkaban, so several people returned to Street Castle. However, the faces of several people are still very dignified. It can now be confirmed that Voldemort has indeed reached an alliance with Grindelwald, and all the Death Eaters have been released from Azkaban, and even some felons who were originally imprisoned in Azkaban have all surrendered to Voldemort. The gathering of this force means impending disaster to the magic world. Rufus thought for a moment, then set his gaze on Charlotte, a questioning look in his eyes. Rufus didn't know Charlotte's strength. Crazy Moody and others didn't deliberately promote it. After all, Charlotte is an unregistered Animagus, and the laws of the magic world are still in effect, and it would not be beneficial for Tion Luo to spread the word. Why? The mysterious man wants to kill you. Rufus frowned slightly. Voldemort wanted to kill a child. If this person was Harry Potter, it would be reasonable to say, but this person was Charlotte, who had nothing to do with what happened back then. Maybe it's because my presence threatens them. Charlotte shrugged and sat down to one side. Dumbledore stopped Rufus' inquiring gaze and said, "Scrimgeour, you will know about Charlotte later. The most important thing now is how we deal with the alliance of the two great demon kings." Rufus withdrew his gaze, frowned, and said, "Do we still have time? Now that Voldemort has taken back the Death Eaters in Azkaban, Grindelwald's influence on the magic world is also increasing, and those who support him on the surface more and more. Do we have time?" The news of Grindelwald's escape from Nurmengard has been known by many people. Even though the Ministry of Magic has been covering up this matter, the news still leaked out. Although Grindelwald is now a guilty body and can no longer use political means to color the magic world, there are still not a few people who believe in Grindelwald. And even if they don't want to admit it, there are many people in the Ministry of Magic who secretly believe in Grindelwald. As for Voldemort, the incident in Azkaban was discovered early this time, and the news of Harry's attack was only known to a few people in the Order of the Phoenix, so it did not cause widespread panic. However, this matter will be known to everyone sooner or later. And now, is it still too late? After all, the Dark Lord has become a powerful force. As long as he launches an attack on the magic world now, the entire magic world will not be spared. When everyone was thinking about this matter, Charlotte suddenly said, "It's too late." Dumbledore and the others looked at Charlotte, and Charlotte stood up and continued, "Before they kill me, they won't do it lightly. After all, Principal Dumbledore and I are extremely uncertain factors, and they won't let their enemies live well." Rufus frowned and was about to speak out. Dumbledore nodded slightly. "Charlotte is right. Maybe now is the time for us to fight back." A gleam flashed in Dumbledore's wise eyes, and he looked at the people present. Although Lupin and Rufus were a little confused, they all quieted down and listened to Dumbledore's words. "Charlotte's strength, Mr. Scrimgeour, and Mr. Lupin, don't worry. I can fully guarantee this. Charlotte is our trump card. Since Voldemort and Grindelwald are concerned about me and Charlotte, it's time for us to make a move." Dumbledore turned his head and showed a kind smile. "Charlotte, what do you think we should do?" Charlotte glanced at all the people present and said, "The best, of course, is to kill them, but how to kill them is another problem." Seeing them talking, Rufus said impatiently, "Albus, I don't think it's a good idea to let this kid participate." Charlotte smiled slightly and said, "Mr. Rufus, you can rest assured of my strength. I am Animagus." Rufus sneered. Animagus is rare, but he has never seen it before. What can Animagus do in the contest between the two demon kings? Become a sparrow, fly to their old nest, and peck their food? Animugs may not be able to do anything else. Before Rufus could finish speaking, a crisp cry came from the opposite side. In a short period of time, Charlotte's body was covered with a layer of golden feathers, and in an instant, a majestic thunderbird appeared in the living room. The thunderbird flapped its wings, carrying an extremely violent thunder and lightning aura. Rufus froze in place, staring blankly at Charlotte, who transformed into Thunderbird. "Is this Animagus? Just kidding?" "This." Rufus stood up abruptly from the sofa. Dumbledore patted him on the shoulder with a smile and said, "Mr. Scrimgeour, maybe you should change your habit of looking at people from the back of your head." Rufus blushed, a bit ashamed in his eyes. An Animagus who could transform into a Thunderbird, no matter how old he is, deserves respect and even awe from wizards. and yet he just mocked him for his incompetence? Rufus blushed, and when Charlotte reappeared, he saluted Charlotte solemnly. "Sorry, I was reckless just now." Charlotte smiled. "Didn't mind. Rufus is the head of the Auror office. It's normal to have his own judgment, and just by looking at him, who knows what he's really capable of?" Knowing Charlotte's ability, several people began to discuss ways to kill the two Demon Kings. In the end, Dumbledore decided to collect Voldemort's Horcruxes and destroy them, and then Charlotte would come forward to kill Voldemort completely. As for Grindelwald, Charlotte looked at Dumbledore. "Before that, I have a question." Dumbledore looked at Charlotte. "Grindelwald, are there Horcruxes too?" Dumbledore was taken aback, frowning slightly. If it was before, he could say no, but now he is not completely sure. When everyone was discussing the strategy against the enemy, London, Voldemort took a group of Death Eaters back to their old nest in the London, Zhao 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 neighborhood. As soon as they returned to their lair, Bella and the others became vigilant immediately, raising their wands to aim at Lena and the others opposite Grindelwald. Grindelwald was sitting on the sofa, and Reyna raised her wand and turned Bella at the same time. Voldemort stopped Bella's movements, and a hoarse voice sounded. "Mr. Grindelwald and I are already partners, and we have the same goal." Grindelwald folded his hands on his knees. "Yes, your servant has returned. I think we can deal with Albus and get back his Elder Wand." "So what do you do?" Voldemort's hoarse voice was filled with evil moisture. A puff of thick black smoke rose from his hand, and a ring emerged from the black smoke. On the ring, a purple gemstone shines brightly. "Give him what he wants in exchange for what I need." Grindelwald's eyes flashed slightly. The Resurrection Stone. Back when Voldemort was resurrected, he sent a Death Eater to Gaunt's cabin to retrieve the item. Marvolo Gaunt's ring was not only a Horcrux of Voldemort, but also one of the 3 holy artifacts. When Grindelwald saw the Resurrection Stone on the ring, his eyelids twitched slightly. He didn't expect that one of the 3 holy artifacts he was looking for was actually in the hands of Voldemort. "I think Dumbledore will need this, and if he doesn't, someone will." Voldemort grinned and let out 2 dry laughs. Grindelwald also thought of something. He said, "How do you negotiate with Dumbledore?" Voldemort sat on the side. According to Voldemort's logic, it was actually very simple. As long as he sent a Death Eater there, it was enough. But he clearly heard that Grindelwald seemed to have other meanings. "Mr. Grindelwald, don't tell me you want to show off your intelligence." Voldemort's tone was slightly teasing. Grindelwald was also not angry, but said, "You should understand that our enemies are not on our side. Pure blood must stand on top of all wizards and those stupid muggles. Then our worst enemy must be removed first." 217-inch. Albus and the kid. Grindelwald's eyes darkened. "You need to hide your figures so as not to panic the prey. A qualified hunter must learn to walk in the forest." Voldemort pondered. What Grindelwald said was not wrong. Without the Elder Wand in his hand, he was not sure that he would be able to kill the child who could transform into a Balrog. However, the news that he has been resurrected cannot be hidden from Dumbledore. They will definitely make a lot of preparations, but if too many people are alarmed, the magic world may add extra trouble to the previous united front, especially those nasty Aurors. "Albus will not be ignorant of my resurrection, Grindelwald," Voldemort said. Grindelwald picked up the goblet on the table and shook it lightly. "But he won't hand you the Elder Wand easily." Voldemort thought for a moment, then threw the ring on his hand to Grindelwald. "Perhaps you are right. Then I will leave this matter to you, my partner." "Why?" Grindelwald stroked the Resurrection Stone in his hand. In the early years, he and Dumbledore searched for the 3 holy artifacts for a long time, but they never thought that getting the Resurrection Stone was only a matter of this moment. Unfortunately, at this moment, too many things have changed. Grindelwald looked at the black and purple Resurrection Stone, and then looked back. "Rena, are Abernathy and Ney back?" "About 3 days have passed, but there is still no news from Abernathy and Ney." "No news, boss." Grindelwald reached for the skull-shaped crystal stone that was set aside, and his eyes sunk into the crystal stone. Although he didn't see the past in the crystal stone, He could also feel the disappearance of Abernathy and Nay. Grindelwald put down the crystal stone, waved his wand, and instantly disappeared in place, appearing on the small island. On the island, many primitive tribes bowed towards the forest. Grindelwald stood in the air, staring at the bare place in the middle of the dense forest. He landed, and Reyna was behind him, seeing the signs of destruction at the scene, and said, "Boss, it's a thunderstorm." A storm was brewing in Grindelwald's eyes. He glanced and found a pile of ashes beside him, and he could guess who made it without even looking. Charlotte Elvis. Grindelwald stroked the ring on his index finger, and the storm in his eyes finally turned into a black, killing intent. Grindelwald never felt that what he did was wrong. In this case, those who blocked him were wrong, such as Dumbledore and Charlotte Elvis, who appeared today. To save a wrong person, either take him under his command or let him disappear. Obviously, in Grindelwald's view, Charlotte herself chose the latter. Gab. After Grindelwald left, Voldemort thought for a while. Then he moved and disappeared in place with Bella and others behind him. Malfoy Manor. Lucius Malfoy was sitting in the study, and Narcissa Malfoy walked in from the outside, a little anxious. "Lucius, we need help. Dumbledore must know about this. Maybe we need—" Lucius stood up and glanced at his wife with a gloomy look. "No, Narcissa, we don't need help. Don't forget the fear. Now that he has returned, the wizarding world will definitely be shrouded in darkness again." Narcissa was taken aback. "What do you mean?" "He needs us, Narcissa. You don't need to be afraid. Among pure blood we are nobles. Among Death Eaters, we are loyal servants, no matter what. Malfoy's home will not be Azkaban." Lou Hughes said, but his expression became more serious and gloomy. Narcissa frowned slightly, but did not refute what her husband said. When Narcissa left, Lucius turned around and bowed his head towards the window to salute. The reason for saying these words is actually very simple. That is, he is more sensitive than the idiot Yaxley, and when Voldemort came, the fear in his heart began to tremble. "My master, your servant has been waiting for your return." Amidst the black mist, Voldemort appeared. He walked over and sat on the stool, his bald head showing an evil look. "Very well, Lucius, I feel your loyalty." Lucius had a humble look on his face. With a wave of Voldemort's slender fingers, the wand beside Lucius flew into his hand. Lucius was stunned for a moment and saw a ray of light hit him, knock him straight into the wall behind him. Boom! There was a loud noise. Lucius twisted his face, but he didn't dare to resist. He just said, "My respected master, I am loyal to you." Voldemort walked up to Lucius, put his wand on his neck, then turned around and returned the wand to Lucius. "Of course I know. Lucius, I need you to do something for me. I remember I put my diary here with you. Give it to your son. It's my birthday present for him." Lucius' body trembled, and when he heard this, his breath was stagnant and his face was pale. "As you order, my lord." Voldemort's figure disappeared in an instant, and Lucius didn't dare to breathe until there was no fluctuation of Voldemort's magic power in the air. He knew that the purpose of Voldemort's attack just now was to warn him not to have second thoughts. As for the diary, Lucius will naturally give it to Draco Malfoy, but the gift can also be passed on to others, right? After reading it, Lucius' face looked a little better. However, the trembling from the soul was still roaring crazily. Among the pitch-black mountains, the salty smell of seawater enveloped a black, fearsome, towering building. This gloomy fortress had imprisoned Grindelwald for 50 years. What is even more ridiculous is that this fortress named Nurmengard was a prison built by Grindelwald himself. It was originally used to detain those who opposed him, but it was not thinking of it. In the end, it became his own prison. However, Grindelwald chose to return here. Only Grindelwald was imprisoned in Nurmengard. After he escaped, the place was abandoned by the Ministry of Magic. Grindelwald moved to the gate of Nurmengard. The gate that had been corroded by the sea wind creaked. The magnificent building, and the abandoned appearance of the building now, is like him who once stood at the apex, and now him. Reyna stood behind Grindelwald and looked up at Nurmengard. "Boss, aren't we going back to London?" Grindelwald tidied up his windbreaker and walked inside. "It's great here, isn't it, Lena? We used to build the most brilliant career here, and now we have to start again from here." As for Voldemort, he also has his own ideas. "Why get in touch? I'll let him know." Reyna nodded and followed Grindelwald, using her wand to sweep away the dust and debris in the hallway. Grindelwald stopped in front of the door of a room. He walked in, and there's a bit of nostalgia in his eyes, but the nostalgia was short, and then he stood in front of a mirror in the room. This room is Credence's room. Credence is the son of Aberforth. There is a double-sided mirror in his room. The other side of the double-sided mirror is in the Hog's Head Tavern in Hogsmeade. Grindelwald took a deep breath, smelling the dust in the room. The smell of nostalgia is that here, the people who live here stopped me on that towering mountain. Reyna stood behind Grindelwald, silent and silent. Grindelwald's nostalgia didn't take long. He took out his wand and wrote a few words on the mirror. "Ariana's soul is calling. Whether she reappears or not is up to your choice." After writing these words, Grindelwald turned and left the room and said to Reyna, "No one is allowed to enter this room." The news that Nurmengard had once again become Grindelwald's lair gradually began to spread throughout the magic world, and some even rumored that Grindelwald returned to clear himself of his crimes. Then bored the political thinking. At the same time, in Stellite Castle, an owl flew in from outside, bringing a letter from Hogwarts. Chalia opened the letter, read it, and said, "Charlotte, the book list for the second semester is here." Charlotte was sitting on the sofa, flipping through Antonio's magic notes. Hearing this, she said without raising her head, "I probably don't need it." After the summer vacation, he also successfully became a second-year student at Hogwarts. But according to his current level, it is not a problem to skip directly to the 6th grade, let alone the textbooks of the 2nd grade. Moreover, Dumbledore told him that he is completely free to choose his own courses and even take classes across grades. For him, the knowledge and textbooks of the 2nd grade are completely learned and unnecessary. Chalia came over and lay down on the sofa. "You don't need it anymore, but I still need it, and I don't know many spells. Why don't you accompany me to buy books?" Charlotte put down the magic note in her hand and nodded. Although she didn't need to learn it, it doesn't matter to go and have a look. Besides, he remembered Ginny and Luna would also be enrolled in the 2nd semester, and at that time, the Slytherin Chamber of Secrets would also be opened. He doesn't need Cheelan's blood anymore, but the basilisk's blood is very good. Good. Joya took out the flue powder excitedly, and then stood in the fireplace with Charlotte. The two tossed the flue powder in their hands and shouted, "Diagon Alley!" Boom! After a loud noise, the two appeared in the fireplace in Diagon Alley. Charlotte looked around. Although he didn't need to buy books, he needed to buy another copy of his magic robe. During this period of time, he ate very well at Joya's house, and the original magic robe was no longer suitable for him. Chalia also had such a plan, and her clothes didn't seem to suit her well. The two reached an agreement and went to Mrs. Jin's gown store together. At the entrance of Mrs. Malkin's robe store, Harry, Ron, and Hermione stood together. Hermione looked around and soon saw Joya and Charlotte walking side by side. It has to be said that even when Diagon Alley was busy, bright people walking side by side were particularly eye-catching in the crowd. Even Harry and Ron, two careless guys, all looked over, asked for flowers. "Hey, Charlotte, Joya." Hermione waved her hands enthusiastically. Joya's eyes lit up, and she ran over to hug Hermione. "Hermione, why are you here?" Joya asked. Hermione took out the book list and said, "I came to Diagon Alley to buy books, but I met Harry and Ron, so I followed them." Joya smiled and said, "Charlotte and I are also here to buy books, but we need to buy a robe first. My robe is a bit short, and so is Charlotte's." Charlotte walked up to several people and asked gently, "Harry, Ron, are you here to buy something too?" "Zero. No, it's Ginny and her partner. Harry, what's the name of that crazy girl?" Ron said, suddenly whispering to Harry. Harry froze for a moment. Obviously, there were some things he couldn't recall. At this time, a little girl came out of the store. Her silver eyes were as clean as those of a unicorn, and her golden hair was the same as Xiao Ya's, but deeper than hers. She has carrot earrings in her ears and a necklace made of butterbeer corks around her neck. If these things were placed on others, it would look a little funny, but when placed in front of the girl in front of her, it made her extraordinarily innocent and lovely. Her silver eyes flicked around Harry and Ron, who were discussing her name, and then fell on Charlotte, who blinked, as if a shooting star flashed across her hollow eyes. "Do you believe in the crooked snork?" the girl asked. Charlotte recognized the girl, nodded, and said, "I believe." The girl's expression became extremely happy. She smiled at Charlotte and said, "My name is Luna Lovegood." Harry and Ron, who were struggling with their names, suddenly came back to their senses. "That's right. Her name is this." As soon as the two turned their heads, they were awkwardly in place for an instant and became a little embarrassed. Charlotte smoothed things over and said, "Hello, Luna. Since they're all here to buy robes, then don't stand outside. Let's go in together." Luna nodded, turned around, and went back to the shop. After the group bought the robes, they went to the Lehan bookstore to buy the books they needed for the new semester. As soon as they arrived at the door of the bookstore, everyone was stunned, because the Lehan bookstore was already crowded with people, and wizards kept trying to squeeze in. "What happened?" Ron asked in surprise. Hermione was also a little puzzled, and kept tiptoeing to look inside. "It seems that someone is talking." "It doesn't matter anyway. Let's squeeze in and have a look," Ron said, and squeezed in. Harry followed Ron and disappeared into the crowd after a while. Hermione, Joya, Ginny, and Luna stood beside Charlotte, and Charlotte smiled and said, "I won't go in. I won't buy books." Xiaoya frowned. "There are too many people. Let's go again later." Arthur Weasley reached out and patted Ginny on the head and said, "Let's go in later." 030 Xenophilius Lovegood also said, "Yes, Luna will come back later, go in." The group stood outside for a while, and Charlotte heard a person approaching from the side. Cedric smiled and greeted Charlotte. "Charlotte." Before the greeting was finished, Cedric's father hurried into the bookstore. Cedric smiled helplessly and said, "Sorry, my father is a fan of Dr. Lockhart." Charlotte looked into the bookstore and asked, "You mean that Gilderoy Lockhart?" Joya and Hermione said at the same time, "Gilderoy Lockhart." The two looked at each other with excited eyes. "You like him too?" "I didn't expect it to be Mr. Gilderoy, my God. He is really charming. Come on, let's go in." Joya and Hermione were talking, and they held hands and squeezed into the crowd. When the incident happened suddenly, Charlotte froze for a moment, then smiled helplessly. "Senior Cedric, I'm sorry. They seem to like this Gilderoy Herald very much." Cedric nodded, with a somewhat complaining look on his face. "Normally, he does have a lot of fans. And do you know that? On this year's Defense Against the Dark Arts book list, there's a series of his books. I'm sure that professor must be his fan." Charlotte looked weird. Perhaps this year's Defense Against the Dark Arts professor is him. Even a good old man like Cedric couldn't help being taken aback, and said, "Merlin, is this true?" Charlotte couldn't deny it. "Of course. No, I always feel that he might not be that powerful. Can he really teach us black magic?" Cedric yelled badly, frowning. Before Charlotte could continue speaking, Lucius Malfoy brought Draco Malfoy to the door of Lehan bookstore. When Malfoy saw Charlotte, he said, "Charlotte Elvis." Charlotte turned her head to look at Malfoy. "What a coincidence. I'm the one. It's just a coincidence that I met someone like you here." Malfoy arrogantly swept everyone present and finally fixed on Ginny. He said coldly, "You are only worthy of being with me. Weasleys together." Charlotte blocked Malfoy's gaze at Ginny, frowned and said, "Malfoy, be careful what you say." Malfoy's face became more and more arrogant. "Could I be wrong? People from Weasley are worthy of watching at the door of this store." Charlotte's face sank. The wand was already in his hand. He stretched out his hand and said, "Fuchsia." Malfoy was stunned for a moment, and in the next second he was pulled upside down by a magic force and hung upside down in the air. His clothes also hung down, making him look very funny. Malfoy blushed and shouted, "Father, help me." Lucius stood behind the whole time, reaching out and waving his wand to make Malfoy fall. He looked sullenly at Charlotte, who cast the spell so fast that he didn't even have time to react. "Stupid man, The Malfoy family couldn't lose face. Lucius immediately raised his wand, and the magic power gathered was about to turn Charlotte. Arthur Weasley also took out his wand and pointed it at Lucius. Lucius, you are too much. How can you point your wand at a child? Lucius snorted coldly. Arthur Weasley, look at your humble and filthy appearance. If the Ministry of Magic is not enough for you, I can ask someone to do more for you to feed your big mouth. 8 piggies. Arthur Weasley flushed with an angry look on his face. Lucius, I think you'd better not humiliate my family. Lucius sneered. The Weasley family is humble. Don't they need others to humiliate you? You think too highly of yourself. This kind of anger can be tolerated. Arthur thinks he is not a man, but it is not a good idea to use magic to fight in Diagon Alley. Arthur suppressed the anger in his eyes, and he put away his wand instead. A fist swung in the past. When Xiaoya and Hermione came out of Lian Bookstore holding the book contentedly, they saw a circle of people outside, and the clerk of Lian Bookstore was shouting outside, hoping that the people inside would stop. Oh no! Ginny covered her mouth while Luna stood watching, her eyes a bit empty. Charlotte and Cedric stood aside, neither intending to intervene. Xiaoya hurried to Charlotte and said, Stop them, Charlotte. Charlotte glanced at Xiaoya, smiled, and then waved her hand. A powerful magic force instantly separated the two. Okay, Mr. Malfoy, you've lost enough face. I don't think there's any need to continue, Charlotte said. At this moment, Lucius' eyes were black and blue. His hair and clothes were all messed up, and he didn't look like a nobleman at all. And Arthur Weasley's face was also red and swollen. When it comes to flirting, Lucius thinks he is number 1, and no one is second. But when it comes to fighting nobles who stay still all year round, they are slightly worse. Seeing that they were separated by people, and there were many people watching, Lucius snorted angrily, picked up a second-hand book from the ground, threw it into Ginny's second-hand cauldron, and said viciously, Put away your books. Your father can only buy you second-hand books. Then he suppressed his anger and said to Arthur, Weasley, our business is not over yet. Arthur had a gash at the corner of his mouth, but he felt very happy. Usually when Lucius came to speak harshly, he usually passed by. As an old 2.7 good man, it is his good virtue not to make trouble, but today he played happily. Lucius paused, not to mention how happy he was. I'm waiting, Lucius. Afterwards, Lucius took Malfoy away, and the crowd of onlookers also dispersed. Ginny stepped forward, looking at the injury on Arthur Weasley's face with some distress. Arthur stroked Ginny's head and said, I'm fine. Then, he looked up at Charlotte. Thank you, young man. In fact, during the fight just now, he felt a force strengthening his strength. That's why he beat Lucius so hard, but he didn't have much injury. Charlotte smiled and didn't speak, but Xiaoya looked at Arthur, then at Charlotte, then reached out and pinched Charlotte's arm and said, Okay, you did something bad. I'm going to report you to Principal Dumbledore. The onlookers dispersed. Joya reached out and took out her wand, and a healing magic instantly healed the wound on Arthur's face. What happened? Why did Mr. Weasley fight with Mr. Malfoy? Joya looked at Charlotte, pretending to be angry. Charlotte shrugged. Arthur rubbed his face, thanked him, and explained, This Mr. Elvis has nothing to do with it, because Lucius provoked first, but Lucius and I are also old enemies. Arthur said briefly, and he was inevitably a little embarrassed when he said it. After all, it was in front of a group of children. Mr. Weasley, I heard that you had a conflict with Lucius. Sirius came from the side, holding some things in his hand that were bought for Harry. Arthur saw that it was Sirius, and said with a smile, Lucius has suffered a lot from me. You don't see him with a bruised nose and a swollen face, just like Merlin's stinky socks. Sirius smiled, turned his head to look at the bookstore, and said, I heard that Mr. Lockhart seems to be inside. Joya and Hermione's eyes lit up, and they held the book in their hands and said, Yes, Mr. Sirius. Are you also a fan of Mr. Lockhart? Sirius was stunned for a moment, and replied politely, I've heard of Mr. Lockhart's name. I heard that he is a very powerful wizard. He once went to the South African rainforest alone and defeated many dark wizards. Hermione nodded excitedly. Yes. Yes. My God, Mr. Lockhart is really powerful, and he is very business-minded. Cedric and Charlotte stood behind, and when they heard this, they looked at each other in unison, with some doubts and helplessness in their eyes. Charlotte, is this Lockhart really that powerful? Cedric asked. If what others say is not credible, then serious evaluation will never be wrong. Before Charlotte could speak, he heard a surprised voice from behind, and then he was pulled over. When Charlotte came back to her senses, Lockhart's magnified, greasy face appeared in front of her eyes. Oh, Charlotte Elvis, that genius wizard. I saw you on the Daily Prophet. Hey, I didn't expect to meet you here. Lockhart looked politely and excitedly at Charlotte, and then he reached out and pulled Harry Potter from behind. Oh, today is such a good day to be able to meet Harry Potter and the genius wizard Charlotte Elvis here. Come, let's take a photo together, and it will definitely be on the headlines of the Daily Prophet. No need, Mr. Lockhart. Charlotte refused coldly. Lockhart firmly grabbed Charlotte's hand and said with a friendly smile, Oh, don't refuse me, Charlotte. Maybe you don't know that I am your defense against the dark arts professor this semester. Charlotte frowned slightly. He was not such a gentle and easygoing person as Harry Potter. Seeing that Lockhart was unwilling to let go of his hand, he moved his fingers slightly, and a purple electric light jumped. Lockhart let go of his hand abruptly. The tingling sensation on the back of his hand made his hand tremble, and Lockhart looked at Charlotte with some doubts. Charlotte smiled decently. See you next time, Mr. Lockhart. Charlotte walked back to Cedric and Joya. Cedric and Joya had been paying attention to Charlotte's movements. Seeing him walking back, Cedric blinked and asked, although I don't want to say that, but it's like a peacock spreading its tail, Merlin. How did he let you go? Charlotte looked at Cedric. He and Cedric met at the Quidditch match. Although he no longer played Quidditch, Cedric already regarded him as a friend. But yes, the little badger is always very simple and cute. Moreover, Cedric does not mind showing his usual appearance to his friends. It's nothing, I just gave him a small gift, Charlotte said lightly. Xiao Ya's eyes widened, and she said in a low voice, Charlotte, he is our defense against the dark arts teacher. Aren't you afraid that he will give you marks during the exam? Charlotte pretended to think for a while, and said, Maybe I don't need it. Joya, Hermione, needs it more. Only then did Joya and Hermione realize that the person standing in front of them was a genius wizard who created his own magic at the age of 11. Okay, but you don't seem to like Mr. Lockhart. Xiaoya asked aloud. She lived with Charlotte for a summer vacation and knew a lot about Chong Luo's temper. Looking at Charlotte's appearance, it seems that she looks down on Lockhart. Charlotte didn't hide it, and nodded. He doesn't seem to have any real talents, but who knows, maybe he can find some value in Hogwarts. That's right. Charlotte turned her head to look at Ginny, who was standing aside. Ginny and Luna stood together, and their gazes also fell on Charlotte. Just as Charlotte was looking over, her eyes quickly turned away as soon as they collided with Charlotte. Ginny. Charlotte walked up to Ginny, pointed to the cauldron in her hand, and asked, I seem to have seen something Lucius put in your book just now. Can you show it to me? As soon as Ginny heard what Charlotte said, she immediately looked at her book, and after careful inspection, she found an old diary inside. Just about to reach for it, Luna reached out to stop Ginny and said, There are a lot of bugs on this book. Ginny, don't touch it. Ginny glanced at Luna suspiciously. She knew that Luna's imagination was very wild, but the old diary inside the crucible looked normal, and there were no bugs at all. Luna, there are no bugs on this, Ginny said. After all, it's something Malfoy brought, and there's nothing wrong with some. Charlotte reached out and took the diary in the cauldron in her hand. The diary looked very old, but it was also very ordinary, and he didn't feel the magic fluctuations. If he didn't know that it was Voldemort's Horcrux, maybe he would think it was just an ordinary diary. After getting the diary, Charlotte smiled at the two of them and was about to turn around to leave, but when he turned around, someone grabbed the sleeve of his magic robe. Ginny tugged at his sleeve and said shyly, Thank you, Mr. Charlotte Elvis. She was very grateful for Charlotte defending her actions just now and punishing Malfoy. Charlotte said gently. You're welcome. After all, we are about to be Miss Weasley of a school. Ginny and Luna watched Charlotte walk back to Cedric, Joya, and Hermione, and Ginny said, Mr. Elvison is just as Ron said. He is a good man. There was some light in Luna's empty eyes. Yes, and the color on his body is so beautiful. Luna is a wonderful or weird person, which Ginny has already recognized when she met her, but Ginny is not a person who will make fun of others because of their character. On the contrary, she knows that her friends are better than anyone else. Everyone must be sincere. Ginny looked at Charlotte. She didn't see any color in Charlotte. Charlotte took the diary back to Cedric and the others. Serious. Arthur and Cedric's father were buying books in the bookstore, so they didn't notice it. Xiaoyu was about to ask. Charlotte winked at her lightly. Xiaoyu smiled, and the two tacitly did not mention this matter. Cedric was just talking to the Weasley twins at the bookstore. George Weasley saw Charlotte coming and greeted excitedly. Hey, Charlotte, I'm Fred. Fred blinked and said, Oh, it's George. Charlotte smiled and greeted in the right direction. Senior George, Senior Fred. George and Fred were taken aback. They looked exactly the same. Even Molly Weasley, who was a mother, couldn't tell their faces apart. Although Charlotte played Quidditch with them, how could she know their names? But George and Fred's expressions remained unchanged, and they waved their hands in a joking tone. No, I'm Fred. I'm George, Charlotte said with a smile. Even twins are different people. I don't think I admit my mistake. George and Fred pursed their lips and said in unison, As expected of a genius wizard, but you really don't play Quidditch? It's better not to modify the Quidditch rules too much. Charlotte blinked. The twins' eyes lit up, and George touched Charlotte's shoulder. Hey, Charlotte, I think it was really wrong for you to choose to pull when Keluo. Maybe you should come to our Gryffindor. Several people chatted at the door for a while. Although they were in different grades, they were very friendly to Charlotte and the others because of Quidditch, so they agreed to set off together before the time came. Hogwarts. After Charlotte finished shopping, she said goodbye to Hermione with Joya, and then returned to Castle Lente. The start date is coming soon, and Charlotte has learned several vampire spells in Lente Castle. Vampires are indeed the founders of most spells in the wizarding world. Some spells, if Charlotte has not read Antonio's book, then he may don't know either. London, King's Cross Station. Charlotte and Joya looked around, then walked into the wall. In the blink of an eye, both of them arrived at platform 9 3/4. It wasn't time for the train to depart yet, so the two looked around and bought some food near the train station platform. Hey, Charlotte. Joya. Charlotte, who was buying snacks, heard the sound and saw Hermione walking towards them with a salute. Joya turned around and waved to Hermione excitedly. Hermione. Hermione walked up to the two, obviously very pleased to see them. Hey, Charlotte, I'll show you something. Hermione looked in the luggage. As a top student, Hermione's salute was neatly arranged, and everything had its own place. She reached for a newspaper from the bookcase and handed it to Charlotte. Charlotte opened the paper and looked at the headlines in the Prophet's paper. Hey, isn't this you? But didn't you refuse to take a photo with Mr. Lockhart? Xiaoyu was a little surprised. The headline of the Prigi family newspaper was a photo of Lockhart, Harry, and Xiao Luo. Have you seen this too? Cedric came from behind and looked at the photo in Charlotte's hand. Senior Cedric. Charlotte greeted, and Cedric continued. Look, this speech is really interesting. Charlotte coughed lightly, folded the newspaper in her hand, and handed it to Hermione. Cedric pretended to be Lockhart without knowing it, and continued. Oh, when I knew that Harry and Charlotte were my fans, I was so surprised. When they looked at me with such admiring eyes, I knew it was the right choice to become the defense against the dark arts professor at Hogwarts. Unexpectedly, Cedric had such a side. Charlotte was slightly taken aback, and then passed Cedric with her hands. Hermione's brows were tightly frowned. Hermione was looking forward to or longing for the characters of heroes. She had read Lockhart's books many times, so she liked Lockhart very much. Xiaoyu stretched out her hand to pull Hermione, rushed towards Charlotte with a pair of beautiful eyes, and said with a puffy face, Okay, you are not allowed to say anything about Mr. Lockhart. Hermione just wanted to share with you, didn't she? What are you doing? Damn boys. Hermione also said angrily. That's right, Charlotte. How can you laugh at Mr. Lockhart with Senior Cedric? Charlotte froze for a moment, then smiled helplessly. Well, it's our fault. We shouldn't blame Mr. Lockhart. Hermione and Joya calmed down, and Joya stood on tiptoe and looked towards the entrance of platform 9 3/4. Why haven't Senior Weasley and Harry and Ron come yet? Maybe something has delayed it. Charlotte looked over too. At this moment, a sharp train whistle sounded in their ears. The express train to Hogwarts had arrived and would leave after a while, but Weasley and the others still didn't come. They won't be late? Cedric asked, and Charlotte shrugged. Maybe. A few people said they boarded the train first, put all their things away, and then waited in the carriage for someone to come. Another high-pitched siren sounded from the express train. Chaya poured a multi-flavored bean into her mouth and said, Oh, it seems that the train is about to start. Why haven't they come to the village yet? Before anyone could answer, she covered her mouth, her watery eyes widened. Oh, it smells like mustard. Charlotte shook her head helplessly when she heard a noise coming from the carriage, and then several heavy voices dragging salutes sounded. The twins appeared outside the carriage. Both of them gasped with big men on their foreheads. Oh my God, you are here. We have finally caught up. Lena Heyo. Cedric got up to help the twins put things away, and then returned to the carriage. Since Ginny just entered school, she went to the first-year car and went with Luna. George and Fred sat beside Cedric, and they took a deep breath before saying, Oh, I'm so busy this morning. One will be Ginny's clothes, one will be George's wand. After a while, it will be my mother's scarf again. We went out of the house many times because we forgot something, so we went back to get it. My Merlin, fortunately, we caught up. All the children in Weasley's family this year, except for the two sons who have graduated, of course, need to go to school, so it can be said that they are very busy. After George and Fred finished talking and Cedric handed them a glass of water, Charlotte asked quietly, So what about Ron and Harry? The twins froze for a moment and shook the head. Hungry, my Merlin. We forgot about Ron and Harry. Sirius originally planned to send Harry here in person, but the Order of the Phoenix had something to do temporarily, and it happened that Harry and Ron had a good relationship, so he sent Harry to the Weasleys' house, hoping that the two could go together the next day. But I didn't expect that although the downstairs was very busy, it was because of the busyness that no one came to call Ron and Harry. When the two woke up, the time had already passed. Hogwarts Express train. Cedric looked at the two who had forgotten about Ron and Harry and said with a smile, How can this be done? The twins breathed a sigh of relief. Don't worry, it's good to have Ron here, at least he can accompany Harry. Perhaps they are following us. The two thought for a while, and George stretched out his hand to count. No, the order in which we boarded the car just now was me first, then Fred, then Ginny, and so on. Fred suddenly slapped his head and looked at George next to him. My Merlin, George's mother told you to wake Ron up today. Didn't you go? George turned his head. No, Mom was talking about you. No, Mama called George. The two were arguing, but Hermione, who was sitting by the window, suddenly exclaimed, pointed out the window, and shouted, Oh, my Merlin. Charlotte smiled and said, A flying car. So who caught up with us? The 567 twins looked out the window, and Joya and Cedric also looked out the window. Just near the Hogwarts Express train, an old Ford car was flying in the air, and the two people sitting in it could recognize Harry and Ron even though they were far away. My Merlin, what are they doing? Hermione exclaimed. It's too dangerous, Cedric said with some worry. The twins' eyes were shining, and they looked at Ron and Harry enviously. Oh, Ron is such a genius. Next time we go to Hogwarts like this, I say George. Charlotte shook her head and had to say that the twins really only had pranks on their minds. At this moment, Chaya covered her mouth and exclaimed, Oh no, Harry is dangerous. Suddenly, the speeding car shook violently outside the window. Turned the car around. Harry was thrown out of the car. Due to inertia, only one hand was holding the handlebar, and the whole body was dangling outside the car. And under his body is the height of 10,000 John. Seeing this scene, even the twins couldn't help but feel aroused, and they turned their heads to look at Charlotte nervously. Oh no, Charlotte, hurry up and save Harry. Chalia also hurriedly said, It's too dangerous. What if Harry falls? BGFJ. Charlotte saw everyone's anxious looks, then reached out and took out her wand and read, Wingardim Leviosa. The levitation charm immediately sent Harry back into the carriage, and Charlotte closed the door behind him. George and Fred were relieved to see Harry back safely. Thanks to you, Charlotte. Harry would have fallen off without you. Charlotte smiled and didn't explain too much. The speeding car outside the window quickly continued to start. Several people sat in the meeting willingly and began to talk about some things about this semester. After talking for a while, Xiaoyu took out a few BB multi-flavored beans. Hey, why don't we play a game? It's nothing to worry about anyway. There's a mustard-flavored one in it. Let me think about it. Whoever eats it helped me with my homework for a semester. Joya was not a Hogwarts student last semester, but she has officially enrolled in this semester. Although she enrolled with Ginny and Luna, because of her special status, it is considered that the transfer students are assigned to the old Ravenka Academy. Xiaoyu said, blinked at Charlotte, and put the multi-flavored beans in front of Charlotte. Charlotte, you choose one first, and it's done. After you choose, do your homework for me. Charlotte smiled and said, Didn't I do your homework for you when you tasted mustard? Charlotte chose a sweet strawberry flavor, and it seems that he is lucky. It's strawberry flavor. Xiaoyu said disappointedly, It's a pity. Then Xiaoyu handed the multi-flavored beans to Cedric. Cedric said with a smile, I can't help you with your homework. Just before he had a choice, he saw an ugly toad jumping in from the outside, and then a voice came from behind, Leaf. With a croak, the toad jumped straight up. It just landed on Xiaoyu's palm. Xiaoyu was stunned for a moment, but before she could react, the toad jumped up again, landed on the carriage, and jumped out. Go out. Xiaoyu was stunned in place. She looked down at the multi-flavored beans in her hand and saw that there were a few missing on it, and one of them was the mustard flavor she picked out specially. Damn, it looks like this toad is going to help me with my homework for a semester. Before Xiaoyu could finish speaking, she heard a scream from a nearby carriage. Damn it, who put this ugly thing in? Neville's figure passed by the front of the carriage. Cedric reached out to stop him. Neville's face was full of tears, and he looked a bit miserable. Say, Senior Cedric. Cedric looked towards the carriage over there, and Malfoy was coming out of it with a toad in his hand. Neville, I think you'd better not go there, Cedric said. As soon as Malfoy came out, he had obviously seen Neville, and immediately walked over aggressively, threw the toad at Neville's feet, and said, Damn Longbottom, watch out for your ugly thing. Neville wiped his tears, knelt down, and held Lef in his arms. My Lef, Cedric frowned, and said, Malfoy, I think maybe you should apologize to Neville. He didn't do anything wrong. Malfoy looked at Cedric arrogantly, and he paused after a while. What are you? The Malfoy family needs your words to teach them a lesson. Charlotte got up from the carriage, stood outside, and closed the carriage door by the way. Malfoy, Cedric is the senior. I think he has the qualifications to teach you. Malfoy took a step back, with a look of fear in his eyes. Apparently he remembered the scene where Charlotte easily hung him up in Diagon Alley that day. He gritted his teeth and said harshly, Charlotte Elwes, sooner or later, I will beat you to the ground. You see, I will inherit the Slytherin legacy, and then I will beat you. Charlotte folded her arms and leaned against the carriage. He twitched the corners of his mouth and said, I'm here anytime. Malfoy glared at Charlotte viciously, then cast a vicious glance at Cedric and Neville, then turned and led Crabbe and Goyle away. Charlotte didn't care about Neville, but turned around and went back into the carriage. After Neville thanked Cedric, he carried Lef back to his own carriage. In the carriage, Cedric sat down and said to Charlotte, Sorry, I seem to have caused you trouble. Charlotte shook her head indifferently. No, Senior Cedric doesn't need to care. Malfoy is sure to come to me. After all, I lost his face in Diagon Alley. Xiaoyu was not worried, and said with a smile, Senior Cedric, don't underestimate Charlotte. He has read a lot of notes left by Grandpa Antonio this summer, and he's become very powerful. After finishing speaking, Joya turned her head to look at Charlotte, and asked, By the way, Just now Malfoy said that he would inherit the Slytherin inheritance. What is this? Could it be a Hogwarts secret? Secret. Joya's eyes lit up, secrets and so on. It was very attractive. Hermione's eyes also lit up, and even the twins asked curiously, what else is there in Hogwarts that we don't know about? Charlotte smiled, but she didn't refuse to tell them. After all, the secret room about Slytherin is not really a secret. As long as you look hard, you will find relevant information. I think the legacy of Slytherin refers to a secret room built by Salazar Slytherin. Cedric and the others obviously didn't know about it, so the twins asked curiously, is there anything in the secret room? Could there be the spell left by Slytherin back then? Salazar Slytherin is the most mysterious founder of Hogwarts. After creating Hogwarts, Slytherin left Hogwarts because of different ideas, and it is said that the founder left Hogwarts because he believed that there should be no non-pure blood wizards in the world, and vowed to wipe out all mudbloods. If so, what would be in the Chamber of Secrets? Could there be a spell left by Salazar? Charlotte pondered for a moment, then replied, there is no spell inside, but there is a basilisk, and no one except Slytherin knows where the Chamber of Secrets is. Basilisk? Cedric was confused. Even in Mr. Scamander's latest revision of Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them, he didn't seem to have seen the existence of this animal. Hermione froze for a moment, then said in surprise, I remember the Slytherin logo. It seems to be a snake. Is that snake monster you mean? Not necessarily. The symbol of Slytherin is the basilisk, but the basilisk in the Chamber of Secrets is not necessarily the basilisk that Slytherin had at that time. Chiaoya and Gemini looked confused, and when they heard this, they asked in unison, what exactly is a basilisk? Charlotte explains, the basilisk is a giant poisonous snake, a creature bred by dark wizards, and is said to have been first bred by the dastardly Hellbow, by laying a rooster's egg and a hatch under the body of a toad, and you'll get a big snake with extraordinary abilities, which is called a basilisk. The basilisk is a snake-shaped magical creature with a green body, a huge body, and deadly fangs. People who directly look at the basilisk will die, and those who look directly at it will be petrified. The spiders will run away when they see the basilisk. The basilisk is their natural enemy, and the only thing that can make the basilisk escape is the name of the rooster, which is fatal to the basilisk. The twins said in surprise, it turns out that the one in the secret room is a big snake that will die if you look at you. Yes, Charlotte said, but he didn't plan to tell the twins about the follow-up. After all, if these two guys knew everything, they might go to the secret room to explore because of their strong curiosity. The secret room is very dangerous, and no one knows where it is. The key is that Mr. Filch will come out to patrol every night. Charlotte reached for the glass on the table and took a sip of water. The twins looked at each other. A bit of frustration flashed across their eyes, but then they became energetic again. Charlotte, so you say, do you know how to get in? Or how to defeat the basilisk? How come? I'm not a Slytherin. These are just what I saw from Grandpa Joy's notes. Charlotte smiled. Gemini shrugged and said, oh, what a pity. There is no way to play a prank. The two were lying on one side. At this moment, the compartment was pulled open, and Percy Weasley walked in, glanced at everyone, and asked, have you seen Harry and Ron? See you. The twins replied with a smile. Where are they? Percy asked with a slight frown. He always had a bad feeling when he saw the expressions of the twins. They went to Hogwarts in Dad's flying car. Maybe they've already arrived. The twins said with a smile. What are you talking about? Percy was stunned for a moment and immediately asked anxiously, what are you talking about? The twins pretended to be serious and said, I swear to Mummy's darling, we're right. They did a sideshow just outside the window. Percy looked at Cedric with a look of surprise. He didn't want this to be true, but unfortunately Cedric was a kind boy who couldn't lie. Ahem, what they said is true. They did not catch the train. Ron took Harry on Mr. Weasley's speeding car and followed him all the time. Now I think they should have arrived at Hogwarts. Seeking Flowers 0. Percy exclaimed, my God, are they dying? Why can't they come from somewhere else? Don't worry, Senior Percy. I think they will arrive safely. Cedric comforted. The twins chimed in, Don't worry, Percy. They'll make it all right. Don't you think it's cool? We never stole Daddy's flying car. We would have gone with Ron if we had known. With restrained anger on Percy's face, he glared at the twins and said, "You guys think this is very funny. Dad is an employee of the Muggle Abuse of Artifacts Bureau. His flying car was secretly built without the knowledge of the Ministry of Magic. Ron, like this, get out. If those Muggles see it. Did you know that Dad's going to be suspended?" 0. Gemini was taken aback and also a little nervous. "Oh my God. Percy, what you said is too serious. It's just, maybe." Percy said with a cold face, "Is it true? You will know tomorrow. I'm sorry, everyone. Excuse me." Percy closed the door. The footsteps disappeared into the carriage, and the twins stared at each other with staring eyes. "Oh, George, we're wrong. Is Ron going to get into trouble?" "Who knows, Fred? After all, Arthur Weasley's salary is the family's basic source of income. If Arthur is really dismissed by the Ministry of Magic, then the whole family will have no income." The Weasley family, which was already struggling, was about to fall into danger. Seeing that the twins were in a low mood, Charlotte said, "Don't worry, Mr. Weasley won't be dismissed. At most, he will lose money. The Ministry of Magic won't care about it. Now that the Ministry of Magic has a headache for the two big Demon Kings, it's too late. They don't have time to take care of these things." Hearing Charlotte's comfort, the two felt a little relieved. As night fell, the Hogwarts Express finally arrived at the platform. The freshmen got off the car from one side, and under the guidance of Hagrid's loud voice, they walked slowly towards the water's edge like a group of bright yellow ducklings. The old student was riding in a carriage and heading towards Hogwarts. As soon as they arrived at the school gate, there was a burst of exclamation from the crowd who had just got off the carriage. I saw a flying car flying toward the castle staggeringly. After a while, the front of the car was loaded down, and it seemed that it was about to fall straight to the ground. Everyone exclaimed and saw the car make a dangerous turn, make a big circle, barely avoid the castle wall, and then hit a big tree straight. "My Merlin, that's the Whomping Willow at Hogwarts," Cedric said, with a worried look in his eyes. As soon as he finished his words, before the car approached the Whomping Willow, the adult paid attention and was quickly thrown a note towards the speeding car. Those notes were like poisonous snakes, whipping on the car, like a revived Medusa. The notes on the tree danced wildly and fell on the car. The speeding car made a loud bang, and the students watching nearby screamed in surprise, watching the flying car being whipped back and forth like a bowling ball in the branches of 960. "My Merlin, are Ron and Harry all right?" Hermione said worriedly, her eyes full of anxiety. Charlotte looked into the distance and said, "Don't worry, Professor Snape has already passed." The twins obviously saw it too, and said with a smile, "That's Dad's favorite car. We should worry about Gryffindor's score and Ron's a ****. Charlotte looked at these two unreliable people. It was obvious that Ron was in such a big danger, and these two people still wanted to make a deal. Now that Snape had passed, the group went to the auditorium and sat at the long table in their own college. Many people were discussing Harry and Ron. "Potter with Weasley will only embarrass Gryffindor," Della said harshly with a bit of childishness. Charlotte shook her head. "Malfoy just had trouble with Harry." Harry and Ron were quickly brought in by Snape. Both of them were dressed in hospital uniforms, with their heads bowed, looking somewhat dejected. The episode of Harry and Ron did not affect the sorting ceremony at Hogwarts, and soon the dirty sorting hats sang the song of the sorting hat and then began to sort the new students. Among the freshmen, Charlotte only has a few impressions. One of them was Ginny Weasley, who seemed to have seen Charlotte, smiled slightly at Charlotte, and then excitedly sat on Gryffindor's table amidst the sorting hat's shout of Gryffindor. The other is Astoria Greengrass, a pale little girl with beautiful curly blonde hair. Although she doesn't know Charlotte, Charlotte knows that she will marry Malfoy in the future. In the end, it was Luna Lovegood. Luna is sitting in the chair, her eyes still empty, but she blinked and nodded slightly when she saw Charlotte. Luna is a weird girl. Although La One Kelluo loves studying and reading and doesn't care much about other things, she still hesitates when she sees Luna's weird dress. Luna didn't respond to this hesitant atmosphere. She just sat in the new student and began to enjoy a sumptuous dinner. After the new students are sorted, it means that the new semester has begun. Although Joya had Charlotte make up lessons, there are still many courses to learn, and Charlotte has almost finished all Hogwarts courses, especially he has read all of Antonio's collections at Joya's house. His current level of magic has surpassed the average 7th grader. What's more, he still has magic power. Speaking of magical blood, Charlotte remembered to check her own panel. Charlotte has never slacked off since time traveling, especially now. Even though he has great strength, the strength of the Dark Lord should not be underestimated. What's more, there are still 2 Dark Lords, and both of them wanted to kill themselves. Charlotte looks at her system dashboard. Name, Charlotte Elvis. Age, 11. Race, human. Occupation, wizard, Animagus. Talents, thunderstorm, abyss flame, dream wish. Strength, 10. 11. Mana, 25. Spells, killing curse, level 9. Disillusionment curse, level 9. Thunderbolt, level 9. Flying curse, level 9. Untraceable extending curse, level 9. Acclemency, level 9. Apparition, level 9. Level 9. Abyssal flame, level 9. Guardian curse, level 3. Armor protection, level 2. Disarming curse, level 2. Obstacles, level 2. Transfiguration proficiency, 5 ranks. Potions mastery, level 5. Herbalism mastery, level 2. Astronomy proficiency, level 2. Divination mastery, level 2. Skill points, 129. Looking at the skill points, Charlotte did some calculations. The last time he killed Abernathy, Ney, and Karlov, he gained 60 skill points in total. 100 skill points are ready. It seems that he can start looking for the blood of the next magical creature. In fact, there is no need to look for it, because Charlotte has already set the goal. Basilisk. It is true that the basilisk has weaknesses, but this creature is also very powerful, and every time he may be able to use the basilisk's own characteristics. Choose to use certain skills of the basilisk. For example, the ability to kill people just by looking at them really touched Charlotte's heart. Now that the goal has been set, Charlotte adds the remaining points to other enchantments that have not reached level 9. After finishing all this, it was almost time for lunch. Charlotte got up and walked outside from the library. Joya and Hermione just finished their divination class, passed by the library, and walked over together when they saw Charlotte. Charlotte turned to look at them, smiled, and said, "Have you finished class?" Hermione nodded, looked at Charlotte, and said, "I have to work hard. Maybe Headmaster Dumbledore will let me choose the class I want to take." Choya also pushed hard. Let you be proud for a while. Just wait for me to catch up." "Okay, then I'll wait for you to catch up with me," Charlotte said. The 3 of them were walking side by side, and saw Cedric approaching with a roll of newspaper in his hand. Cedric hurried up to the 3 of them before he handed the newspaper to Charlotte. 2.0. "Charlotte, I call my father's attention, and here's the latest profit paper, you see." Charlotte opened a newspaper, and Hermione leaned over. The newspaper headline read, "Shocked. Muggle world bursts into speed." The detailed report reads below, 2 Muggles in London believe they saw a flying car flying over the bank building. While Mr. Philip was smoking, Mr. Ender of Norfolk legally reported to amazement. It is reported that a total of 7 Muggles saw the speeding car, and the Ministry of Magic has launched an investigation into it. The car originally belonged to Mr. Arthur Weasley, an employee of the Muggle Abuse of Artifacts Bureau, and Mr. Weasley refused to be interviewed. Hermione read it aloud when she saw the back. "My goodness, Harry and Ron are in such trouble. The Ministry of Magic is already investigating." The newspaper brought by Cedric immediately made Hermione and Joya look worried. "How has Mr. Arthur?" Hermione asked. Cedric shook his head, and after talking for a while, they went to the restaurant together. At the entrance of the restaurant, the twins crossed their shoulders and greeted Charlotte. "Hey, Charlotte." Charlotte looked at the 2. The twins winked and said with a smile, "Guess, what punishment will Congress Ron receive?" Hermione frowned slightly and said to the 2 guys, gloating, "Mr. Weasley got punished. You seem very happy." The twins shrugged and said, "Miss Granger, we are not very happy. We're just curious about how Ron will be punished." Hermione snorted, and several of them walked into the dining room together, and then walked towards the long table in their college. Joyous sat beside Charlotte and asked in a low voice, "Ron won't really be punished?" Charlotte couldn't deny it. It would be abnormal if he didn't get punished. The long table was full of food. Charlotte and Joya were talking about Ron's situation while eating, and then there was the sound of wings flapping outside the tall diamond-shaped window. The eyes of everyone 16 were quickly attracted by a large group of owls. Xiaoyu stretched out her hand to protect the bowl in front of her and said, "Can't Hogwarts take care of these owls regularly? They always shed their hair." Charlotte reached out and took a feather from Joya's head and said, "These owls don't belong to Hogwarts." While everyone was staring at the group of owls, suddenly an old brown owl flew in from outside, flapping its wings vigorously, falling continuously, and finally landed straight into the milk bowl in front of Ron, splashing him all over. "Is this owl not going to die?" Harry stepped back and asked in surprise. Ron's face twisted, and he frowned and fished the owl out of the bowl before he could see what the owl had brought. A red envelope flew out from under the owl's claws, and then opened up into a big mouth, shouting at him in the air. "Ron Weasley." "Hey, whose roaring letter is it?" Gemini showed a funny mocking look not far away. A bad look appeared on Ron's face immediately, and then Molly Weasley's angry voice came from inside the envelope. The voice sounded like a trumpet, shaking the candles on the ceiling. "How dare you steal the car? I'm so mad. Your father is now under investigation by the Ministry of Magic, and it's all your fault. If you make another mistake, we'll bring you back immediately." Then the roaring letter turned around towards Ginny with a gentle tone. "My dear Ginny, congratulations on entering Gryffindor. Your father and I are both proud of you." The howling letter stuck its tongue out at Ron and tore it to pieces on the table. The dining room was quiet for a moment, then burst into laughter, the loudest at the Slytherin table, especially Delacour, Crabbe, and Goyle. Of course, at the Gryffindor table, George and Fred almost fell off the stool laughing. Ron blushed, covered his face, and left the restaurant with Harry, followed by Hermione. "Oh, poor Ron, is he all right?" Xiaoyu looked at the backs of the three of them worriedly. Charlotte took some apples and said, "Don't worry, Mrs. Weasley is just angry now, and nothing will happen to them." After dinner, the first class of the second grade was Snape's Potions class. Lewin Claw and Slater Lynn had classes together, and Charlotte still didn't have to go. So after saying goodbye to Joya, he was going to go to the library to continue read a book. On the way to the library, Professor Sprout was walking outside with a suitcase when she saw Charlotte. Her eyes lit up, and she shouted to Charlotte, "My child, I happen to meet you." Charlotte walked towards Professor Sprout. "Professor Sprout, what are you doing here?" "Oh, Potter's car hit the Whomping Willow last night. If it wasn't bandaged, the wound on the Whomping Willow might be infected." Charlotte nodded, then reached out to take the box from Professor Sprout's hand. Whomping Willow is a kind of plant, but like Mandela grass, it is an active plant. This kind of plant usually has certain animal habits, so if it is injured, it will die or be infected. Charlotte's level of herbalism has been upgraded a lot since the last time he added points, plus some books he read in the library during this time. He also has a little understanding of the Whomping Willow. Sprout attaches great importance to Charlotte's talent in herbalism, so he talked with him about herbalism along the way. Charlotte usually reads books on herbalism and rarely practices it, so she does have some doubts in some aspects. He asked carefully, and Professor Sprout answered, "Sprout is indeed a master of herbal medicine, and he is very proficient in this area." After some questions and answers, even Charlotte felt that she had benefited a lot. "Oh, poor fellow." Sprout looked at the Whomping Willow. After being hit by vehicles, many branches of Whomping Willow have been bent and broken, and there are fallen branches and leaves under the tree. Sprout took out his wand, and the magic power pulled the stone, and the stone hit the knot of the Whomping Willow, and the **L machine fell silent instantly. Sprout turned to Charlotte and said to him, "Boy, Professor Flitwick said that your spell level has reached the 7th grade level. I will bandage the Whomping Willow later, and you hit that section of the book with a stone, so that it's time to bandage his wound." Charlotte nodded, reached out, and took out her wand, pulled the stone up with magic power and hit the knot on the Whomping Willow with the stone. When Professor SP057 Louder saw it, he couldn't help nodding and said, "Professor Flitwick is indeed right. Your spell level has reached the 7th grade, or even surpassed the 7th grade. Perhaps, after you graduate, you can stay and become the new Professor of Charms." Professor Sprout didn't shy away from his praise. Charlotte nodded with a smile. "Professor, you are flattered." Sprout smiled, then walked over and poured the prepared potion on the Whomping Willow's wound and wrapped it in gauze. Looking at the scene in front of her, Charlotte felt somewhat strange in her heart. As expected of the wizarding world, there are willow trees that can beat people, delagrass that can cry, and devil nets that can trap people. All kinds of strange things, and these things are all medicinal formulas. The Whomping Willow had many wounds. Professor Sprout did not move quickly, and soon the Hogwarts bell rang. Sprout frowned slightly, turned his head to look at Charlotte, and after thinking for a while, walked over and said, "Charlotte, it's time for class now. This class is herbology of Hufflepuff and Gryffindor. I think you can go over and teach half of it for me. It will take some time for the class to bandage the Whomping Willow." Charlotte nodded. "I've passed. Is it okay for you, Professor?" Sprout picked up his wand and said, "Don't worry. It's just that the speed will be slower." Professor Sprout had no doubts about Charlotte's herbalism, but he was careless. After thinking about it, Sprout decided to stay and bandage the Whomping Willow. Charlotte put away her wand, turned, and walked towards the herbalism classroom. As soon as she walked into the herbalism classroom, Charlotte heard a lot of noise inside. Charlotte was a little surprised because most of Hufflepuff's students are simple and kind, and they don't make too much noise in class, even in classes without teachers. Sound. And now, is it Gryffindor? Charlotte walked in, and as soon as he entered, he saw many students running around in horror, shouting for help, and then he saw the devil's net stretching out its vines, lashing around frantically. The devil's net is a very dangerous plant. Just like a boa constrictor, if it struggles violently, the vines of the devil's net will bind people tighter. And there is already a person entangled in front of him. This person is tightly entangled and is screaming, and after a closer look, he finds that this entangled person is actually Gilderoy. At this time, the rattan was tightly shrunk, and his face was flushed red because of the rattan. "Charlotte." Hermione walked over in panic. Charlotte nodded to her, took out her wand, and chanted, "Luminescence." The powerful magic power was released from the wand, and the devil's net immediately shrank back as if it had encountered a natural enemy, and it shrank back into the flower pot in less than a moment. The vines that bound Lockhart disappeared, and he fell from midair and fell to the ground. Seeing Lockhart's distressed look, Charlotte frowned and asked, "Hermione, what happened? Why is Lockhart here?" Hermione explained, "Professor Sprout didn't come just now. We wanted to find Professor Sprout, but we met Mr. Lockhart at the door. He said that he also knows herbal medicine. Then I don't know what kind of potion was sprinkled into the devil's net. The devil's net was irritated. I used the fluorescent flashing spell just now, but it didn't work." Hermione frowned slightly, looking a little bewildered. Charlotte reached out and patted the little witch's frizzy hair and said, "Maybe it was just agitated. You did a good job. If you didn't use fluorescent flashes, I don't think it would be able to calm down." Watching Hermione smile again, Charlotte looked at Lockhart, who got up from the ground. "Professor Lockhart, I think Professor Sprout is the professor of herbal medicine. I don't know what you're doing here." Lockhart crossed his hips, coughed in embarrassment, and explained, It's like this, Charlotte. I think my herbalism is still good, but I just used the wrong medicine, cough, cough." "Okay, then please ask Professor Lockhart to go out first." Charlotte frowned and said. Lockhart took 2 steps forward in embarrassment, and as soon as he reached the door, he turned his head and looked at Charlotte. "Charlotte, I don't think you belong to Hufflepuff or Gryffindor student, aren't you? Professor Sprout is treating Whomping Willow. For this half of the class, the professor said that I will replace her." Charlotte said lightly, then stretched out her magic wand, and the powerful magic power pulled all kinds of scattered potted plants back to their original positions. He said, "Everyone, please go back to your place." Lockhart watched Charlotte ignore him. With some dissatisfaction in his eyes, He said, "Herbology is a very profound knowledge. Charlotte, you're only a second-year student. Even if you're a genius wizard, you may not be able to do it. For example, that pot of African thorny vine. This is a very dangerous thing. I think you need to cast a spell to fight it." Lockhart put on a handsome smile, looked at Charlotte, and then at the students around him. "Oh, I have ventured in Africa before, and this plant is very difficult to deal with." Charlotte pointed to a potted green plant with many vines on the table and asked, "Do you think this is an African thorn vine?" Lockhart smiled brightly. "Oh, isn't it? Boy, I know this kind of thing a lot." "You know so much," said one of the Hufflepuff girls, looking at Lockhart adoringly. Apparently, a Lockhart fan. Lockhart enjoyed the admiring eyes in the classroom and said indifferently, "In the future, you will become people who travel to various places like me. I think this is the best way to learn." Charlotte looked at Lockhart's enjoyment and said lightly, "I think you're wrong, Mr. Lockhart. This is a poisonous tentacle. It is distributed in the rainforest of America. It usually grows in the wet ground. It is very rare. At present, there are only a few colleges that cultivate it. The remaining wild plants are almost extinct. You can see it in Africa. I thought maybe I could tell Headmaster Dumbledore." There was some panic in Lockhart's eyes. He held the door of the classroom with one hand and said with a bit of embarrassment, "Oh, that maybe my memory is wrong. I'm really sorry. I've gone to too many places. In this case, I think your level of herbal medicine is not inferior to mine. Professor Sprout asked you to come here. It is really a correct choice." Lockhart pretended to be cool and waved towards the classroom. "Children, if you have anything to do, you can come to the Defense Against the Dark Arts office to find me. Maybe we can talk about my battle with ghouls." Lockhart smiled, then turned away. Cedric stood closer to Charlotte and whispered, "My Merlin, I really hate to say it, but he looks so unreliable." "Who said it wasn't?" Just now Cedric went out to look for Professor Sprout, but he unexpectedly met Lockhart. In the end, he dragged Cedric back like a peacock. Ron complained, "It's so stupid that you didn't see his big white teeth, and girls still adore him, really. That is Juan Qianzhao. Wanted to teach us how to use the devil's net, but in the end he angered the devil's net. It's so funny. When he took out the potion just now, I knew something was wrong." The boys complained, and the girls stood aside, and he refuted them loudly. Charlotte coughed lightly and said, "Quiet." The magic spell made the greenhouse instantly quiet. Charlotte put on a glove and held the poisonous tentacles and said, "Professor Sprout can't come here for the time being. Let me introduce you to this poisonous tentacles first." Although Charlotte is the same age as them, but because she took them before and communicated with other schools, she has a unique prestige among the students. After he said this, everyone fell silent and listened to Charlotte. The twigs of the poisonous tentacles secrete venom, and its spikes are also poisonous, so you must not be bitten by the poisonous tentacles. After one class, Charlotte didn't realize it. I have to say that the best way to learn is teaching. During this process, Charlotte feels that she has become more proficient in a lot of herbal knowledge. He didn't react until it was over. There was applause at the door. Charlotte looked over and saw Professor Sprout standing at the door, looking at him with a smile. There was also applause in the classroom. Charlotte looked at everyone with a smile and said, "Thank you, everyone." Professor Sprout came in and said, "There is no need to thank you. Charlotte, I should thank you. Maybe I was wrong before. After graduation, you should probably stay in the greenhouse." "Tree." Charlotte smiled, and after talking to Sprout for a while, she left herbalism and went to the library. For so many days, Charlotte has ignored Tom Riddle's diary. There were not many people in the library today, so he found a corner and took out the diary. This diary is a Horcrux that Voldemort made when he was young. Compared with other Horcruxes, this Horcrux is less dangerous. The diary itself has no fluctuations. If you don't choose to open it, basically it doesn't pose any threat to people. 960. The whereabouts of the other Horcruxes, Dumbledore is probably already looking for them. After all, it is difficult to deal with the two major demon kings, so they can only target one of them. But before targeting Voldemort, it must be ensured that there is no possibility of him being resurrected. This diary. Maybe even Dumbledore doesn't know about it? Thinking so, Charlotte reached out and opened the diary. He picked up his quill and wrote in his diary, Tom Riddle. In less than a moment, the handwriting on the diary disappeared, and then a sentence appeared, Hi. Are you tweeting? Hello, young Mr. Voldemort. Charlotte thought for a moment before writing the words. This sentence disappeared quickly, and the diary did not respond after a long time, and seemed to have changed back to a very ordinary diary. Charlotte wasn't worried that Tom wouldn't speak, so she just took out another book and started flipping through it. It wasn't until half an hour later that a line of words appeared in the diary. May I have your name? Even though Charlotte couldn't be seen, Tom Riddle faintly felt some fear. Someone in this world knew that he was hidden in this Horcrux. It stands to reason that even Dumbledore didn't know about it when he made the Horcrux. Charlotte thought for a while and quickly wrote down her most respected name, Albus Dumbledore. After the name was written, the diary was silent for a long time. If Dumbledore got this diary, he would definitely be able to perceive who was in it and take measures, that is, destroy the diary. When this diary appeared, Tom Riddle fell silent for an instant, and a faint collapse and fear filled his heart. The person who should least have his own diary in this world actually got the diary. Charlotte looked at the diary, and once again the quill in her hand fell on the diary. Are you afraid? Why have you gone quiet? Is it because the name scares you? Tom wasn't an idiot either. When he saw Charlotte's words, he immediately understood that the person holding the diary was playing tricks on himself. Are you kidding me? You're not Dumbledore. Who are you? Charlotte thought for a while. In fact, this question is easy to answer, but it is not easy to answer. Tom was only 17 or 18 years old when he made this Horcrux. That is to say, the soul in this diary was not the evil Voldemort who did not hide his malice and evil at all, but a person who was good at disguising himself and liked to use guise that others come to achieve. Is that so? Charlotte smiled and wrote in her diary, Gellert Grindelwald. It's a bit interesting for one's own people to hurt one's own people. The diary fell silent again, and the handwriting reappeared after a while. Are you lying to me? I remember Grindelwald in Nurmengard. Xiaoluo, BGFC, laughed secretly in his heart. It seems that Tom doesn't seem to know much information. Interesting. It seems that when Voldemort handed the diary to Lucius, he didn't seem to say much. And indeed, this is a Horcrux, although the Horcrux is not Voldemort. But if the Horcrux is damaged, Voldemort's own strength will also be damaged. It was absolutely impossible for Voldemort to trust Lucius easily and tell Lucius about such an important thing. Charlotte thought for a while, and then wrote, Nurmengard can't trap me. Young Tom Riddle. Maybe you don't know, you are already Voldemort's last Horcrux. Tom Riddle, who was trapped in the diary, was just a fragment of Voldemort's soul at a stage. He didn't know what happened outside, so when Charlotte wrote this sentence, the diary became silent again. After waiting for a while, the diary redisplayed a paragraph. Why do you have this diary? Because I have already destroyed all his Horcruxes, except you, of course. Dumbledore gave me this diary, and he wants me to destroy you too. Charlotte went on to write that the diary was silent again. The first generation of Big Devil actually destroyed all his Horcruxes? This kind of thing sounds outrageous, but it seems very reasonable. After all, even Tom knows that although Grindelwald was tamed by Dumbledore back then, he seems to have a lot to do with Dumbledore. In order to clear himself up, the first generation of Big Devil Kings couldn't do anything. What's more, it's just destroying the Horcrux. Tom was silent for a while and had a plan in mind. After all, facing the first generation of Big Devil, he didn't believe that this Big Devil didn't have the means to clean up himself, not to mention, even that future self couldn't clean up Grindelwald. Sorry, please forgive my earlier faux pas. I didn't know that you got the diary. I think the future me must have done something very bad. Please forgive me. But I believe that your original wish has not disappeared. This world itself belongs to wizards. Living in such a world, muggles can stand side by side with wizards and even enjoy the protection of wizards. I think we cooperate, Mr. Grindelwald. Many lines appeared in the diary, and after writing these, Tom felt a little uneasy and excited. He easily found a loophole in Charlotte's words. Charlotte destroyed all Horcruxes. Why not him? So it means that Grindelwald is hesitating. As long as you hesitate, you can take advantage of it. Interesting. Charlotte's smile became deeper and deeper, and the gleam in her eyes also carried a bit of interest. He continued to write slowly. We can cooperate, but I need you to do one thing for me, Mr. Tom Riddle. The writing in the diary also quickly appeared. As long as I can help, I am willing to help you, Mr. Grindelwald. Charlotte went on to write, I need to enter the Slytherin chamber. The diary was silent, and then replied, I don't know. What does Mr. Grindelwald want to go to the Slytherin chamber? Charlotte smiled, and then wrote, I don't think this matter has anything to do with you, Tom, but before that, I need you to do me a favor. Teach me Parseltongue. After Charlotte finished writing this sentence, the diary stopped moving. Tom knows what Charlotte needs to do when she learns Parseltongue. And even if he tells Charlotte where the Chamber of Secrets is, it's useless without Parseltongue. Those who enter the secret room must need the snake's mouth. However, Tom was obviously not reconciled to being used for nothing. After a long time, new writing appeared on the diary. Helping you learn Parseltongue doesn't seem to do me any good, Mr. Grindelwald. Charlotte sneered, and a purple lightning flashed in her hand immediately, and the lightning merged into the diary, causing the diary, which was originally ordinary, to jump up from the table. Tom Riddle's mood, which had calmed down, immediately became panicked and restless, because he felt the power of Grindelwald. It was just a thunderbolt which made the Horcrux feel threatened to be broken, and whether Grindelwald could release a more powerful thunderbolt, Tom had no doubts. Charlotte picked up the quill and continued writing in the journal. It's just that the strength in his hands is getting heavier and heavier, as if he wants to tear up the diary abruptly. Mr. Tom Riddle, I think you'd better not think too much. I can cooperate with you, or as Dumbledore said, I can kill you directly. You should put forward your use value instead of bargaining with me here. I think you should be his last Horcrux. Tom's soul instantly panicked. As Charlotte said, he is Voldemort's last Horcrux, and he has passed before. And, looking at the situation, Charlotte doesn't seem to have such a strong need for him. He originally thought that Charlotte or Grindelwald kept him because he didn't want to clean it up and wanted to use it to make Horcruxes and the like. But he forgot. Now that Grindelwald has cleared me, it is safe to kill him. Tom cursed secretly. Everyone is the Dark Lord. Why can't they be more lenient? Charlotte understood Tom's current mood very well. After thinking for a while, he stretched out his hand and wrote in the diary, Tom, have you thought about it yet? Tom Riddle's handwriting was displayed almost instantly. Okay, I can teach you Parseltongue, but you must promise not to destroy this diary. Charlotte is in a good mood. It has to be said that Tom knows more about current affairs than Voldemort. Good. Knowing that there is no danger to his life, Tom Riddle instantly felt relieved, and Hickey-a-can appeared in his diary. Grateful. May we enjoy our cooperation, Mr. Grindelwald. The corner of Charlotte's mouth twitched. He closed the diary, and the diary disappeared into the ball on his wrist in a flash. Interesting. At least this Tom Riddle is much more interesting than Voldemort. No, Tom is Voldemort. Charlotte supported her head. Flipping through the book in front of her, a gleam of light flashed in her eyes. As for Grindelwald and Voldemort, he hadn't thought of how to deal with them before. After all, these two guys are very crafty. Now he thought of it. Charlotte. A voice came from behind Charlotte. Charlotte didn't turn her head, and then a gust of wind blew, and Xiaoya sat beside him in an instant. I knew you were here. By the way, the next class is Mr. Lockhart class. Do you want to go? Hermione also walked over slowly, sat next to Charlotte, turned her head and looked at Charlotte seriously. Although you have been allowed, Mr. Lockhart is a new professor after all. Do you want to go over and say hello to him? Charlotte looked left, then right. On the left is Hermione, a fan of Lockhart. On the right is Joya, a fan of Lockhart. Charlotte couldn't figure out how this hypocritical, greasy-faced uncle was so popular with these little girls. More than half of the girls in Hogwarts seemed to have a special admiration for Lockhart. Perhaps this is heroism. Charlotte thought. After all, the stories written in Lockhart's book, What Fighting Ghouls and What Death Marches Among African Cannibals, are very frightening. Especially these little girls who are not deeply involved in the world. Well, I guess you're the lobbyist sent by Mr. Lockhart. Charlotte looked at the two with a half-smile. Hermione and Xiaoya glanced at each other, and there was a bit of guilt in their eyes. As for flowers, well, you're good. Xiaoya shrugged, and then said, It's actually like this. Mr. Lockhart knows that you don't need to go to class, but this is his first class, so he said he must invite you to go to class. He said that in his defense against the dark arts class, there will be many spells that are not taught in schools. I hope it can help you. Charlotte nodded, sounding hypocritical, which suited Lockhart well. He wanted to go to class by himself, just to get back the face he lost in herbal medicine last time, but Charlotte was a little surprised. He originally thought that Lockhart was just arrogant, but he didn't expect that he really thought that he was good at learning black magic. Is this obviously overconfident? Since Joya and Hermione invited her, Charlotte wouldn't mind taking a look, and this funny professor might bring some interesting adjustments to his busy study life. Charlotte was sitting close to the school's restricted area, and when she left, Charlotte's eyes fell on the restricted area. Hogwarts students are absolutely not allowed to read those forbidden books. Charlotte is very curious about the more esoteric magical secrets contained in the restricted area. Perhaps, when can I ask Dumbledore if I can borrow a forbidden book? Following Joya and Hermione, Charlotte arrived at the defense against the dark arts classroom. Lockhart hadn't come yet. In view of Lockhart's magic level, Charlotte made a choice and sat at the back. Harry and Ron sat in front of Charlotte, and Hermione took Jo to sit in the front row. Seeing Charlotte, many people came over to talk to Charlotte, and many of them came to ask about the spell. After all, I have seen it in the herbal medicine course before, and Charlotte's knowledge reserves as a genius wizard. Many people want to come here to ask questions. Of course, most of them are Lawin Kelluo who seeks knowledge, but there are not many Gryffindors. When Harry and Ron saw Charlotte coming, they turned to Charlotte and said, Hey, Charlotte, it's rare to see you come to class. Charlotte smiled and said, Joya and Hermione called me here, but I'm also curious about Mr. Lockhart's level of black magic. Ron shrugged and laughed unceremoniously. I think his level of magic is the same as his level of showing off his wings. Then it must be very powerful. Ron mocked Lockhart unceremoniously, while Harry laughed and said, Ron, maybe Lockhart isn't that bad. Come on, Harry, you didn't see him talking about African thorn vines in front of Charlotte that day. Before Ron could finish complaining, he heard footsteps coming from the door, and Lockhart walked in carrying a big cage. Hey kids. It's Mr. Lockhart. Many girls cheered and shouted in the classroom. Lockhart waved his hands and walked up to the podium with a look that he thought was very handsome. He looks like this. It really turns me off, Ron said in a low voice. Fortunately, Lockhart's ears are not very good. He looked at Harry Potter excitedly and said, I'm so happy. The famous Harry Potter is also in my class. Oh, and you, the genius wizard of Hogwarts, Charlotte Eyre Elvis. 803, Lockhart didn't seem to mind what happened before and greeted Harry and Charlotte warmly. Charlotte and Harry smirked and nodded. Joya and Hermione looked up and looked at Lockhart with admiration. Such admiration made Lockhart feel happy. He felt very handsome standing on the podium and said to the students below, Oh, everyone, this is our first defense against the dark arts class. I think you have read my book. In my book, I once said that the most dangerous thing is when you meet a ghoul. At the beginning, in the first class, Lockhart seemed to have prepared a lot of his own stories and experiences, and he talked about his past experiences at the beginning. This made many boys drowsy, but made the girls very excited. Mr. Lockhart is really wonderful. That's it. That's it. The girls shouted excitedly, waking up Ron, who had already fallen asleep. Ron rubbed his eyes, a little confused. My God, haven't you finished yet? At the back, Charlotte was holding a book in her hand, reading it with relish, and seeing Ron wake up, she said, Soon, if he doesn't finish, we should go to dinner. Ron said weakly, That's for the best. Lockhart had almost finished speaking earlier, so he waved his hand to calm the girls down. Joya and Hermione looked at Lockhart with piercing eyes, and Lockhart looked to the back row and said, "Now, let's demonstrate the defense against the dark arts course. How about asking the genius wizard Charlotte to be my assistant?" Charlotte stood up from her seat and said lightly, "If Mr. Lockhart wants, I think I can help." Charlotte stood up from her seat, then walked over to Lockhart. Lockhart smiled and said, "I heard that your spell is very powerful. I will release the things in the cage later, and you can help everyone deal with it." Lockhart spoke, but didn't tell Charlotte what the spell was. Afterwards, Lockhart reached out and took off the blue cloth covering the cage. Inside the brocade book cage were a group of Cornish elves with long ears and blue skin. As soon as the cage appeared, the students all exclaimed. Lockhart was very satisfied, and then said, "These are Cornish elves. They are cunning little destroyers as devils. Now let me see your level," Lockhart said, and then cast a spell on the cage, and the cage opened quickly. Lockhart turned his head to Charlotte and said proudly, "Of course, we must first ask Mr. Charlotte to give us a demonstration." Charlotte looked at the loose cage and said, "Mr. Lockhart is a defense against the dark arts teacher. I think you should demonstrate first, so I can imitate you, right?" Being flattered, especially by Charlotte, put a smile on Lockhart's face, and he agreed without hesitation, saying, "Of course." Just as he was speaking, the cage in front of him was released instantly, and a large group of Cornish elves flew into the sky and rushed towards the students. The Cornish elves are harmless, but they like to play tricks and tease others. A group of elves scattered and rushed towards the students. The students who did not encounter this situation immediately panicked and fled in a hurry. Neville ran a little slower, but was dragged by the elf by his clothes and brought into the air. His face flustered, and he shouted with fear, "Oh no, why is it always me who is unlucky?" Charlotte stood aside, and Lockhart froze for a moment, a little panicked but didn't show it. "Mr. Lockhart," Charlotte reminded. Lockhart smiled and yelled at the panicked students, "Don't panic." Then he raised his wand, took his posture, and called out, "Pescipixi pesternami." The wand flickered, and the Cornish elf was still running rampant. The spell didn't work, and the Cornish elf seemed to be even more rampant, pulling Neville to a higher place, and then stretched out his hand. Seeing that Neville was about to fall from the sky, Charlotte shook her head, stretched out her wand. Powerful magic power gushed out from the wand, and then caught Neville. In a classroom, although everyone was running away, seeing this scene, they still applauded in unison. Charlotte's hand didn't stop, but she shouted to the group of elves, "Pescipec teramipes." He yelled the incantations very similarly, but the pronunciation was not the same. As soon as the spell was uttered, all the Walshire elves stopped making trouble in an instant. Charlotte's magic power rolled up a little, and then sent the elves into the cage again. Charlotte turned her head, looked very decently, and said, "Professor, I think your spell seems to be reversed, and you don't mind if I correct that." The smile on his face froze, and he said awkwardly, "Of course, Charlotte." Charlotte smiled, then waved her wand to tidy up the classroom. Ron and Harry stood aside, and Ron yelled, "Charlotte." The boys all responded one after another, calling out the guests who had fallen. Charlotte smiled and said, "The defense against the dark arts class continues, sir. You can continue with 1.3 lectures." There was a look of embarrassment on his face, but he recovered in an instant with a smile on his face and said, "Oh, we owe this lesson to Charlotte, who put all the Cornish elves in cages. That's what I want to tell everyone, that in my courses, everyone can give full play to their own advantages. And I also gave Charlotte the opportunity to correct me, which gave Charlotte a good workout. After that, you can also serve as my assistants and receive such unique training opportunities." Charlotte smiled and said, "Oh, I hope that next time, sir, you won't use the Cornish elf. After all, I may not come to the next class." I was stunned for a moment and said with a stiff smile, "Haha, I will accept Charlotte's valuable opinion." Lockhart's first defense against the dark arts class went off without a hitch, at least for Charlotte, as it was time for the class after he had finished cleaning up the Cornish elves. Charlotte saluted Lockhart gracefully, then turned and left the classroom. Ron and Harry followed quickly, and Ron praised, "Oh, Charlotte, you were so handsome just now. Look at Professor Lockhart's face. It's just like the yellow clay statue on the wall. Harry couldn't help agreeing. Charlotte, your magic is really amazing. Charlotte smiled and said, It's nothing. As long as you study hard, Harry and Ron, your spell level will definitely increase quickly. The three chatted and laughed for a while. Joya and Hermione came out of the classroom. Joya winked at Charlotte and said with a bit of arrogance, Mr. Elvis, your performance just now was really good. Charlotte shrugged. The strength of Winkelluo. After the group went to the restaurant to finish their meal, Joya and Charlotte separated from Hermione. How was Class 16 today? Charlotte asked on the way back to La 1 Kelluo's dormitory. Very well. Professor Snape is still gloomy like a big bat. You know? He deducted Gryffindor's points again today because Harry didn't stir it counterclockwise 4 times when making the swelling potion. I don't think that's enough. Not a big mistake, is it? Before Joya could finish speaking, she heard the gloomy voice of the big bat from behind. If you're dissatisfied with my punishment, Joya Sterling Linte, I think you could go to the potions office to instruct Harry personally make a swelling potion, or keep your smart mouth shut. Chaoya froze for a moment. Her body immediately froze. She turned around slowly and saw Snape's extremely gloomy face. Chaoya's eyes tightened, and her voice immediately lowered. I'm sorry, Professor Snape. 5 points for 1 Kaleo, Snape said, then looked at Charlotte, who was standing aside. You follow me. Chaoya's face became a little sad. Charlotte stretched out her hand and patted her on the head. Don't worry. It's only 5 points. Can't the vampires of St. Linte earn back? Chaoya looked up at Charlotte, with gentle waves in her moonlight eyes. I'll definitely earn it back. Charlotte nodded, then followed Snape, and came to a corner. Snape stopped, and then asked, What's wrong with the prescription you gave me? Why have I tried it so many times, but it didn't work? Charlotte shook her head. Professor Snape, I think you asked the wrong person. I really don't know about this matter. Snape was silent for a moment, then said, Okay, I see. Snape seemed to have only come to ask about the prescription and turned his head away immediately after asking. Charlotte walked back to the original place and followed Joe back to the La 1 Kelluo dormitory. Tom Riddle didn't have to sleep in the diary, and Charlotte just made Riddle teach him Parseltongue tonight. Parseltongue has its own language system. Charlotte's learning ability is not bad, but she is not fast at learning Parseltongue. After all, Parseltongue is basically hereditary. Even Dumbledore can't learn it completely. He can only listen but not speak. The night passed quickly. Charlotte slept for a while, and then continued to learn Parseltongue. He must go to the secret room as soon as possible. Although the diary is in his hands now, just in case, it is better to get the blood of the basilisk as soon as possible. Life at Hogwarts is peaceful, but not necessarily a Hogsmeade. Since receiving Grindelwald's message, Abe Forth has been a little restless. He didn't restore Grindelwald, just wiped the message off the mirror with a cloth, but that message kept popping up in his mind. Perhaps Grindelwald will return to rule the wizarding world? As long as you know who doesn't show up, I don't think the wizarding world will be ruled by Grindelwald. Have you forgotten the previous disaster? No matter which Dark Lord it is not good news for the wizarding world. 11. Abuforth wiped the cup in his hand with a cold face. A wizard stumbled up and smashed the cup in his hand on the counter. Have another cup. Abuforth took the wine glass and was about to pass it to the wizard. When he saw the look on the wizard's face, he took Abuforth's hand and whispered, Grindelwald has what you need. I think you'd better decide quickly, or we'll wipe out Ariana's soul with the resurrection stone. As he said that, the wizard gave an evil smile and sat down on the edge of the table again, holding a beer glass. Aberforth still had a cold face and waited until almost all the wizards in the tavern had left before he stretched out his hand to close the door and then walked upstairs with heavy steps. In the upstairs room, there was a portrait hanging on the middle wall. Inside the portrait was a girl in a blue skirt. The girl looked very well behaved, even a little timid. There was a nostalgic look in Abuforth's eyes. Ariana was only 14 years old when she died. This was the thing he and Dumbledore regretted the most in their entire lives. If he hadn't had conflicts with Dumbledore, maybe Ariana wouldn't have become a victim. There was a bit of disappointment in Aberforth's eyes. "Ariana," said Aberforth, and sat down at the table, staring at Ariana's portrait all night with his eyes open. At this time, London. Voldemort sat on the sofa, slightly closed his eyes, and there was some sick light on his gray-green head. "Master, there is news from Lucius that Hogwarts does not seem to have any changes and Dumbledore has not gone out." Voldemort opened his eyes suddenly. "Lucius, didn't he put my diary in Hogwarts?" Bella shook her head from behind. "Although the Master did not show his face above board in the magic world, the Ministry of Magic has already started searching the houses of your servants. It is absolutely impossible for Lucius to keep your diary at home." There was a strange look in Voldemort's eyes. The reason why he put the diary in Hogwarts was actually very simple. The ghost was his early years, which could confuse and control others. When he got the diary, he had cast some small spells. This diary will find Harry Potter, and Harry Potter was originally his Horcrux. In this case, this strand of soul might be able to use Harry Potter's body to resurrect, or use the Chamber of Secrets to kill Harry Potter and release the basilisk, kill Charlotte. No matter which aspect, it is extremely beneficial to Voldemort. But, unexpectedly, that diary didn't seem to fall into Harry Potter's hands. Voldemort's face became a little distorted, and he whispered to Bella, "Let Lucius find out who owns that diary." For so long, nothing happened at Hogwarts. Voldemort had some guesses in his mind. Since Hogwarts was so peaceful, there could only be two people in the hands of this diary, Charlotte or Dumbledore. Either way, it wasn't something Voldemort was happy to see. But there was an evil gleam in Voldemort's eyes. If it fell into Charlotte's hands, maybe he could make Jinloa his own tool. Besides the diary, Voldemort still has one very important thing to do now. He turned his head and told another Death Eater, "Remember, go find my things and bring them back." The Death Eater lowered his head, and then his body turned into a puff of black mist and dissipated on the spot. Hogwarts headmaster's office. Charlotte, who had just finished learning Parseltongue for the day, was called to the principal's office by Hagrid as soon as she came out of the library. Dumbledore stood in the office, and the old fox crouched on a shelf. The feathers on his body glowed like firewood and ashes, but then dimmed, and then fell into the brazier below. Seeing Charlotte come in, Dumbledore made Charlotte sit down with a wave of his wand. "Headmaster Dumbledore." Charlotte greeted politely. Dumbledore smiled, looking very wise and kind. "Son, our plan has advanced a little bit." Charlotte was surprised. After the last discussion, Dumbledore decided to find Voldemort's Horcrux and destroy it. Charlotte also knew about this, but because he needed to continue his studies in school, he didn't intervene. "Headmaster Dumbledore, have you found all the Horcruxes?" "If all the Horcruxes are found, his plan can begin to advance." Dumbledore shook his head and said, "There is no child. Voldemort hid it so deeply that we don't even know how many Horcruxes Voldemort has." Dumbledore walked to a shelf, and he reached out to remove the red flannel from the shelf. Under the flannel was a clean crystal ball. "I used a crystal ball to predict. Although I didn't predict all the Horcruxes, I did know one thing. My child, I need you." Dumbledore turned his head to look at Charlotte. Charlotte was puzzled. "Principal Dumbledore, you mean you want me to find all the Horcruxes?" Dumbledore shook his head slightly and said, "Of course not, the child. We are also looking for Horcruxes, but I know you have your own ideas and plans now. I tell you, child, as long as you think you can do it freely, Hogwarts will be your solid backing." There was some surprise in Charlotte's eyes. He didn't know what Dumbledore saw in the crystal ball, but it seemed to be related to himself. He looked up at Dumbledore. A kind smile was shining in those eyes, as deep and wise as the deep sea. Dumbledore didn't seem to intend to tell Charlotte what he foresaw. 18. This was exactly what Charlotte wanted. Horcruxes were not easy to destroy. In the process of capturing Horcruxes, Voldemort would never sit still. And he happened to know where all the Horcruxes were. He was also capable of destroying all of Voldemort's Horcruxes. And as long as all the Horcruxes were eliminated, Voldemort would have a way to go. That is hitting in your own hands. Charlotte smiled slightly and said, "Okay, Principal understands, so can I apply to teach defense against the dark arts?" Dumbledore was taken aback for a moment, then smiled and said, "Of course, but you need to wait until after you graduate from 7th grade, kid." The two chatted for a while. Charlotte looked at Fox squatting on the shelf. The time for Fox's nirvana was about to come. Charlotte's eyes flickered slightly. As one of the most powerful creatures in the magic world, the power of the Phoenix is very good. Especially the tears of the Phoenix have powerful healing effects, and they're not afraid of any black magic. Dumbledore looked into Charlotte's eyes and said, "After Fox's nirvana, I can provide you with Fox's blood if you need it. The blood of the Phoenix is so precious. Even if Snape needs to refine potions, he can't get even a drop of Phoenix blood. Even if the blood of the Phoenix is not mentioned, his feathers and other things are extremely powerful and sought-after magic materials." Charlotte shook her head, but declined the tempting request. To be honest, he now has the blood of Thunderbird, Thestral, Balrog, and Frost Titan, and he doesn't need the blood of Phoenix at all. Not afraid of black magic is good, but he has no strength. Even if he is not afraid of black magic, it is tasteless to him. "Thank you, Headmaster Dumbledore, but I don't need it." After thanking Charlotte, she said goodbye to Dumbledore and left the headmaster's office. Charlotte had already left the principal's room, and the portraits of former principals hanging on the wall spoke one after another. "Oh, Albus, what did you see in the crystal ball? Yeah, this kid looks really likable. Wouldn't this be the genius wizard who invented new spells, as you said?" Dumbledore said with a smile. "I saw it in the crystal ball, a gleam of light. That gleam of light swept away all the darkness, and the one standing in the light seems to be our genius wizard." Dumbledore's heart, that had been tense, was relieved a little. Although Charlotte is still young, he feels as if the entire wizarding world can rely on an entire young wizard. The days at Hogwarts passed quickly, and Charlotte was finally able to speak Parseltongue after studying hard day by day. Although he was still a little stumbling, he had practiced the formula he needed the most. After learning Parseltongue, Charlotte is ready to go to the Chamber of Secrets. On the weekend, as soon as Charlotte walked out of Ravenka's old dormitory, Joya jumped out from behind and directly onto his back. "Where do you want to go secretly?" Charlotte smiled helplessly. "Do you want to go?" "Of course." Although the basilisk is powerful, Charlotte is strong enough to protect Xiaoya. Charlotte smiled and said, "Then let's go." The Chamber of Secrets is located in an abandoned girls' bathroom on the 2nd floor. Charlotte led Xiaoya into the bathroom. Xiaoya looked around cautiously and said, "You are so mysterious. You just want to bring me to the girls' bathroom?" Charlotte twitched her mouth, took out the diary from her pocket, and said, "This is the diary that Malfoy gave Ginny back then, and Voldemort lives in this diary." Xiaoya was surprised, looking at the diary with a look of caution in her eyes. "Voldemort. It's just young Voldemort. He told me that there's a secret room in the school, the Slytherin secret room, and there's one thing I need in it." "Is that the secret room where the basilisk lived that you mentioned?" Xiaoya asked. Charlotte nodded. "That's right again." Hearing that Charlotte was going to the secret room where the basilisk lived, Xiaoya showed a worried look in her eyes. But seeing Charlotte's confident expression, she calmed down instantly. She still believed in Charlotte's strength. But even so, she couldn't help saying, "No matter what, if you are in danger later, you run first." Charlotte laughed out loud and looked at Xiaoya with a bit of playfulness. For a basilisk, a bat is not enough to get between its teeth. Xiaoya puffed her cheeks and snorted, "I'm not enough to get my teeth stuck together. Aren't you enough? I'll run first, and you can stay with the basilisk down there." Knowing that Xiaoya was worried about herself, Charlotte smiled lightly and said, "Okay, worrying little witch." Xiaoya snorted. She looked around the girls' bathroom, but suddenly noticed an illusory ghost looking at her and Charlotte resentfully from above. Fortunately, Xiaoya was used to seeing ghosts, but facing Myrtle's resentful eyes, she still took a step back. Myrtle's sharp voice sounded, "You little lovers, why do you like to come here to have fun?" Charlotte turned her head, and Myrtle's face was a bit angry. Charlotte smiled and said, "Sorry, Myrtle, we are here to find the secret room, so I bothered you." The anger on Myrtle's face disappeared, showing a bit of embarrassment. "Oh, you are?" "Charlotte Elwes." Myrtle floated to Charlotte with a 207 sound, and then suddenly drifted away. "Oh, I know you. Many girls have talked about you, although you are very good-looking, but you can't lie to me. You must be here for the fun." Myrtle frowned again, and Charlotte said calmly, "I don't have to lie to you, and I might be able to find your murderer for you. What you said is true." Myrtle floated in suddenly, only a palm away from Charlotte's face. She stared into Charlotte's eyes. "You can really catch my murderer?" "Of course." Charlotte nodded, then looked around the bathroom. Xiaoya followed Charlotte step by step, and Charlotte stopped by the sink and then began to carefully look at each faucet. He didn't stop until he saw a faucet with a small snake engraved on it. "That faucet has been broken long ago, and it never comes out," said Myrtle after her. Charlotte nodded, then said in parcel tongue, "Open." Myrtle froze for a moment and said, "I think I've heard this voice before." There was a rumbling sound, and in a burst of dazzling white light, the sink and faucet gradually moved forward, revealing a deep pipe hidden behind. "Oh my God!" Myrtle looked at Charlotte curiously, and Charlotte looked at Joya and asked, "Do you still want to go down?" Xiaoya nodded and said, "Of course." Charlotte turned her head and looked at Myrtle. "I want to go down. I wonder if you can look out for me." "Of course." Myrtle bowed her head slightly and said shyly, "If you can't come up, I'd be happy to share my toilet with you. Of course, you can also choose one. 1 inch." Myrtle looked at Xiaoya and smiled awkwardly. "No thanks." Then the two jumped straight down, and Charlotte and Joya stopped after sliding through a long tube. "This pipeline is at least 100 meters long. I really don't know how Slytherin did it back then," Joya said, looking at the dark sewers around her. She stretched out her hand and slapped the dust on her body. Charlotte stood where she was and waved her wand to clean the dust off the two of them. Then, with a wave of the wand, the tip of the wand released a soft light, illuminating the entire passage. "These—" Xiaoya lowered her body, looking at all kinds of white bones and skeletons showing shapes in the light. The ground outside the pipe mouth was covered with layers of small animal bones, and there was a dark thing not far away. Xiaoya unconsciously reached out and grabbed Charlotte's sleeve. Charlotte felt that her sleeve was sinking, but she didn't stop Xiaoya, but said, "Do you want to become a bat?" Xiaoya snorted, "I'm not afraid. I'm just a little nervous, yes. I'm just a little nervous." The corners of Charlotte's mouth curled up into a slight smile. Then the light on the tip of his wand flickered and then went out instantly. And then an exclamation sounded from behind Charlotte. And then he felt his sleeve sink, and a small thing flew into his wide in the sleeve. Charlotte lit her wand again, and he chuckled softly. "Aren't you a little nervous?" Xiaoya's soft voice came from the wide sleeves. "Charlotte, you scare me." Charlotte reached out and took out the little bat from her sleeve. The little bat turned its head and refused to look at Charlotte. Charlotte smiled and said, "Okay, my fault." Xiaoya spread her wings and flew onto Charlotte's shoulder, and then flew up again, climbing directly onto Charlotte's head. "Oomph, I don't forgive you anyway. I'm going to stay on your head all day today." Charlotte smiled and said, "Okay, then you have to get on your knees." Charlotte continued to walk forward, and then found a huge snake skin in the huge shadow in front. Xiaoya grabbed Charlotte's hair and said, "This snake skin, it seems that the size of the snake monster we're going to deal with is not large. Not small." Charlotte nodded, thought for a while, then raised her wand, and the wand emitted a soft white light, covering the whole snakeskin. When the white light moved, the snakeskin shrank and flew into his bead. "What do you want the snakeskin for?" A thin voice came from above his head. Charlotte explained, "The snake skin of the basilisk is a good thing, and it has high resistance to black magic. It is also a good material for making potions." Charlotte continued to walk forward. The entire stone tunnel was very long, surrounded by many statues of snake heads. As he walked forward, there were green fluorescent lights around the walls, so he put away his wand. Going around one turn after another, Charlotte finally came to the end of the tunnel, which was supposed to be an interpretive stone wall. 2 intertwined snakes are engraved on the stone wall, and the snake's head is inlaid with emeralds shining with gloomy light, which seems to have a somewhat evil atmosphere. Facing the stone carving on the wall, he said in parcel tongue, "Open." There was a hissing sound like a snake, and then the stone wall split from the middle and slowly slid to the sides. The Chamber of Secrets is a long, extremely dimly lit room, but just like the outside, the inside of the room also glows with a strange green light. This saves the magic power of the lighting, Charlotte smiled, and then continued to look at the secret room with the light. 2 rows of stone pillars were erected on both sides of the secret chamber, with large snakes coiled around the pillars, and the tall stone pillars supported the ceiling that disappeared into the darkness. "Charlotte, what do you see over there?" Xiaoya suddenly said above Charlotte's head. Charlotte followed Joya's instructions to look over. At the end of the secret room, there was a tall, full-length statue. This should be the statue of Salazar Slytherin. Charlotte looked at the statue. The head of the statue is carved very big. The hair is scattered. It looks a bit majestic, but also has a weird feeling. The statue is not independent, but clings to the dark wall behind it. Charlotte stared at the mouth of the statue, and then said, "Joya, go and hide aside. Don't come out casually." Xiaoya nodded. She knew what Charlotte might be doing, so she flapped her wings and flew towards the stone pillar on one side, and lay down in a safer place so that she could not move. Charlotte walked up to the statue of Slytherin and said loudly in Parcel tongue, "Speak to me, Slytherin, the greatest of the Hogwarts Big Four." Charlotte walked up to the statue of Slytherin and said loudly in Parcel tongue, "Speak to me, Slytherin, the greatest of the Big Four at Hogwarts." After saying this, Charlotte took a few steps back. Slytherin's mouth opened slowly, and finally a black hole appeared between his beard, and then a rustling sound resounded in the secret room. The surrounding stone pillars seemed to vibrate, and the bright green clouds in the air were churning, and the basilisk was about to come out. Charlotte looked up and saw the dark green basilisk crawling out from the hole in the Slytherin's beard. The basilisk stuck its head out, and a hissing sound echoed in the secret room. There is still more than half of the unknown length of the body in Slytherin's mouth, but the protruding part of the basilisk must be as high as the Chamber of Secrets. Looking directly into the eyes of the basilisk is fatal. Although she doesn't know whether her blood can restrain the basilisk, Charlotte still chooses to temporarily make herself blind with magic power. "You!" The basilisk's parcel tongue rang in Charlotte's ear. "You are not the heir of Slytherin." The basilisk hissed. A pair of dark green vertical pupils stared closely at Charlotte. His eyes were full of violence, as if he was about to pounce down and bite off Charlotte's head in the next moment. Although Charlotte couldn't see the basilisk's eyes, his keen perception was very clear that the basilisk was constantly crawling out of Slytherin's mouth. "Of course, I'm a student of Slytherin," Charlotte said. The magic power on the basilisk suddenly began to riot, and a large part of its body had come out of the cave, and the pair of vertical pupils were staring at Charlotte. But the magic of the eyes didn't seem to be working on Charlotte, and the basilisk threw its body violently and climbed off the Slytherin statue. "Since you are not the heir of Slytherin, then accept death." The basilisk's voice was full of rage and evil, and he rushed toward Charlotte. With a wave of the wand in Charlotte's hand, white magic power was released from the wand and quickly formed a magic barrier in front of her. "If you want to kill me, let the Slytherin come out in person," Charlotte said. The big mouth of the basilisk was stuck in front of Charlotte, and the light of the super armor body clearly reflected the 2 sharp fangs in the mouth of the basilisk and the green venom dripping from them. "Damn! Anyone who enters the Chamber of Secrets and is not the heir of Slytherin will die." The basilisk moved and shrank back, preparing for the next attack. It raised its head, its demonic eyes were fixed on Charlotte, and its hoarse voice was like a demon whispering. "Don't open your eyes, stupid wizard, otherwise your life will stay here, of course. Even if you open it, your life will definitely disappear in my mouth." Joya didn't understand the basilisk's threat at all. She just watched the battle below. Charlotte stood where she was, and the basilisk rushed toward Charlotte. Xiaoya nervously clasped the edge of the stone pillar. If there's a ranking of magical creatures, the basilisk is undoubtedly one of the most powerful magical creatures. especially the eyes of the basilisk, whether it is a wizard or a human being. As long as they look directly at the eyes of the basilisk, they will die immediately. The meaning is that the eyes that face death also mean the eyes that bring death. The basilisk with these eyes can easily see through all the flaws of Charlotte and bring death to her. This is also the reason why the magic world does not allow the manufacture of basilisks. Of course, it is also one of the reasons why basilisks are difficult to manufacture, but more importantly, basilisks are too dangerous. Xiaoya looked nervously at the battle situation below. Although she believed in Charlotte, everything had flaws and was not perfect. Even the Balrog also had flaws. As long as there was enough water and powerful magic power, everything would be able to extinguish the flames on the Balrog, resulting in its defeat. Xiaoya's heart tightened, and she couldn't help but worry about Charlotte. Charlotte stood in the secret room, facing the basilisk. This time, the basilisk was ready for the attack. Even if Charlotte didn't look at him, with the basilisk's powerful body and sharp fangs, the basilisk could survive this attack. Break through Charlotte's magic barrier. Charlotte wasn't sitting still, but he also felt that now was not the time to use his Animagus abilities. I have learned a lot of spells. When I was in school, no one accompanied me to practice in actual combat. Why don't you come and practice with me? Charlotte said calmly, asking for flowers. After so long, this was the first sentence Charlotte said. And it's a parcel tongue. The basilisk was already on the verge of rage, but when it heard him say this, it sprang up suddenly. The high snake's head reached the ceiling of the secret room, and two dark green lights were thrown down from above like lanterns. Its angry and evil voice came from above. Damn wizard! How dare you ignore Slytherin's majesty? I will kill you. Charlotte smiled and said, I'm looking up to you by letting you be my training partner. The lighter his tone, the more angry the basilisk became. It swooped towards Charlotte's position. Its huge mouth opened, and its sharp fangs were ready to bite Charlotte's head. The wind brought by the basilisk's dive blew up the clothes. Charlotte flashed nimbly and apparated instantly, and then moved to the other side. Avada Kedavra! The basilisk fell on the ground, and the masonry on the ground immediately shattered. Charlotte flashed the wand, and a green light hit the basilisk. But the basilisk was not affected by Avada Kedavra. It lifted its head from the masonry and swooped once again towards Charlotte's position. Charlotte used apparition again, and then used another black magic in the next position. In addition to Avada Kedavra, he learned a lot of forbidden spells from the magic notes left by Antonio. These spells carry very powerful damage, but Chong Luo usually has no chance to use them. This will just be used towards the basilisk, and it will be a good way to hone your spell level. One more way to save his life, he will not dislike it. Although the dozens of black magic spells were not enough to kill the basilisk, they also caused some injuries to the basilisk. Although not serious, it was enough to make the basilisk's anger rise again. Damn! Don't hide. Your life has come to an end. Be like an upright wizard. Come out! The basilisk roared, and several scales on its body had been knocked off by Charlotte's black spell. Charlotte's figure moved with the apparition and appeared in front of the basilisk. He put away his wand and said, It seems that Slytherin seems to have taught you a lot. In this case, let's have a duel between wizards. Although you are not human, you can barely become one of my opponents. A gleam of wisdom flashed in the eyes of the basilisk. Seeing that Charlotte appeared in front of it as it wished, the basilisk roared sharply and then rushed toward Charlotte. Charlotte smiled, and then hot flames began to emanate from his body. With a bang, his body suddenly became longer and suspended in the air, and a whip shining with hot black flames appeared in his hand. His entire form has disappeared, and he has turned into a humanoid creature, Balrog, which is shining hot like magma. The temperature of the air gradually rose, and the moisture in the sewer pipe was burned by the scorching breath, and countless clouds and mist gradually rose up. Before the cloud and mist could get close to the Balrog, it was thrown away by Charlotte with a whip. The basilisk stared closely at the Balrog, hissed, and there seemed to be some fear in his tone. The Balrog. The scorching breath made the basilisk feel bad. Its huge body began to fiddle, as if it wanted to chase back into Slytherin's mouth. Seeing that the basilisk was about to run away, Charlotte's 867 Balrog waved the whip in his hand, and the long fire whip rolled up the basilisk's tail, and then drew an arc in the air. With a bang, the secret room rolled into a cloud of dust and smoke. In the dust, countless bricks and tiles were shattered, and even the snake head on the stone pillar was hit by the basilisk and fell to the ground and shattered into countless stones. The basilisk lifted its head from the pile of rubble, a huge head injury, and a few scales fell off. Other than that, there was no damage. The basilisk is indeed known as the most powerful creature in the magic world. This snake's skin is almost the existence with the highest defense level. Even if it is wrapped in a fire whip, it is not damaged at all. On the contrary, it seems that it is still accumulating strength and biting it. Of course, Charlotte would not give the basilisk any chance. He rolled the basilisk with a fire whip in his hand, like throwing a bowling ball, and threw it towards the surrounding pillars. Under the whip of the Balrog, nothing can get out of trouble. Even if the basilisk is not injured, it can't easily get rid of the whip in the hands of the Balrog. The basilisk roared, and was smashed deeply into the ground of the secret room again, smashing a large hole in the ground with a depth of more than 10 meters. For the first time, fear appeared in the eyes of the basilisk. Its head jumped out of the stone and fled towards the door at an extremely fast speed. It wants to leave. Even if this sorcerer who can transform into a Balrog can't kill himself, if this goes on, there is no guarantee that he will die. Of course, Charlotte would not let the basilisk go so easily. He had released the basilisk. If the basilisk wandered around the castle, it would probably kill many helpless students. Then these are all his responsibilities. Charlotte waved her hand, and hot flames rose from the door of the secret room, quickly forming a wall of fire. The basilisk looked at the wall of fire in fear. Its speed slowed down a little, but it quickly picked up speed in an instant. Its snake skin was almost invincible. Even though the flames would burn him, it would never kill him. Seeing that the basilisk was about to rush out of the secret room and flee to the sewer pipes extending in all directions, even Xiao Yu couldn't help but exclaimed. Charlotte was behind, but not in a hurry. He hasn't tried it since getting the power of the Frost Titan from his system. The Chamber of Secrets is far away from the ground of Hogwarts, and the power of the Frost Titan will not be noticed by anyone here, nor will it affect the students of Hogwarts. Moreover, you can also try. Can the Frost Titan be able to fight against this strongest creature in the magic world? After thinking about it, the flame on Charlotte's body gradually extinguished, and the wall of fire in front of the basilisk gradually extinguished. An evil fluke flashed in the basilisk's eyes. Balrog's magic power fluctuates very strongly, but this kind of transformation that consumes magic power takes time, and it feels as if it has dragged to Charlotte's limit. The basilisk thought about it. If the wizard had no magic power, maybe it could kill Charlotte directly. Thinking of this, the speed of the basilisk slowed down, but it did not turn around. After all, it is a creature that has lived for so many years, and the cunning snakes are not as simple-minded as primitive creatures. Instead, want to surprise Charlotte. However, at the moment when the basilisk rushed to the door, the wall of fire went out, and another extremely cold breath came from the door of the secret room. The moment the basilisk rushed to the door, it sealed the door of the secret room. The huge body of the basilisk slammed into the frozen door, and the cold breath seemed to pass through the basilisk's skin to its bone marrow. Snakes are cold-blooded animals. Logically speaking, the cold should not make the basilisk feel uncomfortable, but this kind of cold makes the basilisk instantly startled. It turned around in panic, trying to find an opportunity to return to Slytherin's mouth before the magic power behind it took shape, or kill the wizard behind it. But when it turned its head, it saw an ice-blue titan wearing a shiny armor, standing in the middle of the secret room with bare feet. An extremely cold breath emerged from the titan. The basilisk seemed to have seen a god from the highest snowy region. The kind of ancient cold breath, like divine punishment, seemed to be able to wipe everything in front of it in the next second, turned into a lifeless block of ice. Xiaoya lay on the stone pillar, Her eyes were wide open. She also felt the extreme cold, but this severe cold didn't seem to have any hostility towards her. It just blocked her around, forming a small barrier for her. Joya has also read Antonio's books, and as a vampire, besides Antonio, she has also borrowed books that other families have not handed down to the world. It is recorded in those books that may have been lost a long time ago, perhaps at the beginning of this world, in the War of Gods. There seems to be such an existence. Titan, Joya exclaimed. In fact, there is also a race of Titans in the current magic world, but there is no way to compare the current Titan with the ancient Titan in the past. The current Titans are cruel by nature and like to kill. Although there are many Titans, such as Hagrid, who can live in peace with wizards, most Titans still live in the mountains and are isolated from the outside world. And according to the records in those lost books, these ancient Titans can fight against the gods and possess extremely powerful power. Merlin, Charlotte, actually has the ability to transform into a Titan. Xiaoya looked at the scene in front of her in shock, not knowing what to do or evaluate. But she felt relieved suddenly. When she saw that the Balrog was unable to kill the basilisk, she was still worried that Charlotte would fail, but she didn't expect that Charlotte's strength was far from this. In the secret room, ice mist emanated from the body of the Titan in front of him, and the thick cold was like a dark cloud in the sky, suddenly pressing 0.8 on the basilisk. The basilisk hissed, with obvious fear in his voice, Don't kill me. I'm willing to offer the treasure of Slytherin. Don't kill me." Charlotte's voice came from the Frost Titan's mouth. "Slytherin's treasure?" The basilisk stepped back. "Yes, the treasure of Slytherin. Before leaving, my master asked me to guard this secret room and teach a spell to the people who came after me. This is a secret of Slytherin, an ancient and evil spell." In the icy mist, Charlotte raised her hand, and a dark blue giant axe appeared in her hand. He said, "I don't want to know this spell. For this treasure, what I want more is your life." The basilisk was stunned for a moment. With a fierce and tyrannical look in its eyes, it rushed forward and rushed towards the Frost Titan at an extremely fast speed. "Since you insist on my death, then you have to pay the price of death." The basilisk has been cornered by Charlotte, and it doesn't care about saving his own life. After all, if it didn't kill Charlotte, it would. Might as well fight and die with Charlotte. The basilisk's fangs gleamed green, and two streams of sticky liquid shot out from its teeth, heading straight for Charlotte. These two liquids are the venom of the basilisk. Apart from the deadly eyes, the basilisk's venom is the most lethal. This is an existence that can destroy Horcruxes like fierce fire. Seeing this, Xiaoya couldn't help grabbing the stone pillar nervously. "Charlotte, be careful." Although Xiaoya knew about the Frost Titan, she didn't have a direct understanding of the Frost Titan's strength. In her opinion, the basilisk's venom was very powerful, and even the Frost Titan had to be worried. But this is obviously unnecessary. Because the venom rushed towards Charlotte like a sharp sword, Charlotte's hands were in front of him, a blue light flashed, and an icicle rose in front of him, and then the venom fell on the icicle, and it was only an instant. It turned into ice and fell to the ground. The basilisk saw that this move was not going to work, roaring and rushing toward Charlotte. Its big mouth opened, and its long and sharp fangs flashed with terrifying light. The basilisk rushed in front of Charlotte and bit Charlotte's leg. Charlotte snorted coldly. If the secret room was not too short, his body could grow longer, and because the secret room was not high enough, his movements were slightly restricted. Seeing the basilisk rushing to bite her leg, Charlotte raised her foot, and the moment the basilisk came up to bite, she grabbed the body of the rich basilisk. The body of the basilisk is very hard. After all, the defense of the basilisk is the best in the magic world. The kick of the Titan did not trample the basilisk into a pulp. The basilisk twisted and circled under Charlotte's feet, making a sharp sound, strange call. "Let me go. I can give you whatever you want." The basilisk screamed and rolled, although the Titan's foot would not crush it to death, but it was enough to make it feel painful. "I want your life," Charlotte said. The basilisk roared, and its tone became extremely vicious. "Damn it." The basilisk turned around sharply, biting back on Titan's calf. Its venom is deadly. If you get a little bit of it, you will die. No matter how powerful a wizard is, they will die immediately after taking one bite of it. Feeling that something was indeed bitten in its mouth, the basilisk was almost in ecstasy and continued to deliver venom towards the bitten thing. From Xiao Ya's angle, she only saw that the basilisk seemed to be biting Charlotte's calf, and she yelled suddenly, flapping her wings and flying toward Charlotte. Charlotte, how powerful the basilisk's venom is. This mattered. Xiao Ya is the clearest. A certain ancestor, the vampire, died under the basilisk's venom. The immortal vampire, who is almost immortal, is still no match for the basilisk venom. This made Xiao Ya's heart suddenly reach its peak. The basilisk delivered the venom very proudly. It is false to pretend to surrender, but it is true to wait for the opportunity to kill Charlotte. But it didn't take long for the basilisk to be proud. It felt that its body was suddenly grabbed by someone. The basilisk couldn't help but let go, and after letting go, it realized that what had just bitten was just a piece of ice. At this moment, the ice cube was already filled with the venom of the basilisk, and the basilisk almost transported all the venom from its entire tooth into it just now. At this moment, its fangs have lost their effect. Charlotte had been prepared for a long time. He didn't know whether the Frost Titan's body would not be affected by the basilisk's venom, so he had been paying attention to the movement of the basilisk and had already covered his body with a layer of frost armor. Not even the tiniest detail was spared, and the action of the basilisk happened to hit him at a disadvantage. Charlotte's huge ice-blue hands were holding the basilisk's head, and the basilisk was struggling desperately in the air like a hemp rope, writhing in the air and trying to escape from Chong Luo's hands. At this time, the basilisk felt a deep fear in its heart. Even when facing Slytherin before, he didn't have this kind of fear. He relied on his almost invincible body to run rampant here for countless years, and its natural enemies in the magic world would not come here, so there were almost no opponents. But now, facing the Frost Titan, it felt deep fear. The surrounding cold air is constantly eroding the basilisk, and the basilisk is constantly twisting. Charlotte lifted the basilisk in front of her. The length of the entire basilisk can almost wrap around the chamber twice. Even though he lifted the basilisk to a high altitude, there were still many basilisks coiled on the ground. "Let me go." The basilisk's dark green eyes showed a pleading look. But Charlotte's eyes are closed at the moment. He can't see. He can only feel the constant struggle of the basilisk in his hand at this moment. "It's impossible to let you go," Charlotte said. The basilisk's eyes showed extremely human pain, and its intestines were about to turn green. "If I knew it, it would have rotted in the Slytherin's mouth. I am willing to surrender to you. I can do whatever you want me to do, and I will always serve you as master. Let me go." The basilisk begged for mercy loudly. "If it had been earlier, I might have thought about it, but now I don't think so," Charlotte said, and the frost giant axe in her hand slashed towards the snake's head 7 inches away. The basilisk twisted wildly, with extreme fear in its eyes. "Forgive me. Forgive me." The body of the basilisk kept 627 slamming into all directions, but the snake's head was held tightly by Charlotte, unable to move a little bit. Its tail kept flapping the wall of the secret room, and the snake heads on the wall of the secret room fell from the stone pillars one after another, making a loud bang and hitting the basilisk's body. The shining green cloud gradually dissipated in the dust. The basilisk twisted wildly, and Xiao Yi kept dodging the falling stones with her wings, but her eyes were full of anxiety. "Is this the basilisk fighting? It's over. Charlotte, you must have nothing to do." Xiao Yi dodged another stone and flew towards where Charlotte was. The great frost axe didn't cut the basilisk into pieces. Charlotte was somewhat strange. The defense of this basilisk is indeed very strong, and with the deadly eyes and venom, if there is no natural enemy of the rooster, it is almost the strongest creature without a doubt. Although the frost giant axe did not kill the basilisk, it still caused huge damage to the basilisk. The basilisk let out a sharp roar, and the sound wave caused by the roar forcefully dispersed the surrounding smoke and dust, causing many stone pillars to shake. Charlotte looked at the surrounding stone pillars, which were used to support the secret room. If the basilisk continued like this, it would probably damage the secret room, and the secret room was located 100 meters below Hogwarts. Even if he is a frost titan, he may not be able to withstand such a thick soil layer subsidence. The basilisk struggled frantically. Its huge body hit the stone pillars around the secret room. The stone pillars rumbled, several snake heads fell down, and the whole secret room seemed to be shaking. If the basilisk was allowed to struggle like this again, the secret room might collapse. Charlotte didn't do what he wanted, and once again, the great frost axe fell on the basilisk 7 inches hard. The axe, condensed with the power of frost, suddenly fell, but the sound of hitting the basilisk was like falling on a huge stone. Being a living creature, it will definitely have weaknesses. Even if the basilisk snake skin is invincible, it will definitely have a limit. Charlotte looked around. Many of the 2 rows of stone pillars in the secret room had been smashed by the basilisk. Thinking of this in her heart, Charlotte's hands became faster and faster. The basilisk was firmly held by him on the statue of Slytherin, and the huge axe in his hand kept cutting towards the basilisk 7 inches. Roar! The shrill cry of the basilisk resounded throughout the secret room, and the giant axe fell faster and faster, engulfing an extremely powerful force, and landed on the 7 inches of the basilisk. A huge gust of wind blew up in the secret room, covering dust and ice and blowing in all directions. Joya flew towards Charlotte while dodging the stones, but she was just a bat now, and she was blown backwards by the huge air current. A few steps. Joya was anxious. She could only hear the loud voice of the basilisk, but she couldn't see Charlotte, and she didn't know what happened to Charlotte. The basilisk struggled crazily, and the huge force frantically hit Frost Titan's body. Charlotte frowned slightly, took a deep breath, and dropped the huge axe in her hand to 7 inch again. This time, the basilisk's snake skin seems to have finally reached its limit. The power of frost penetrated deeply into the snake skin of the basilisk, forcibly tore out a sleepless creature 7 inches away. Blood jumped out from the basilisk 7 inches, spraying straight on the ground like a waterfall. The basilisk's cry became more manic and shrill, and the strength of the struggle was momentary. But how powerful is the Frost Titan? A race that can fight against the gods. The Frost Titan is a vegetarian. Charlotte held the basilisk tightly, but she was still a little surprised in her heart. The basilisk is indeed very powerful. No wonder the Ministry of Magic forbids the cultivation of the basilisk. After all, once the basilisk is allowed to grow, no matter how powerful a wizard is, it is not a threat to the basilisk. Even if it can hurt the basilisk, it is not an easy task to kill the basilisk. Forgive, if you let me go, I will always serve you as my master. The voice of the basilisk sounded in the secret room, obviously with great fear and pain. Charlotte ignored it, but clenched the giant axe tightly in her hand, and gave the basilisk a final blow. Boom! The giant frost axe hit the basilisk 7 inches straight, hitting the bones of the basilisk, and the body of the basilisk suddenly wrapped around the body of the Frost Titan, entangled tightly, as if it was going to use its last strength to crush Frost Titan, is also dragged into death together. However, the frost giant axe has fallen. The basilisk let out a miserable scream. The body of the basilisk fell from midair, struggling unwillingly on the ground, and stopped moving after a while. The basilisk's head was still in Charlotte's hands, and the fangs in its mouth continued to expand and contract. It stopped moving after a while, fell from midair, and fell to the ground without moving. Charlotte's figure recovered. Amidst the smoke and dust, Charlotte looked at the crumbling secret room, stretched out her magic wand, and the magic power supported the stone pillar, stopping the signs of the stone pillar cracking. Charlotte stretched out her hand, and a test tube immediately appeared in her hand. Charlotte walked to the side of the basilisk, knelt down, and took the tube of blood from the basilisk. Before the smoke cleared, Charlotte collected the basilisk's blood. After a while, The wind and smoke subsided, and a bat rushed over from the outside with flapping wings. The bat quickly returned to Joya's appearance in front of Charlotte, and then fell into Charlotte's arms. "Are you okay?" Joya asked. Charlotte reached out and patted Xiaoya, saying, "Don't worry." After getting the blood of the basilisk, Charlotte followed the pipeline back to the abandoned bathroom of the goddess on the second floor. Myrtle sat on the sink and saw Charlotte and Joya reappear. She looked at Charlotte happily. "Hey, it's a pity you're still alive," Myrtle said with disappointment in her tone. "I'm really sorry," Charlotte said speechlessly. "Have you found my murderer?" asked Myrtle. "I caught it. It's a basilisk. Its eyes will kill anyone who looks at it." Charlotte continued. "The person who controlled the basilisk was Tom Riddle. I think you should remember him. Myrtle is unbelievable. It's Senior Riddle, but he is so cultivated and handsome. How could it be him?" Myrtle made a very sharp voice. Charlotte recalled Tom Riddle's appearance, and now Voldemort's appearance, and then said, "Do you know who Tom is now?" Myrtle shook her head. "It's been a long time. After graduation, I only saw Senior Riddle a few times in school, and I haven't seen him since then. Until now, he may be dead." Charlotte stretched out her wand and magically wrote a line of Tom Riddle in the air, then scrambled it and recomposed a sentence, "I am Voldemort." Voldemort's name. It can be said that everyone in Hogwarts knew Voldemort's name. Even Myrtle, who hid in the girls' bathroom every day, knew Voldemort's name. But Voldemort and Tom Riddle, hardly anyone would connect that. "You said Senior Riddle is Voldemort." Myrtle couldn't believe it. She screamed sharply and cried, "You're lying. My God, he's my first love." Myrtle flew into the air, then rushed straight into the toilet in the cubicle, splashed high, and then disappeared. Charlotte blinked her eyes. It seemed that Voldemort had a lot of little fans. Charlotte still had some things to do, so she sent Xiaoya back to the dormitory and then went to the principal's office. "Charlotte, why are you here?" Dumbledore looked at Charlotte, looking at Charlotte curiously. "Wong is good." Charlotte found a place to sit down and said, "Principal Dumbledore, I found some interesting things in the girls' bathroom on the second floor. I think you still remember. The Myrtle who died in the girls' bathroom more than 50 years ago." Dumbledore paused, sighed, and said, "My child, that is a poor child. She caused trouble for you. Then I want you to forgive her. She has no evil intentions." "No, I think I just found her killer," Charlotte said. Dumbledore came forward with a serious expression. He looked at Charlotte and asked, "Have you found the murderer?" "Yes, I think Hagrid should be innocent." Charlotte looked at Dumbledore and continued, "Hagrid's original pet, the Acromantula, had nothing to do with the death of Myrtle. And, according to what I have heard from Myrtle, she saw a pair of large dark green eyes before she died. After I looked through various magical tomes, I found a magical creature that fit Myrtle's description very well." Dumbledore sat quietly in the chair, listening to Charlotte speak. More than 50 years ago, people believed that Hagrid released the monster hidden in the Slytherin chamber, but Hagrid is not the heir of Slytherin. Many people are guessing what is hidden in it. I think you should already know. Charlotte looked at Dumbledore. Dumbledore sighed. "It's the basilisk. I investigated it for a long time, and I didn't understand it until later. Even if you knew, you still haven't found the entrance to the secret room." Charlotte continued. Dumbledore nodded. "I still couldn't understand what allowed the basilisk to walk through the academy, and then I found the girls' bathroom, but there was never any secret passage entrance there. That's because the entrance to the Chamber of Secrets requires some special passwords. I think you should be able to understand them." Charlotte spoke, speaking in Parseltongue. Dumbledore raised his head sharply and looked at Charlotte. "Are you the heir of Slytherin?" Charlotte shook her head. "It's not the principal. I just learned this language. Although Parseltongue is the talent of the Slytherin heirs, it's not that others are not allowed to learn it." Dumbledore looked at Charlotte with a complicated expression. "I should have thought of this earlier." Dumbledore didn't pursue the matter of Parseltongue, but since Charlotte said so, he said, "It seems that I should prohibit students from going to the girls' bathroom." Charlotte stood up and said, "That way is unnecessary, Headmaster, because the Chamber of Secrets has been almost destroyed by me, and the basilisk no longer exists." Dumbledore looked at Charlotte in surprise. The basilisk no longer exists? Yes. Maybe you can go and have a look, Charlotte said with a smile. Dumbledore blinked and didn't say anything more. Since Dumbledore had already talked about the Chamber of Secrets, Dumbledore would naturally take care of the rest. After all, the Chamber of Secrets is the legacy of the Slytherins, and there might be something else in it besides that spell. As for that spell, Charlotte felt that she didn't need it. It was a spell to create Horcruxes. Although she didn't know where Slytherin got this evil spell, Charlotte didn't need Horcruxes. After leaving Dumbledore's office, Charlotte would go to the dormitory and take out the vial of basilisk blood. The blood of the basilisk is the same color as its body, a strange dark green. After drinking the bottle of blood, Charlotte felt a wonderful, evil breath emanating from her body. This power was not at all similar to the Thunderbird, Balrog, and Thestral. This power was even darker and more evil. His body, there was not much response elsewhere. Only one pair of eyes felt a wonderful feeling. This feeling is different from Thunderbird's vision. Although he has his eyes closed, he feels that as long as he opens his eyes, he can see and even endow others with death. Charlotte opened her eyes suddenly, and with a wave of her hand, she created a water mirror in front of her. In the water mirror, Charlotte looked as usual, except that her eyes turned dark green. Even Charlotte himself, when he looked directly at these dark green eyes, felt a tremor in his heart, as if the next moment these eyes would drag everything he saw into death. But Charlotte only needs to blink a little, and the eyes disappear again. Not many people knew about the changes in Charlotte. After gaining the ability to transform into a basilisk, Charlotte lived a peaceful life for a few days. During this period, the Ministry of Magic came several times, and the last time it came, Hagrid returned Hagrid's wand. Hagrid learned that Charlotte helped him. He didn't know how to thank him, so he had to work harder to take care of that shieling. At this time, Hogsmeade. It was getting dark, and the wizards in the Pig's Head Tavern had already dispersed, leaving only Aberforth sitting at the counter, waiting for the last wizard to leave, and Aberforth walked to the door. Dumbledore was seen leaning against the door in black robes. Albus. Aberforth stepped aside to let Dumbledore in. Dumbledore walked in and looked around. The Pig's Head Tavern was still the same as before, full of dirty oil and all kinds of weird decorations. Aberforth. Dumbledore sat down and looked up at Aberforth. Aberforth brought 2 glasses of butterbeer and put them in front of Dumbledore. Albus, what do you think of what I said? Dumbledore took a sip of beer and looked at Aberforth, with some sadness hidden in his wise eyes. Aberforth, Ariana will never come back, and you will be cursed if you use the Deathly Hallows, even if you have the Resurrection Stone. Ariana, nor will it be revived. Don't you think about it? Aberforth's tone sounded very calm. But Dumbledore knew that Aberforth was on the verge of breaking out. Since Ariana passed away, Aberforth's temper has become very weird, and people who were originally silent have become even more silent. You are the greatest white wizard in the world. You think that only the magic world is the most important in this world. But have you ever thought that Ariana only has us, and you are her big brother, Albus? Aberforth looked up at Dumbledore, anger and pain suppressed in calm eyes. Aberforth, this matter has passed. Even though he said this, Dumbledore knew that this matter would not pass. Ariana would be a permanent wall between him and Aberforth. Aberforth put down his beer glass with a bang. Albus, what are you hesitating about? Now that you have a chance to revive Ariana, you are hesitating? Dumbledore was silent and did not speak. Aberforth gritted his teeth and also fell silent. The silence between the two was filled with great restraint and pain. After waiting for a while, Dumbledore put the hood of the wizard robe back on. It goes without saying for now, Aberforth, I will take care of Ariana's matter. Dumbledore walked to the door of the Pig's Head Tavern, hesitated for a while, seemed to want to say something, but couldn't seem to say it. With a creak, the old wooden door of the Pig's Head Tavern closed again, and Aberforth sat on the stool, still silent. On the mirror in his distance, a sentence resurfaced again. Ariana's soul is in your hands, Aberforth. Ermengarde. The cold weather made this gray castle look even more icy and daunting. The sea breeze blew on the castle, making the old metal gates creak harshly. Grindelwald was standing in a room on the highest floor of Nurmengard, and Reyna walked in from the outside. "Boss, the former partners are already gathering, and those two vampire families have also sent people over." Grindelwald nodded, and then said, "Contact Voldemort, and spread the news that he has been resurrected." Reyna stood aside and asked, "Boss, didn't you want to help the Ministry of Magic cover up this news?" The expression in Grindelwald's eyes was extremely calm. He touched the wand in his hand and said, "Sometimes fear can bring unexpected rewards. Reyna, you have to remember, what we need is to drive away some people who don't know magic, not kill all people who know magic." Reyna nodded, and Grindelwald continued, "Also, I'm going to Hogsmeade to guard Nurmengard. Maybe the Ministry of Magic will send someone over." Grindelwald disappeared instantly, and Reyna turned and left the room. The news of Voldemort's resurrection quickly spread, and the news of the simultaneous resurrection of the two demon kings caused many wizards to panic. In Hogwarts, the students who were still having lunch suddenly stopped eating. Dozens of owls flew in from outside, and then landed on the hands of various little wizards. Hermione reached out to catch an owl, and took out the Daily Prophet subscription from the owl's beak. Ron ate the bread, saw the Daily Prophet in Hermione's hand, and said, "I really don't understand. Why do you like to read this?" Hermione snorted and said, "Knowing about things in the wizarding world is what every wizard should do. Do you think every wizard knows how to eat like you?" Ron put down the bread in his hand and shrugged. Harry leaned his head over and asked, "Hermione, what happened recently?" Hermione opened the newspaper in her hand and was about to start reading aloud when she saw the big words on the headline of the Prophet's newspaper. "The Mystery Man reappears." Hermione jumped up from her seat and shouted, "Oh no, the you-know-who is back." Hermione's voice was not loud, but everyone was extremely sensitive to the news of the mysterious person. At the long table in Gryffindor, wizards, regardless of their grades, immediately stopped eating and focused their gazes on Hermione. People on the long tables of the other colleges also opened the Daily Prophet one after another, and the restaurant fell silent instantly. Xiaoya turned her head to look at Charlotte, with a bit of horror in her eyes. Charlotte reached out and patted Joya, signaling her to calm down, and then said, "Hermione, read on." Hermione's eyes widened, looking at the newspaper headlines in shock. "Voldemort is resurrected. Azkaban seems to have fallen, and traces of Death Eaters have been found in Gold Manchester." The wizard named Yas stated this. "I was standing on the side of the road at that time. A Death Eater in black robe, I cast an unforgivable spell on my companion, and I was lucky enough to survive. After investigation, it seems that Voldemort's traces appeared on the streets of London. Fudge, the Minister of Magic, admitted this." "Oh my God!" Ron yelled, dropping the bread on the table. There was a long silence in the restaurant, and not many people spoke until the end of the mealtime. Charlotte watched the young wizards leaving the dining room, and the three of Hermione walked from the Gryffindor table to Charlotte's side and sat down around him. "Charlotte, did you already know about this?" Hermione looked at Charlotte. As the most talented wizard in Gryffindor, Hermione had an intuition that Charlotte, who might have received a lot of favor from Dumbledore, knew about this long ago. Charlotte didn't hide. "I do know, but this matter is of no benefit to you. Now that this news is spread, it means that the Dark Lord is about to rule the wizarding world." Charlotte looked at the trio and said, "You'd better stay in Hogwarts. It's the safest place." Hermione frowned, and Harry said, "You let us stay here, you mean you're going out?" Charlotte smiled, non-committal. "Oh, if Harry, Voldemort, and Grindelwald want to enter Hogwarts, I think they have to kill me first." Although all three knew that Charlotte was very strong, when Charlotte said this, all three of them froze for a moment. Ron widened his eyes and asked, "You mean their target will be you?" "They all want to kill me," Charlotte said very lightly. He stood up and said, "At least we're still at Hogwarts now, so there's no need to worry about me. As for flowers, what we have to worry about is when they will come to Hogwarts." At this time, Hogsmeade. Abe Forth didn't open the Pig's Head Tavern today. After all, He was always thinking about Ariana, and Dumbledore didn't let go. He couldn't get the Elder Wand and couldn't exchange the Resurrection Stone. What's more, Aberforth is not stupid. The news of Voldemort's resurrection is completely unstoppable today, and it is discussed in various places. Voldemort's cruel rule over the magic world has left a shadow on many wizards. Just saying that he is resurrected, everyone is already in danger. If Grindelwald gets the Elder Wand, the strength of the two Demon Kings will surely reach its peak. 0. Then, the wizarding world must be ruled by the Dark Lord. Sitting in the Pig's Head Tavern, Aberforth fell into a deep silence as he looked at the portrait of Ariana on the wall. At this moment, the door of the Pig's Head Tavern was pushed open. Aberforth didn't look back, but said, "Didn't you see the sign hanging at the door? It's closed today. Long time no see, Aberforth." Grindelwald's voice sounded behind him, and Aberforth turned his head suddenly. His expression turned cold in an instant. "Gellert, how have you been lately? I think Albus has been here." Grindelwald stood near the counter, looking into the counter, and continued, "I know the butterbeer here is famous. How about a drink for me?" Aberforth stood up, staring at Grindelwald, then walked to the counter, took out a beer glass from inside, poured beer, and pushed it in front of Grindelwald. "What are you doing here?" Grindelwald picked up the wine glass and looked at the somewhat dirty wooden barrel wine glass, but he didn't dislike it. After taking a sip, he said, "As expected of a famous wine, it is indeed very good." Aberforth kept his eyes on Grindelwald, intending to tell Dumbledore if anything went wrong. Grindelwald seemed to see his plan and said with a smile, "I came, of course, for Ariana." He stretched out his hand, and a ring appeared on his hand. Aberforth stared wide-eyed at the resurrection stone in Grindelwald's hand. As a wizard, Aberforth knew the legend of the resurrection stone. The god of death picked up a black stone by the river, gave it to the wizard's second son, and told him that the stone could bring the dead back to life. In fact, the only person who used the resurrection stone in the magic world was the first holder, Cadmus Peverell. But after using the resurrection stone, Cadmus was tortured to madness and finally committed suicide. This period of history can be said to be well known to everyone, but not many people question the authenticity that the resurrection stone can resurrect people. After all, most wizards may not even be able to see one of the holy artifacts. "Gellert, what do you want?" Aberforth looked back at the resurrection stone and turned to Grindelwald. "Aberforth, you know what I want." Grindelwald put his hand on the counter of 470 and continued, "There are some things that only you can get from me, Aberforth." Aberforth was silent. How could it be so easy to get the Elder Wand? What's more, Ariana has already failed, and in Aberforth's heart, he is unwilling to betray Dumbledore. "I see," said Aberforth. Grindelwald smiled, then pushed the beer glass forward. "Have another drink, Aberforth." Meanwhile, Hogwarts. Charlotte came out of the library and saw Hagrid waving at him from a distance. Charlotte smiled and walked towards Hagrid. "Hagrid, are you waiting for me?" Hagrid rubbed his rough hands. His face hidden in his dirty beard was somewhat embarrassed. He looked around at the students and said, "Of course, I want to invite you to my cabin. Of course, if you don't have time, we can find another time." Looking at the tall man in front of her, Charlotte followed him towards the cabin. "Of course. Shall we go now?" Hagrid's eyes showed a bit of joy. "Of course." "I thought you would leave Hogwarts after you got your wand back," Charlotte said. "Of course not. Hogwarts is my home, and Dumbledore is my best friend. I won't leave here," Hagrid replied with a silly smile. "Even if I can use my wand in a fair manner, I will still guard it. Outside the dense forest, those little animals are reluctant to leave me. Harry, they will also be reluctant to leave you," Charlotte said with a smile. Most of the Titans in the magic world live in places far away from human settlements. Not only that, but some still retain the most primitive wildness, drinking blood like hair. It can be said that a Titan with a kind nature like Hagrid is very rare. Speaking of Titan, Charlotte suddenly remembered her ability. Now that he has been able to transform into a Frost Titan, is there any other Titan in this world? For example, does the Wind Titan, Forest Titan, Flame Titan, etc. exist? Or can I obtain the blood of these Titans? Charlotte looked at Hagrid, who is also a Titan. But apparently Hagrid has no special abilities. Hagrid, can I ask you something about the Titan? Charlotte said. Hagrid glanced at Charlotte in surprise and said, Oh, Charlotte, I came here to tell you something about Titan. Charlotte was taken aback for a moment. According to Hagrid's wisdom, could it be possible to predict the future? Hagrid pushed open the door of the hut, invited Charlotte to come in and sit down, and brought a basin of rock cakes from the side and placed them on the round table in front of him. The light in the cabin is very dark. Most of the light comes from the fireplace next to the wall. After Hagrid sat down, he took out a letter from the fireplace. Charlotte looked at Hagrid's every move and had some doubts. Hagrid, how do you know? I want to know something about Titan. Hagrid was a little confused, waved his hand twice, and said, Dumbledore told me that maybe you will need some unique racial blood, so when he knows that my family has sent me a letter, let me come to you. Hagrid handed the letter in his hand to Charlotte, and then said, You helped me get back my wand. I don't know how to thank you. It just so happens that my family may have something you need, and the Titan tribe needs it in recent days. Hold a ceremony, and, if possible, I'd like to invite you to come with me, Charlotte. Hagrid looked at Charlotte with a tense expression on his face. Oh, I've never brought anyone back, but you also know that Titan lives in the mountains. I hope you don't dislike it. Charlotte looked at what could be called a letter the size of a dozen treacle pies in her hand. The language written on it should be the language used by the Titans. Charlotte took out her wand, put it against the corner of her eye, and after chanting the spell, the characters on it automatically changed to the word she knew. This is the spell he learned in Antonio's magic notes, a very useful spell. This letter comes from the Hagrid tribe in the deep mountains, because the village will hold a great festival once every 100 years, and I hope Hagrid can go back to participate in this festival. Charlotte's mind moved. He was just wondering how to find the blood of the next Titan, and if he dozed off, he would send it to the pillow. Seeing that Charlotte read the letter and never brought a friend home, Hagrid was very nervous and said, Maybe I can find those Titan things. Our family will have the habit of taking part of those Titans that have passed away, or it's blood or something that's left. I remember at home maybe the blood of Forest Titan, if I'm not mistaken. Charlotte put the letter down with a smile, looked at Hagrid and said, It's my honor if you invite me. Hagrid was relieved and showed a very kind smile. Oh, this is great. My mother will be very happy. I made a friend like you. You helped me. Charlotte smiled and said, Don't worry. Height 5.9 grid. We are friends from the beginning. With Charlotte's words, Hagrid seemed even happier. He had been taking care of magical creatures near the Forbidden Forest. Except for Dumbledore and Harry, few people would call themselves friends so straightforwardly. After eating the rock cake made by Hagrid himself, Hagrid took Charlotte to see Cheelin. Cheelin was very close to Charlotte, and when he saw him coming, he gently rubbed his head. Oh, Hagrid looked at the scene in front of him happily, and he continued, It's such a cute guy. I really hope Mr. Scamander can see this little guy. Charlotte asked casually, Why can't Mr. Scamander come and see the little guy? Hagrid shook his head and said, Mr. Scamander seems to have traveled a long way. Only Dumbledore may know where he is going. Newt Scamander is a well-known magizoologist in the magical world. Hagrid has always hoped to meet him, but unexpectedly, Newt seems to have traveled far away. But this is also normal. After all, although he's getting older, Newt's enthusiasm for magical animals seems to have never diminished. Charlotte smiled and said to Hagrid, Don't be discouraged, Hagrid. You will see Mr. Newt sooner or later. The two talked for a while, and then Charlotte went back to Hogwarts instead. It was already dark now, and Charlotte was walking on the road when she ran into two sneaky George and Fred, who were looking around, planning to sneak out of Hogwarts. Charlotte, halfway through, she suddenly looked at Shallow, who was standing aside. Charlotte raised her eyebrows and looked at the two with some doubts. What are you doing here? George and Fred stood up, put their shoulders together, blinked, and said, Dark Night. The twins of Gryffindor, getting ready for their day's play. Gryffindor is the 16th symbol of courage in Hogwarts, but most of the courage of the people in it may be placed elsewhere, such as George and Fred. The most reliable people are also the most unreliable people. Maybe you should be more careful. Charlotte looked back, and in the long corridor, A heavy footstep sounded, mixed with a few cat meows. A deep voice sounded. "Damn it. Let me catch those two boys again. I will definitely lock them up." George and Fred's Marauders map. Now here at Charlotte. Without the Marauders map, George and Fred's pranks are not so simple. The two stepped back nervously, and George and Fred looked at each other. "It seems that we have to adopt some other methods, I think. So this time, you go to the left, and I go to the right, Fred." The eyeballs of the two rolled, and then fell on Charlotte. "Hey, Charlotte, maybe Mr. Filch would like to invite you to drink coffee." The two smiled strangely and moved their wands in their hands. The mischief begins. Charlotte looked at the two helplessly, then stretched out her hand and took out her wand. Powerful magic power radiated from the wand in his hand, breaking the rigid spell of the two brothers in an instant. Charlotte waved her hand again, and the two brothers with mischievous smiles were immediately fixed in place. The two still maintain a funny running posture, with very bright smiles on their faces. Charlotte walked in front of the two, smiling very kindly. "Oh, the prank has begun." George kept smiling and said with a bitter brow, "Charlotte, please, Mr. Filch is coming soon." In the corridor in the distance, the yellow light flickered from far to near, casting the shadow of an old man on the wallpaper, and there were a few cat meows during this time. Charlotte nodded very seriously and said, "Mr. Filch would be more than happy to invite you to have coffee. Have a nice evening." Charlotte smiled, and then walked to Ravenclaw's dormitory, leaving the mischievous twins crying on the spot. It wasn't until the next day that Charlotte saw the unhappy twins. The twins didn't go to Gryffindor's table, but sat beside Charlotte. George snorted twice and said, "We won't dare to tease you next time, Charlotte. It's just that you don't know how fierce Professor McGonagall is. Oh, Merlin, her expression is like a stinky, sock-smelling bean." Fred said dejectedly, "Where did you guys want to go last night?" Charlotte asked. Although George and Fred are often mischievous, last night the two seemed to want to go outside the castle. Speaking of this, George and Fred glanced at each other, and they winked and clasped Charlotte's back, whispering, "Hey, Charlotte, with you, a genius wizard, maybe we can go out for a while." Charlotte wondered, "Where are you going out?" George and Fred shrugged, looked around, and said, "Of course it's a big adventure. We got a message from someone else. Maybe there's a secret passage in Hogwarts that can lead to Hogsmeade. Hey, wouldn't you like to visit Honeydukes? We will have the opportunity to go later. I don't think there is any need to take risks." Charlotte said. George and Fred waved their hands and shouted, "Oh, don't be so disappointing, my dear talented little wizard. Anyway, this weekend, we will go to Hogsmeade together. Always stay in Hogwarts. Don't you think, isn't it boring?" After the two finished speaking, they left Winkelluo's dining table and returned to Gryffindor's dining table. Looking at Charlotte, the two seemed to have gone to find Harry and Ron again. When it was the weekend, Charlotte flipped through the potions book in her hand. His potions had already reached level 6, but it seemed that he was still a little behind. The study of potions not only requires skill points, but also requires Charlotte to familiarize herself with it. He has already configured all the potions in this book, but he has not tried the last potion yet. Infatuated Water. The most effective love potion. Although it cannot produce love, it can make the user have a strong obsession. He lacks one of the medicinal materials called Mother of Pearl. Snape wasn't in the potions office now, so Charlotte had to ask Professor Sprout, who was tending the herbs in the greenhouse. "Oh, I don't have that medicinal material here, but Hogsmeade may sell it, but now is not the time for you 023 to go to Hogsmeade. I think you can get it after a while." Professor Sprout said kindly. After Charlotte thanked her, she chose to go to Hogsmeade through the passage under the Whomping Willow. For him, there is really no right or wrong time. Anyway, it's a matter of course. After coming out of the Honeydukes candy store, he bumped into George, Fred, Hermione, Harry, Ron, and Joya at the door of the candy store. George looked at Charlotte in surprise. "Hey, I knew you would come." Charlotte smiled helplessly. "No, I'm not here to fool around. I have something to do." Several people were talking, and Charlotte noticed that a person seemed to push the door out of the Pig's Head Tavern next to him. He was taken aback and immediately protected the few people around and behind him. If you read correctly, the person who just appeared is Grindelwald. Why is he here? Charlotte frowned slightly. Hogsmeade was very close to Hogwarts. Grindelwald appeared here and came out of the Pig's Head Tavern. Charlotte? What are you looking at? Hermione asked, looking into the distance, but she couldn't see anything. Charlotte walked forward and said, "Go back first, or it's nearby. I have something to do. Don't wait for me." Now that she met Grindelwald here, Charlotte naturally wouldn't let him go so easily. After all, Grindelwald wanted to kill himself, so it didn't seem good if he didn't strike first. Before a few people could react, Charlotte followed Grindelwald into the crowd. Chauya frowned slightly. He seems to have seen someone? Ron turned his head to look at the Pig's Head Tavern and said, "Don't worry, Charlotte is a genius wizard. He will be fine. I heard that the butterbeer in the Pig's Head Tavern is very good. Harry, shall we go and have a look?" Ron pulled Harry to the nearby Pig's Head Tavern. Harry looked at the sign on the door and said, "Ron, the Headhunter Tavern seems to be closed. But didn't someone come out of here just now?" On the other side, Charlotte followed Grindelwald to the outside of Hogsmeade Village. Grindelwald stopped, rubbed the ring on his finger, and turned his head to look at Charlotte, who had been following. "Mr. Charlotte Elwes, tailgating is not a polite thing to do." Charlotte took out her wand from her bosom. "Does Mr. Grindelwald also like to be polite to those who want to kill him?" Grindelwald turned around and smiled gracefully. "Perhaps our relationship can be different, Charlotte Elwes. The enemy of the wizarding world is Voldemort, not Grindelwald. I am here to help the wizarding world, not destroy the wizarding world." Charlotte sneered. Grindelwald's words were very grand. It is to save the wizarding world at every turn. Maybe he really has such an ideal, but his ideal has already offended the entire wizarding world. Letting wizards surpass muggles is like spreading the flames of war to the whole world. This kind of thing, no matter how powerful Charlotte is, cannot help but affect herself. To put it bluntly, these words are just to use others to achieve their own prejudices. When you left Nurmengard, I think you should understand your fate, Mr. Grindelwald. The magic world does not need the Dark Lord. Charlotte looked at Grindelwald. Grindelwald stretched out his hand, looked at Hogsmeade in the distance, and said, "I came out of Nurmengard just to give you freedom, Charlotte. Look, there's only one wizard's residence in such a vast world. There are countless lands belonging to muggles who have no use for them. Don't you feel pity? Have you ever felt free in such a world? Freedom, the freedom of wizards." It was something Grindelwald had pursued all his life, and it was a dream he and Dumbledore had pursued together. But Dumbledore had turned his back on their ideals, and now he was alone. Charlotte smiled, not thinking it was funny. Grindelwald believes that wizards should not be mixed with muggles, and thinks that muggles are despicable, but it is a pity that he is a muggle himself. Unfortunately, Mr. Grindelwald, if I were a pure blood, I might be thrilled by your remarks, but I'm a muggle-born wizard and I don't hate this world. Charlotte reached out, raising her own wand. "Come to a duel, like a wizard." Grindelwald raised his hand. "I admit that you are very powerful, Charlotte Elwes, but giving up those powerful transformations and having a wizard duel with me is the most stupid thing you have ever done." A tense atmosphere instantly permeated between the two. In the village of Hogsmeade, all kinds of noisy voices flooded into the sky, but outside the village, few people would come here. It's not winter yet, and there is still some greenery around, but there are also some yellowed leaves falling from the trees and falling at the two people's feet. Charlotte closed her eyes slightly, then opened them abruptly. His originally dark pupils instantly turned into dark green vertical pupils. Looking directly at this pair of eyes, a coldness of death emanates from the surroundings. Even a lot of leaves turned yellow quickly, falling from the trees. Grindelwald deserves to be the most powerful magician in the magic world. His strength is enough to rival Dumbledore. Before meeting him, just feeling this breath, Grindelwald closed his eyes instantly. Even if he is as strong as him, he can't look directly into these eyes. These dead eyes, from the most powerful magical creature in the world, the basilisk. Even though he didn't see it, but felt the magic wave of death, Grindelwald instantly recognized the origin of Charlotte's eyes. If it was an ordinary wizard, Grindelwald would definitely have doubts in his heart, and he might take it back and study it carefully. But facing Charlotte, Grindelwald's closed eyes flashed a little bit of admiration. The deadly eye brings death even in the face. It is not known how Charlotte managed to defeat the basilisk and get the eyes. I have death, Grindelwald said in a deep voice, with some exclamation in his tone. Charlotte Elvis, your growth rate horrifies me. Since you are not willing to join me in giving wizards freedom, then perhaps getting rid of you is the best choice. A Hogwarts second-year student, but it made Grindelwald feel a little heavy. He recalled the scene he saw in the castle of Linte that day. The Balrog over there that day became the source of his hesitation and hesitation. Charlotte blinked. I thought so too, Mr. Grindelwald. Maybe killing you is my best choice. Grindelwald sighed, with some regret in his tone. No matter who he is facing, the Dark Lord's style cannot be lost. Even though Grindelwald has some troubles in his heart, on the surface he is extremely relaxed. Boom! With a wave of Grindelwald's hand, a dark blue fire appeared in his palm. As for the most powerful person in the magic world who uses fiend fire, there is no one other than Grindel. Zhao's. Well, who can do what he thinks? Once he almost destroyed the entire Paris with fiend fire. The raging fiend flame was churning, and fierce fire jumped down from Grindelwald's hand, surrounding him like a tidal wave. Such hot flames caused the surrounding leaves to be continuously burned into ashes. Charlotte also palmed, and a bright red flame appeared in his hand. This flame seems to be the crystallization of all flames in the world. But as soon as it appeared, the surrounding temperature continued to rise. A gopher screamed out from the pothole between the two of them. Before it could climb 2 steps, it couldn't bear the scorching heat and fell to the ground with 2 screams. I don't know if Mr. Grindelwald's fiend fire is stronger, or my abyss fiery flame is more powerful. Charlotte uttered a sound, and he waved his hand. Lien rolled and fell on his side like a cloud, surrounding him like a tide. The raging fiend fire billowed and danced beside the two of them. The red flames were beside Charlotte, turning into an endless torrent of flames and sweeping away. Charlotte stretched out her hand, and a torrent of red flames enveloped the surroundings all at once, and the red flames rushed towards Grindelwald violently. The flames burned in the air, and the surrounding air flow swept over, and the heavy pressure made people feel a little out of breath. The flames are going to Grindelwald. A dark blue wall of fire blocks the torrent of red flames. Grindelwald controlled his fiend fire, and quickly formed a wall of fire in front of him, blocking Charlotte's fierce attack. There was a drop of sweat on Grindelwald's forehead, and he frowned at Lien in front of him. This Lien brought him a lot of pressure, and looking carefully, this Lien was even devouring his Lihua. With a wave of Grindelwald's hand, both of them restrained fierce fire at the same time. The dark blue flames and red flames are like clouds again, forming a cloud-like flame mist around their master, and countless leaves are constantly falling from the surrounding forests. Before the leaves approached the two of them, they were instantly ignited. The two looked at each other, and then launched apparition at the same time, left the forest, and went to another 200-square-meter empty place. The moment the two landed on the ground, Charlotte stretched out her hand and pointed at Grindelwald on the opposite side. Sensing Charlotte's will, the red fiend fire quickly turned into a giant dragon and rushed towards Grindelwald. Grindelwald waved his hand, and the fiend fire surrounding him spread out again, turning into a huge flying bird in an instant. The gathering of burning red flames and the flying birds with blue flames all over them quickly collided together. The red Lien and the dark blue Lihua kept falling from the sky in the fight between the bird and the giant dragon. In less than a moment, flames that could not be extinguished were burning around the two of them. On the open ground, it seemed that countless autumn maple leaves lit up and fell, which was particularly conspicuous on the ground. Charlotte looked very relaxed, but there was also a bit of surprise in her eyes. It wasn't a real head-to-head confrontation with Grindelwald before, and he also knew that Grindelwald's most powerful magic should be fiend fire, not the silent silence last time. And now, he can be regarded as having seen Grindelwald's power zone, although Lihua seems to be inferior to Lien. But Green, BHDC, Devore's mastery of Fiend Fire is definitely the #1 in the magic world. You know, Fiend Fire is one of the most difficult black arts to master. If one is not careful, even the caster will be burned to death by Fiend Fire. But Grindelwald can use Fierce Flame to fight against his own Abyss Fierce Flame. Even though Li Yin is constantly devouring Fierce Flame, Grindelwald's dark blue Fierce Flame does not have the slightest tendency to decline. Grindelwald carefully controlled the dark blue flame giant bird. He smiled wryly in his heart. Unexpectedly, Charlotte's magic power has reached this level. Even myself seems to be struggling a bit. But looking at these little guys, they still look relaxed. Be aware that the more powerful the thing being driven, like Fiend Fire or a powerful black magic spell, the more mana is required. Generally speaking, Charlotte, a second-year student, is already a genius if she can drive Fiend Fire or Li Yan. But he could use Li Yin to fight against him, and for so long, he didn't lose the slightest bit. This is not a genius, it is simply a monster. Looks like something needs to be added. Charlotte frowned, sending magic power towards Li Yin without any money. The huge flames were gathered under Charlotte's control, and the appearance of the Balrog appeared on it. But the shadow of the Balrog only appeared for a moment, and then turned into a force and threw itself into the Dragon Eye King. The red flaming dragon roared up to the sky, stretched out its claws towards the flaming giant bird, and tore off the wings of the flaming giant bird abruptly. In an instant, countless dark blue flames fell towards the ground like meteors. There was a cautious look in Grindelwald's eyes. He smiled. "You are very powerful, at least in Hogwarts. I have never seen a genius like you." Charlotte said calmly, "Should I express my gratitude to the first-generation Dark Lord for his praise?" "No need to thank you. But if you like Fiend Fire, I will teach you." Grindelwald's smile gradually deepened. He looked up at the giant flame bird, stretched out his hand, and snapped his fingers in the air. With a wave of his hand, the dark blue fire in the sky became a little more intense, and the giant flame bird raised its head to the sky and let out a long cry, before disintegrating and splashing around in an instant. This time the explosion was so powerful that even the red dragon was blown apart by the explosion. The next moment, countless dark blue fiend flames suspended in the air, surrounding Grindelwald and Charlotte. Countless flames burned this space, setting off countless piercing air currents, blowing the magic robes on Grindel and Charlotte. There was a serious look in Grindelwald's eyes. This black magician, who seemed to be under the pressure of Charlotte, suddenly had an aura of majesty and aloofness. It seems that what he is standing now is not the wilderness, but the top of the world's fortress. "You are strong, I have to admit, Charlotte Elwes, but you don't know the true strength of Fiend Fire. Before you die, I will let you see what a real Fiend Fire is." Grindelwald stared at Charlotte, his arms thrown up and out to the sides. Like a sea tide, the Fiend Fire surrounding the two of them floated up and down according to a specific rhythm in the tide, and the Fiend Fire that was originally like a flame began to swell continuously. The next moment, Grindelwald's hands were clenched tightly, and his arms were raised, as if the gentle tide had ended the gentle blowing, and the next second the monstrous waves were coming towards the shore. The dark blue Fiend Fire quickly spun around the two of them crazily, and there was a huge crackling sound, which brought the sound of the surrounding wind, making the dark clouds in the sky begin to roll continuously. "Remember, Charlotte Elvis." Grindelwald's voice became unusually high-pitched. "Remember, this is what Fiend Fire really looks like. The magic flame is overwhelming." Grindelwald's arm dropped, his muffled voice lost to Fiend Fire. The next moment, the circle of rapidly rotating flames were suddenly joined together, and countless giant flame birds flew out of the dark blue flames towards the sky. Grindelwald actually directly used his Fiend Fire as a bird's nest, continuously creating giant flame birds one after another. Flocks of flying birds hovered above the two of them, and the huge dark blue giant birds almost covered the sky. The violent air current blows fierce fire. Countless large dark blue birds circle in the sky. Next moment, the dark blue flame giant bird roared and rushed over. Ordinary fiend fire may still be like flames, but in the hands of a great wizard like Grindelwald, fiend fire seems to have a soul, following Grindelwald's will, and launched an attack on Charlotte. Since Mr. Grindelwald has used his full strength, I can't give in anymore. Charlotte slowly opened her hand. A scorching red flame in her hand was beating like a heart, and in the rhythm of the heart, the red flame gradually bloomed, forming a sunflower red lotus in her hand. Then Honglian slowly floated upwards. The gorgeous and beautiful red lotus and the swooping giant bird seemed to be two worlds. Under the pressure of the dark blue, the entire sky seems to be darkened, and this red lotus, so fragile, seems to be torn apart by the giant bird in the next moment. The red lotus was spinning in the air, and the next moment it exploded instantly, splashing towards the surroundings like a meteor. Countless red flames like fireworks stopped at the moment when they were about to fall to the ground, and then rapidly expanded, turning into red two-winged dragons, which roared to the sky, fast towards the giant car. In the sight of Charlotte and Grindelwald, countless giant birds and dragons collided and fought in the sky, and shattered flames fell densely around them. It's like an extremely grand fireworks event. Beauty to the extreme. No matter who sees this picture, they can't help but stop to watch the gorgeous and extremely dangerous duel in front of them. In the low sky, dark blue and red are intertwined, and where the two meet, it even becomes an extremely magnificent color. Charlotte's fierce flames kept biting Grindelwald's fierce flames, but Grindelwald's fierce flames also bit Charlotte's fierce flames unceremoniously. The two sides are constantly trying to squeeze each other's living space. Countless explosions sounded in the area where the two flames collided. Almost all of the huge sky was lit by two flames, and the fierce battle between the two flames completely ignited and illuminated the entire sky. Such a big battle will undoubtedly attract people's onlookers. Whether it is the Ministry of Magic or the Muggles, they may all notice the situation here. But neither Charlotte nor Grindelwald stopped. Both of them stared at each other very calmly, silently using their will to control the flames to entangle and fight. Boom! Above the heads of the two, there was another deafening explosion. In the sky not far away, there seemed to be many wizards riding brooms to watch. Even in different directions, both of them could feel the magic waves of several wizards. After this huge collision, the redly yin and the dark bluely yin separated again and floated beside the two of them again. The flames continued to burn the air, and the huge air currents rolled against each other, making the air pressure extraordinarily strong. The two flames of different colors wrapped the two people in the middle, and at the same time flowed and collided in their respective areas. The sky gradually darkened, and the flames of two colors looked extraordinarily fantastic in the somewhat darkened sky. Grindelwald looked very relaxed on the surface, but in fact his hands were tightly clasped to the cane in his hand, and there were a few fragile cracks on the cane inlaid with gorgeous gems. Wizards are coming soon. Grindelwald looked around, and the magic power around him fluctuated more and more. Charlotte frowned slightly. Fierce Flame and Fierce Flame are both very powerful flames. If others don't know about it or don't get too close, it's easy to hurt innocent people. Charlotte didn't speak. Grindelwald glanced sideways at Charlotte, raised the cane in his hand. The tip of the cane was facing Charlotte, and the dark blue flame was entrenched on the cane. Grindelwald smiled slightly, seeming to see Charlotte's scruples. After all, Charlotte couldn't accidentally injure other wizards, but he had no scruples. Charlotte's eyes were dim, and she also raised her palm. In this case, maybe our battle should be over. The red flames converged into Charlotte's palm. The hot red flames seemed to be about to shed blood. The two looked at each other, and the dark blue flame rushed towards Charlotte from the head of Grindelwald's cane, and the red flame in Charlotte's hand also turned into a fire dragon, colliding with the dark blue flame. Boom! A huge, scorching, burning sound echoed in the sky. The two flames collided together, shooting out in all directions like a stream of water, forming an arc shape in front of the two of them. The crack on Grindelwald's cane continued to expand, and the dark blue flame was suspended in front of the cane, but it didn't block the red, fierce flames on the opposite side at all. Ask for flowers. Grindelwald's face looked a little ugly. He took a deep breath, then held his hand tightly, and recited the formula for the portkey. In the two flames that collided, the dark blue flame continued to be suppressed by the red flame, but in the next moment, the dark blue flame disappeared in place in a blink of an eye. Grindelwald's voice came from where it disappeared. Next time, I will kill you with my own hands. On the pitch-black plain, the red flames also gradually disappeared. Charlotte stood still and looked at the waves of magic power rushing towards him. There were a few of them without any waves of magic power, which seemed to be muggles. With a wave of Charlotte's hand, apparition was activated, and his figure disappeared in an instant, appearing outside Hogsmeade Village. Grindelwald was worthy of being the first generation of Dark Lord, and he was not much different from him in the depth of magic power. If he didn't rely on transformation, he could wound Grindelwald, but he couldn't kill Grindelwald with absolute certainty. And Voldemort is estimated to be similar, and Voldemort is even more dangerous than Grindelwald. After all, Voldemort is truly unscrupulous. He knows more evil magic, and the magic value must be deeper. It seems that we still need to improve our strength. Only by improving your strength can you be invincible. Hogsmeade at night is still very lively, even more lively than Hogsmeade during the day. As soon as you walk in, you can hear countless wizards talking about the two Dark Lords, but there are also many people talking about Grindelwald and Hogsmeade just now. Charlotte's fight. Oh, you didn't see those two flames. One is deep and gorgeous, and the other is hot and gorgeous. I think the dark blue one should be Grindelwald, but I don't know the other one. Maybe it's Dumbledore? How did Dumbledore appear here? And I have seen Dumbledore's fire spell. His flame is bright red, but look at that red, pure as a red reed flower. Perhaps a master of charms? We don't know. Who knows? Charlotte passed by arguing wizards one after another, and several wizards set their eyes on him, then moved away and continued talking about what they saw just now. Although it was strange to see a Hogwarts student at night in Hogsmeade, they would not think that this student was the master of spells they called Chien. The Honeyduke's candy shop was still open. Hermione and the others had already gone back, and Charlotte was about to return to Hogwarts from Honeyduke's when she saw a man wearing a black cloak walking to the door of the Pig's Head Tavern not far away. With Charlotte's familiarity with the person coming, she recognized Dumbledore immediately. How did Dumbledore end up here? Combined with Grindelwald from earlier, Charlotte decided to go over and see what Dumbledore was doing here. In front of the door of the Pig's Head Tavern, Dumbledore stopped his hand about to knock on the door with a feeling and turned to look to the side. Charlotte bowed her head to Dumbledore and said, "Headmaster Dumbledore." Dumbledore knocked on the door and said with a smile, "You are the one who fought Grindelwald just now?" Charlotte nodded. "When I came to Hogsmeade, I saw Grindelwald coming out of the 790 from the Pig's Head Tavern. Principal, Grindelwald appeared here because of your sister?" Dumbledore was stunned for a moment, with a somewhat serious look on his face. He hardly told anyone about this matter, and he didn't know how Charlotte learned about it, but since Charlotte mentioned it, he didn't intend to hide it either. Aberforth opened the door from the inside and gave Charlotte another look. Dumbledore walked in and asked Charlotte to sit down. Aberforth brought 2 plates of cement-like things. Dumbledore smiled kindly. Aberforth made this himself, and it tastes good. The plate of cement in front of me looked ordinary, but it smelled a little strange. Charlotte picked up a spoon and took a sip. Her eyes lit up. Maybe there will always be someone in this world who has this unique skill to make something that looks like a mess, but it is extraordinarily delicious. Aberforth was wiping his hands while looking at Charlotte, who was eating happily. He stood up and was about to go upstairs. While eating what was on the plate, Charlotte said, "Principal Dumbledore, maybe I can help you with this matter." Aberforth turned his head, frowning. He heard what Charlotte meant. He already knew about it. It seemed that only he and Dumbledore knew about the matter of exchanging the Elder Wand for the Resurrection Stone. What did the kid know about it? "Albus, did you tell him?" Dumbledore smiled and looked at Charlotte and then at Aberforth. "No, I think our little Mr. Elvis guessed it himself." Charlotte finished a plate of cement, which looked ugly but tasted good. Not to mention, he was a bit hungry after a fight with Grindelwald. Headmaster, since your sister is involved, I think it must have something to do with the Resurrection Stone. Charlotte looked up at Dumbledore. Aberforth stood aside and said nothing. In all fairness, Aberforth doesn't want others to intervene in his family's affairs. But Dumbledore didn't open his mouth to speak, and naturally didn't have any objection to Charlotte's words. This matter is indeed related to the Resurrection Stone. Dumbledore said, "It's about the Resurrection Stone. It's about Voldemort." As for Voldemort, Charlotte never knew his current strength. For an unknown opponent, the best way is to test this person's strength. Although the exchange was proposed by Grindelwald when he handed over the old wand, but he was bound to meet Voldemort. Charlotte had a calculation in her mind. Now that he had the powers of the Thunderbird, Balrog, Thestral, Frost Titan, and Basilisk, he didn't believe he couldn't stand against Voldemort. For example, and the key point is that in order to get the Elder Wand, Voldemort must fight the person who has the Elder Wand. A good chance to kill Voldemort. Charlotte's eyes lit up, and he looked at Dumbledore. "Principal, I don't think the Resurrection Stone can fully resurrect your sister. People resurrected by the Resurrection Stone will lose all emotions. Only negative emotions, such as sadness, will be left. These emotions will make the resurrected soul feel extremely painful. It is for this reason that Cadmus Peverell first used the Resurrection Stone, will be tortured to death." Dumbledore didn't know much about the Resurrection Stone. He frowned slightly and looked at Charlotte. Charlotte continued, "I read in Antonio's magic notes that the souls resurrected by the Resurrection Stone don't belong to this world, will fall into repeated sorrow and pain. Such grief and pain will only torment the departed souls, and even torment those who are still alive. I think, if you want to revive your sister, the Resurrection Stone is not the best choice." Speaking of this, Charlotte seemed to remember something. There are many things recorded in Antonio's magic notes, even many magical creatures and races, among which there's a record about the horn-snoring beast. Although most people have always believed that the horned snorkel is a virtual magical animal that does not exist in this world, but in Antonio's records, the horned snorkel does exist. And the horn-snoring beast also has a magical ability. This shy creature that likes to live in dark and humid places can summon spirits. Although it is not resurrection, it can make the souls stay in the world. That's why Luna was able to see her mother after her death, and believe that the horned beast existed, because the young Luna had indeed seen that kind of wonderful magical animal. Perhaps, one day, Charlotte can also meet this kind of creature in the process of searching for magical animals. If he can obtain the blood of the crooked snorkel, maybe he can help Dang. But now Charlotte didn't speak out. He was only silent for a moment, then said, "Headmaster Dumbledore, this may just be a hoax, but I think you can hand over the Elder Wand to Grindelwald." "Scam? Albus, he's just a second-year student. Do you really believe him?" Aberforth said on the side, frowning tightly, and 5.2's eyes showed dissatisfaction with the two of them. He has lived in the regret and pain of killing Ariana by mistake for too long. Now only the Resurrection Stone has hope, but now this second grader suddenly pops up, saying that the Resurrection Stone is useless. How could this please Aberforth? Aberforth. Dumbledore pondered for a moment, and then said, "I think what Charlotte said is right. If the Resurrection Stone can really resurrect a person completely, there must be a big price to pay. Ariana is a kind person. Do you really want to see countless sacrifices to save her?" After all the words were said, Aberforth's face suddenly sank. He stood still and said, "I don't want to be responsible for your wizarding world. Dumbledore, if resurrecting Ariana is not your wish, then let her sleep forever in Godric's Valley." Regarding Dumbledore's decision, Aberforth was unwilling to support it. In his opinion, Dumbledore was giving up the chance to resurrect Ariana just for his shitty magic world. Aberforth went upstairs and disappeared from Charlotte and Dumbledore's view. Aberforth. Dumbledore turned his head with imperceptible loneliness in his eyes and said, "Sorry, child, Ariana is more important to him than anyone else. Now, tell me about your plan." Charlotte looked at Aberforth's back, then turned to Dumbledore and said, "Principal, since Grindelwald has reached an agreement with Mr. Aberforth, it is better to hand over the Elder Wand to him. But the new owner of the Elder Wand must defeat the Elder Wand, the old owner." Dumbledore's deep and wise eyes looked at Charlotte. He took the Elder Wand out of his magic robe and said, "Then this matter will depend on you, Dr. Holo Elvis." Charlotte nodded and also took out her own wand, of course for Hogwarts and the wizarding world. It is better to strike first and then to suffer disaster. It never occurred to Voldemort that he wanted to kill himself, and he wanted to kill him. Dumbledore didn't resist Charlotte's attack, and Charlotte took the Elder Wand from Dumbledore with just an expelling weapon. The Elder Wand, also known as the Elder Wand, is said to be made by the god of death with the elderwood by the river, and the core is the tail feathers of Thestrals. As soon as Charlotte got the wand, Charlotte felt as if she had obtained a powerful weapon. He stroked the wand, perhaps because he could transform into a Thestral, and he felt a unique kindness from this wand feel. This intimacy is unique and doesn't repel Charlotte. Dumbledore's eyes flashed, and he looked at Charlotte. It is said that only wizards who control death can completely control this wand. It seems that this wand is very suitable for you. Charlotte put the elderberry wand aside. This sacred artifact that has attracted countless people to fight for did not seem to cause waves in his heart. Dumbledore also saw it, and couldn't help but feel a little emotional. Thinking back, when he was young, he and Gellert searched for holy artifacts everywhere. They spent so much time for this magic wand. Even Gellert, who was hailed as a genius at the time, never resisted the temptation of this magic wand, but Ginois didn't look very calm. "This wand is not suitable for me. Great power needs to be used by strong and kind people." Charlotte looked at Dumbledore. "I will bring it back in its entirety, Headmaster Dumbledore." Dumbledore smiled kindly. "You strong and kind man, it seems that this wand is really suitable for you. Well, little Mr. Elvis, we should go back to Hogwarts. However, at this late hour, can you tell me where you slipped out of Hogwarts?" It was getting late, and Dumbledore didn't migrate back from Hogsmeade. Instead, he followed Charlotte to the secret passage in Honeydukes and bought a lot of sizzling bees and buttered peanut candies along the way. Through Aberforth, Dumbledore and Grindelwald agreed on a location on an uninhabited island in the North Pacific Ocean. At that time, he would arrange for people to come and trade with Aberforth, and agreed that Dumbledore must not appear on the scene. And the trading time is set in a week later. During this period, it happened to be the day when the Hogwarts School Cup was held. Charlotte was walking on the road with a book in her arms when Roger Davis came over from a short distance, and beside him was a girl with tied hair. She was wearing the Quidditch uniform of Lawan Kelluo, looking like with a bit of heroism. "Charlotte." Roger Davis ran to Charlotte, and then said to the girls beside him, "Cho, this is our seeker last year, Charlotte Elvis." Cho Zhang looked at Charlotte and smiled slightly at Charlotte. "Hello, Shalon." Cho Chang's smile is worthy of making Harry fall in love at first sight. Even though Cho Chang is not very old now, his cute smile is enough to make people remember deeply. Charlotte also smiled back. "Hi, classmate Xiao Zhang." Xiao Zhang blinked. Her body had a gentle feeling. She looked like a lotus in a pond. She looked weak but seemed to be able to withstand the wind and rain. "Charlotte, Xiao Zhang's earlobe was slightly red. "I heard from Roger that you're the most powerful seeker in Lawan Kelluo, and even Quidditch changed the rules because of you. I thought, can you teach me? I'm a seeker for the first time." Roger nodded aside, apparently still reminiscing about Charlotte's Quidditch performance last year. "It's a pity. If you didn't stop playing Quidditch, I really wouldn't want you to leave our team." "Don't let him leave. Is it possible to limit the speed of the Quidditch match?" Charlotte smiled, looked at Roger and said, "I think you, Roger, are much more familiar with seeker training than I am. My speed is due to magic spells, and magic spells are not allowed in the current game." Hearing Charlotte's refusal, Xiao Zhang showed a bit of disappointment in his eyes. In fact, she was also on the field when Charlotte competed last year. It was the first time she saw such an exciting game. Especially Charlotte's crisp movements and handsome figure made her unable to take her eyes off her. It is also because of Charlotte that even though Qiu Zhang practiced flying very hard at home, he finally became La One Keluo Seeker this year, just like Charlotte did at the beginning. Well, I know, Captain Roger is very powerful. If I have any problems, can I come to you? Charlotte? 380-inch Qiu Zhang asked with a smile. Charlotte nodded, thinking of the crystal ball Fleur gave him for no reason. Of course, Qiu Zhang. You don't need to add a classmate. You can call me by my name. Qiu Zhang blinked with a very smart and lovely expression, making her look like a butterfly flying among flowers. Charlotte twitched her lips, chatted with the two of them for a while, and left with her book in her arms. There was still a little while before the end of Get Out of Class. Charlotte was sitting in the dining room waiting for Joya and Hermione, and after a while, Joya pulled Hermione into the restaurant. Charlotte. Qiaoya sat beside Charlotte and said, "It's a pity you didn't come to class today. You didn't see Mr. Lockhart. He can praise me and Hermione today." Ron shrugged and said, "Yes, that arrogant guy actually asked us to write a test paper, and it was all about him. Oh my Merlin, who knows what he likes to eat? Only you girls can understand such a question." Ron shrugged, and Hermione snorted from the side. "Ron, these books are clearly on the defense against the dark arts list, and I think reading it is something you need to do." Ron pursed his lips, sat down, and said in a low voice, "If you can deal with the Dark Wizard by reading these, I think Lockhart will definitely become a hero in his book. Oh, great Lockhart." Ron's teasing drew unfriendly looks from Joya and Hermione. Ron shrugged his shoulders and led Harry back to the long table in Gryffindor. Joya and Hermione were sitting beside Charlotte. Hermione turned to look at Charlotte and asked, "Charlotte, are you really not going to participate in the Academy Cup?" "Of course Quidditch is fun, but I don't want to change all the rules," Charlotte said with a smile, with a hint of sarcasm. Hermione said disappointedly, "Okay, then we can watch the game together this year. Oh yes, Harry will also play this year." "Of course, and Harry will also win this year's Academy Cup for Gryffindor," Charlotte secretly thought on the side. The speed of flying is the talent that the Thunderbird gave him, and he really has no way to change it. Is it possible that it really makes Quidditch worse than the old speed limit? A week passed quickly. Although the news of the two great Demon Kings spread wildly outside, it did not affect many Hogwarts students. With Dumbledore here, Hogwarts is the safest place in the wizarding world. Therefore, the four academies are stepping up their time to train Quidditch and want to strive to stand out in the Quidditch competition. And Charlotte came to Hogsmeade early. Anyway, he didn't need to attend classes, so he might as well come to Hogsmeade to drink butterbeer if he had nothing to do. I have to say that the taste of butterbeer is really good. Butterbeer does not contain alcohol, and it even tastes a little sweet. The aroma of butter is mixed with the aroma of beer. The smell of wheat and sweetness fills the nose. A tangy flavor with a hint of sweetness. He'd had half a dozen butterbeers from Charlotte to the Hog's Head. The Pig's Head Tavern was still closed today, and Abe Forth brought out the last glass of butterbeer from the counter and placed it in front of Charlotte. He snorted coldly. A total of 50 galleons. $1*G at *caret. The price of butterbeer is not so expensive, but Aberforth has a weird temper. Charlotte held the butterbeer and said, "Oh, put it all on the account of Principal Dumbledore." Aberforth said in a deep voice, "This store does not accept credit." Charlotte turned the stool and looked at Aberforth with a little amusement. "Mr. Aberforth, I think you may not understand me. Is it because I prevented you from using the resurrection stone to revive your sister?" Aberforth fell silent, and Charlotte looked towards the fireplace. For some reason, Aberforth put Ariana's portrait on the fireplace today. "Perhaps I have a way to let you see Ariana without the resurrection stone, Mr. Aberforth." It's not like Charlotte can't help Aberforth because of her love for sisters. After all, she will definitely be looking for more magical creatures in the future. If she can find a horned beast, she doesn't mind helping Aberforth. Aberforth froze for a moment, and his expression became serious. He had already learned from Dumbledore that Charlotte had the ability to transform into magical creatures. If it wasn't for this reason, he would never have helped Dumbledore. After all, in his eyes, this kind of behavior is no different from sending the second grader to die. Facing the two Dark Lords, He believed that even Dumbledore would not choose to do this kind of thing. "What can you do?" Aberforth asked, and he actually had a little luck in his heart. In his entire life, Ariana was the thing he felt most guilty about. As long as someone could let him see Ariana again, he would do whatever he wanted. "I think you may have heard of the horn-snoring beast." Aberforth stopped wiping the cup in his hand, and he thought carefully. The members of the Dumbledore family are all knowledgeable people. Even Aberforth is no exception. He just can't get past Ariana's threshold. It's not like he doesn't know everything. "Do you believe in the existence of the horn-snoring beast?" Aberforth looked at Charlotte. Ever since he saw this second grader, he felt that this child was not ordinary. Charlotte dangled her legs and said with a smile, "Of course, this world needs someone to believe in the existence of these magical creatures. It's a boring thing without imagination. Doesn't Mr. Aberforth believe it?" Aberforth did not speak. He did know the snork. It is also known that the horned snork can allow people to see spirits. However, this is just a legend. He has also searched for it before, but he has never found this magical creature. After a while, Aberforth started to wipe the beer glass in his hand again and said in a deep voice, "Those butterbeers don't count as your money." Charlotte smiled slightly and looked up at the weather outside the window. "The weather is fine today. Mr. Aberforth, I think we must be going." London. Voldemort opened those dead, fish-like eyes suddenly. An excited and eager look appeared on his gray face. "Gellert!" The air behind him twisted, revealing Grindelwald's figure immediately. Grindelwald stretched out his hand to touch his new cane and said, "The thing has been done. According to the agreement, the location is in the North Pacific Ocean. According to my agreement with Dumbledore, I cannot appear there." There was a flash of anticipation and eagerness in Voldemort's eyes. Okay. Since he coveted the Elder Wand, Voldemort knew very well that the owner of the wand wanted to kill the previous owner, which was why Grindelwald suggested that Dumbledore could not appear there. After all, Dumbledore was there, which would make it difficult. Who could kill the most powerful white wizard in the world? Take the wand from him? So according to his speculation, even if Aberforth traded with him, and Ariana Soul was involved, Dumbledore would definitely let Aberforth come over. And Aberforth? Voldemort sneered. As long as it wasn't Dumbledore, then whoever came could not defeat him. Grindelwald stroked the ring in his hand and handed it to Voldemort. Voldemort took the ring and threw it into Wang Zhao Zhao, Bella's arms. "Gellert, as long as I get the Elder Wand, I will kill Charlotte Elvis for you as agreed." Grindelwald frowned slightly, remembering the fight with Charlotte that day. In just this amount of time, he had grown to the point where he felt extremely troublesome, not to mention that he didn't use Animagus's ability at all that day. A troublesome fellow. A certain unnamed island in the remote North Pacific Ocean. Charlotte and Aberforth emerged from the portkey. The small island is a short-term island formed by a recent submarine volcanic eruption, and it will not be long before the island will be submerged by rising seas. The area of the island is not large. You can see the side at a glance, and it is very flat. Because it was formed recently, there are no plants on the island, only some obsidian mixed in the soil layer, which looks a bit desolate. Almost at the moment when Charlotte and Aberforth appeared on the island, the space on the opposite side of the island was distorted, and then Voldemort and his Death Eaters appeared on the other side. As soon as they appeared, the entire sky seemed to be affected by this evil and gloomy atmosphere. On the originally clear sky, a few dark clouds floated from nowhere. Soon dark clouds covered the entire sky, and there were even a few lightning flashes in the distant sky, and the gentle sea breeze also became manic, blowing the magic robes on Charlotte and Aberforth. Voldemort took 2 steps, pointed at Charlotte with his long fingers, and a hoarse voice sounded on the empty island. "Charlotte Elwes." Facing the notorious Dark Lord in the wizarding world, Aberforth's face was a bit ugly, but he still took a step forward, blocking the Dark Lord's view of Charlotte. Charlotte glanced at Aberforth, who stood in front of her in surprise. She didn't expect Aberforth to have a weird temper, but he was still a good person. The Dumbledore family is indeed the most upright and kind family in the wizarding world. Even though Aberforth is a strange old man, He never abandons the integrity and kindness in his heart. Charlotte sighed, then walked around Aberforth and came out from behind him. Aberforth stretched out his hand. You? Charlotte smiled at Aberforth, then looked up at Voldemort. The gloomy sky and the pitch-black 093 ocean rendered Voldemort's aura even more terrifying and gloomy, but Charlotte remained calm. Mr. Voldemort, I've heard of you for a long time. Voldemort narrowed his eyes slightly. Oh, little Mr. Elvison, I've also heard your name often, but I didn't expect Dumbledore to hand you the Elder Wand. As soon as the two appeared, Voldemort overturned his previous judgment. Dumbledore will not hand over the Elder Wand to Aberforth, because Aberforth does not have the strength to protect the Elder Wand. But Charlotte Elwes is different. He has the strength to guarantee the safety of this magic wand. There is no absolute good and evil in the world, Mr. Elvis. Maybe you can choose to follow me. I will give you honor and power. As long as you want, I will give you. Voldemort spoke with a hoarse voice like that of a poisonous snake. Charlotte smiled. Voldemort is indeed the heir of Slytherin. His voice is very similar to Parseltongue, and is as funny as every 10 Slytherin people. I don't think I will follow behind you, Mr. Voldemort, but you, maybe you can follow behind me. Charlotte blinked her eyes, showing a bit of mischievousness typical of a child of his age. Bellatrix Lestrange stood behind Voldemort. Her frizzy hair was of a crazy color. Hearing this, she pointed her wand at Charlotte and said, "Don't be disrespectful to your master." Voldemort stretched out his hand, pressed down Bella's wand with his long fingers, and took her wand away along the way. "I feel the same kind of breath in you, Charlotte Elvis. We are all looking for the most powerful power, enough to rule the magic world. We can work together. As long as we join forces, no wizard in this world will be afraid. Even Dumbledore." Charlotte twitched her lips. The Dark Lord's words were unreliable. Last time, she said that she was going to kill herself, and this time she wanted to win her over. He would be really stupid if he really believed it. No reasonable person would let a person who wanted to kill himself be alive. I am indeed looking for powerful power, but my power is not killing. It is different from the evil that you sacrificed with countless blood. I disdain to exchange other people's life for eternal life. Charlotte raised her wand. Like a wizard, Mr. Voldemort. Voldemort's face twisted for a moment. His eyes stared fiercely at Charlotte, but then he calmed down again, and he said to the people behind him, "Kill him." Cobain Yaxley came out from behind, with cunning and greed shining in his eyes. "My dear master, let me deal with this ignorant little wizard." With Voldemort's permission, Yake, Bijashi. Seeley walked forward excitedly, waving the wand in his hand. Countless light spots flew out from the wand and rushed towards Charlotte with great power. Super armor. Boom. The constantly exploding light spots protected Charlotte and Aberforth in super strong armor shields, and Aberforth held up his wand, his eyes full of caution. The sound of explosions continued to be heard from the shield. Although the attack was blocked, Yaxley was not the only one on Voldemort's side. Immediately afterwards, the rest of the Death Eaters behind Voldemort also started to attack, and streaks of colorful mana continuously exploded outside the shield. A few drops of sweat dripped from Aberforth's forehead. He turned his head to look at Charlotte. "Stay strong, boy. Voldemort is not easy to deal with. I will block these Death Eaters for you." Charlotte looked at the shield, facing the attacks of so many Death Eaters. Cracks appeared on Aberforth's magic shield. "Mr. Aberforth, I think you'd better step aside for a while." Aberforth was silent for a while. The wand in his hand trembled slightly, and the cracks on the magic shield were repaired again. "Boy, Dumbledore told me that you are so powerful that you can even deal with all the Death Eaters by yourself. But anyway, do you think an old man like me will have the courage to stand behind you? I will not lose the honor of House Dumbledore." The look in Aberforth's eyes was very sincere and firm, which moved Charlotte's heart. In any case, for such an old man, no one could feel disgusted, and Charlotte didn't hate such a fight, not to mention that although Aberforth was not Dumbledore, he was not strong enough to fight Voldemort. But for ordinary Death Eaters, he also has the ability to protect himself. "Well, Mr. Aberforth, although this is not the time for you to be stubborn, I still hope that you stand behind or use the port key to leave. After all, the battle will start later, and I can't care about you." As the wind whipped Charlotte's magic robes, Charlotte took out the Elder Wand from its sleeve. Aberforth snorted coldly and said in his usual strange and low tone, "Take care of yourself, Mr. Elvis Jr. No matter how strong the super armor shield is, some of them cannot withstand the attacks of several wizards. There is no barrier on the island to breathe and stop these Death Eaters. Once the shield is broken, it means that the entire island will fall into the scope of the battle." Voldemort has been paying attention to the situation here, seeing the Elder Wand in Charlotte's hand, twisted madness and longing in his eyes. The Elder Wand. Charlotte Elwes. As long as you hand over the Elder Wand, I will let you go, and I will never seek trouble from you.
Hello, everyone. As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.